இப்போ இப்போ வருதா?
Good afternoon, all of you. Welcome to RISE-24. Thank you very much. From all over the world, we are expecting nearly 2,000 delegates totally, including the whole family members. So you have to bear with us with the few technical glitches. We are not IT specialists. We are keen professionals who want to do something for the community. So whatever mistakes are there, please bear with us. We are trying to do our best. We are going to create history by doing a 24-hour webinar, first of its kind, done by RISE Foundation Leicestershire. The 24-hour webinar is going to be continuous, various themes, different speakers from all corners of the world, and they are going to do it on various interesting topics. Please look at the program. You might like a few topics. Please join whenever you can. We are not expecting you to be there full 24 hours, but join us. It is the first experimental innovative idea of RISE Foundation Leicestershire in this field. So please bear with us. So what is RISE Foundation Leicestershire? There is a famous African proverb which says, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far away, then go together. That is what RISE means. Sharing is caring. We are a group of friends who have totally different professions, and our passion is to give something back to the community. What have we done till now? We are very young. We are a very small group and we are very young, but it is really amazing to see that we can get around 2,000 supports for such a webinar from all over the world. Thank you very much for your kind support. RISE was started with the motive of health and well-being awareness. That was our goal, but we expanded into a variety of areas. We started giving community educational events. We started promoting Indian culture abroad so that the second generation, third generation comes up with these values. We started new ideas, innovative ideas, like based on TED Talk patterns. We created something called Glenby Talks, which is very, very famous. And it is again of various topics. And we have been very successful till now. More than that, we believe in health, physical health and mental health. We have organized various community sport activities, cricket activities. We have a walking group called Glenby Walkers or Woodby Walkers, and we promote walking and health activities. The goal is to poverty alleviation, women empowerment. With that goal, we started with this. Today, we are going to support whatever money you give. There is a link which you might have got. Whatever money you give, the donation goes totally to a non-governmental organization, non-profit organization called Banyan from South India. What does Banyan do? It is a mental health charity. There are lots of underserved sectors, and Banyan is one of the charities looking after marginalized groups like homeless people, those in poverty, and here mental health is a big need. So RISE Foundation Leicestershire gives to various such charities. This time we have selected Banyan, and please donate generously. That will be a big help. We thank Matthew Stanley, Lifeline Insurance, who has also sponsored for our event. The main idea came from one of our colleagues from RISE, Kavi Arasan Karunanidhi. Kavi, he is the person totally behind RISE-24. This was his dream, his idea, his innovation. We all chipped in various ways, but the credit goes to Kavi. Despite social distancing, we are telecasting this live from Kavi Intelligent Solutions studio. There is a big studio here in Leicestershire where we are telecasting this from. RISE has been due to various trustee groups and various support groups, but the main credit for RISE goes to Dr. Subbu Ganesan. Without Subbu, we won't have been together. One day he suddenly called to give a masala chai in his house and we all went. And then he started promoting this idea and made us enthusiastic to join us to form RISE. With regards to how this webinar is going to work, if you look at the bottom of the screen, there is a Q&A session in the webinar. So if you have any questions, type on the Q&A. You can do it on the chat, but if you put it on Q&A, we'll look into that. If time permits, we will ask those questions to the speakers you have. There is a wide variety of speakers. With regards to RISE, let me introduce my colleagues who are there. Prem, who's our president. We have got Bala Murugan Nambi, our vice president, who's a child psychiatrist and who's a pioneer in audiovisual things, which helps us with these promotions. We've got our secretary, Sridhar Tyagarajan. He's a consultant oncologist and head of the department in University Hospital, Leicester. We've got Suresh Sitaraman, our treasurer, who's an entrepreneur, engineer, IT specialist, and management specialist. We have got Gama. Gama is a specialist in architecture and he has trained as an architect and urban developer, planner. He is specialist now in procurement in United Kingdom, and he is a leader for Beaver. So he is also a trustee. We have got Saran Turairaj. Saran is one of our pediatric heart specialists, children's heart specialist consultants. He is also a big hand behind our AV technology here. We also have Balaji Varadan, one of our oncology colleagues, who is a compassionate person and is a trustee in our unit. We've got Dr. Faisal Ryan, our consultant orthopedician, who's a very famous entrepreneur and innovative technologist. We also have Dinesh Sundaram, intensive care consultant, as well as RISE trustee. So these are the people who have brought this program to you today. It's not just us. There is a huge population in Leicestershire as well as wide over the world who have supported us in small steps. Whatever small help you are given, it has brought us to this level. So keep supporting. Sharing is caring. With that introduction, now I'm going to introduce our first speaker. Who else apart from our president of RISE Foundation, Dr. Prem Kumar Christian Bhakia Sundaram, lovingly called as Prem. So whenever we see Prem, the only thing we see is the smile in his face. He's such a helpful, compassionate person. I work in the pediatric ward. I do a pediatric pain clinic and I see him all the time. You can't see such a helpful person like Prem anywhere in the world, I think. He did medicine in Madras and then he went to Delhi to do child health post-graduation. He also did MD in Bombay with regards to his pediatric thing. He got DPNB. He has got all the educational qualifications and he is specializing in pediatric diabetes or endocrinology, diabetic specialist. So he is a college tutor of Royal College of Pediatric and Child Health in United Kingdom. He has got such huge accolades that if I keep talking about that, the whole 1 hour will go away. The most passionate thing I have about him is he was one of the leads for organizing a walking group called Would Be Walkers, which is a very active group with more than 100 members. And we walk every Saturday and Sunday. Just because of the COVID infection, we have stopped recently, but we carry on with such active things. He is also a honorary lecturer in University of Leicester, and he is a college tutor. With this introduction, I would love to welcome him to talk about children and obesity, which is a big problem. I'll hand over the stage to Dr. Prem Sundaram. Prem, thank you very much.
Thank you, Vasu, for the kind introduction. Thank you, RISE, for giving me the opportunity to talk. And big thanks to Kavi, the legend, who was behind the scenes and who has developed this. Can I have the slides, please, sir? So I'm going to talk on childhood obesity and general well-being in children. So what I outlined my talk is based on commonly asked questions to me. These are the questions. What is obesity and what is overweight and what is the difference? How common is this condition in children? Why are we speaking about it? What are the common causes for or common reasons for childhood obesity? And then I'm going to talk on how do we tackle this condition. My main talk will be on preventative steps to prevent childhood obesity rather than the medical management. So what do you mean by overweight and obesity? In simple terms, obesity or overweight means you've got excessive fat in your body, and this can impair health. All of us got some amount of fat in our body. For example, in children, the fat content depends on the age and also on the sex. So it is said that boys can have up to 14 to 22% of their body weight as fat. In girls, it's a little bit more. Some fat is advantageous to us because fat keeps us warm. The fat is also an energy store. So whenever we are starving, the fat can release energy, and fat also protects the internal organs. So whatever the fat we see is called a subcutaneous fat. This is the fat that is underneath our skin. And there is a lot of invisible fat we don't see. This is called visceral fat, which is around our organs. Look, we can estimate fat in the body by very complex methodology, but that is not practical to the clinical practice. So how do we estimate somebody is overweight or obese in children? So easiest one we can do is by doing a simple growth parameters like weight and height. So as a pediatrician, I commonly get asked these questions. Doctor, my boy is 5 years old. What should be his weight? So I give you some examples. So 5-year-old boy, 16, 18, 20, and 22 kilograms. What do you think? What do you think is the right weight? Just think about it. If I say all the four are right, because the weight, we can't give one weight for particular age because children come in various sizes. For example, if you have a tall child, they can carry more weight. If the child is short, they carry less weight. So in children, we use what is called as growth chart. And this is the growth chart for boys aged from 2 to 18. We also got growth chart for girls. And you see lots of lines. These are called the centile lines. I'll explain to it in the next slide where I've expanded this. So you can see these lines, which starts from 0.4 centile to 99.6 centile. For example, if I say a child's weight is on 50th centile for their age, it means if I take 100 children of same age and sex, 50 children's weight will be below the child's weight and 50 will be above. Another example, if I say somebody's weight is on 99.6 centile, which means that if you take 1,000 children of similar age and sex, only 4 children will have a weight above this weight. So we use this for in a day-to-day practice. As you can see, I plotted all the 4 weights I've given you in the previous slide, and they're all still within the normal range. So weight alone is not enough to define obesity or overweight. So what we have to do is to compare the weight with the height. So this is a cartoon which says that your weight would have been perfect if you are 7 feet tall. Now what we do? So what we do is we do a mathematical calculation called body mass index. So it is a mathematical calculation. So the formula is weight in kilograms divided by height squared in meters. So I'll give you an example. A 40-year-old is weighing 60 kilograms and height is 170 centimeters or 1.7 meters. I did the mathematical calculation. I got the BMI as 20.8. So what do you guys think? 20.8, is it normal or abnormal? I'm going to share next slide. So in adults, and what I'm now describing is in adults, if the BMI is between 18.5 to 25, it's considered as a normal weight. For the 40-year-old whose BMI was 20.8, we can consider as normal. If the BMI is more than 25, then it is considered as overweight. If BMI is more than 30, then it's considered as obese. Once again, in adults, obesity can be classified as class 1, class 2, and class 3, depending on how high the BMI is. As the BMI increases, the health risks are more. Now, let's use the same formula for children. So I got a 5-year-old girl, and she's weighing 28 kilograms. Her height is 110 centimeters or 1.1 meter. I use the same formula. Her BMI comes back as 23.1. So what do you think? Is this normal? Is this BMI normal? Let's use the adult cutoffs. So if I use the adult cutoffs, 23.1 looks like a completely normal weight. But unfortunately, in children, we cannot use adult cutoffs to classify whether they are overweight or obese. So what we use is, once again, what we call as a percentile charts. So once again, we've got charts for boys and girls. And this chart can be used only from 2 years of age, but it can go up to 18 years. After 18 years, you can use the adult cutoff. Now, what I did is I plotted the BMI of this child into the BMI chart, and you can see even though it's 23.5, we thought this is a normal and adult range, but you can see that it's very much above what we call as a 99.6 line. So this will be classified as severe obesity. So this child, a BMI of 23.1, even though it looked okay for adult range, but it is definitely more than 99.6 centile, which suggests this child has got severe obesity. So we classify the weight in children based on BMI as following, and use separate charts for boys and girls. If the BMI is less than second centile, I showed you the chart, it's called as underweight. If the BMI is between second to 91st centile, it is healthy weight. BMI more than 91st centile is overweight, and more than 98 is obese. In UK, we try to avoid the term obese because a lot of parents think it's a derogatory term. So we use a term called very overweight. Now, I told you charts, but these charts may not be available for all of you. But we've got something easy you can do because there are lots of BMI calculators you can available online. The best one I've seen is the NHS BMI calculator. And this calculator you can have for adults and child. And what you do is you put the weight, height, and date of birth, and what sex they are. It calculates what the BMI is and tells you what centile you're on. For example, I used a simple example. It says that BMI is on 99 centile, which means the child is overweight. And then it gives you advice what you need to do. What I will do is later, I will also share this link in the question answer section or in the chat section so that you can use this. Now, we have defined what is overweight and we have defined what is obesity in children. The next question I want to answer is, how common is this problem? Why are we worried about it? What's wrong with being a child being chubby? See, these are the recent newspaper articles on obesity. In fact, we are dealing with COVID-19 pandemic, but childhood obesity has been a pandemic for the last couple of decades. Some articles say that childhood obesity hits alarm levels. There's an article in Times which has said obesity will send today's children to early grave. So let's see what the evidence is. So I'm going to show you a world map. This is a world map of which tells you about the prevalence of childhood overweight between 1960 to 1990. Anything that is red means the obesity prevalence is more than 25%. That means more than 25% of children in that country are overweight. You can see in 1960s and 1990, there are only few countries which are red. For example, I can see Mexico there, and I can see Middle East there. Rest of the countries, they were doing well. Let's see what happens in the last this decade in 21st century. Look at this. The whole world is painted red. In fact, the whole of Western world, America, Canada, Alaska, you can see most of the South American countries, Australia, Europe, most of the European countries are now I've got a very high prevalence of obesity. In last 20 years, there's a definite increased prevalence of obesity. There's no doubt about it. Look at India. India was not showing anything, but India's prevalence is now 18 to 23%. In fact, I was looking at some literature. I found that India has got the second highest number of obese children in the world, and the first being China. So it's not only affecting the developed countries, obesity is also very common in developing countries. Now let's look at the data in United Kingdom. In UK, there is a program called National Child Measurement Program. What it does is, when children start school, in UK, children start school and we call it, the first year is called reception. In other countries, you may call it kindergarten or UKG, LKG. So, and now they check the weight and height when they start school, and then they catch in primary school, and they check the weight and height once again when they leave primary school and see the data. In children in UK, every fifth child, when they start school, are either overweight or obese. When they leave school, this increases to every third child. So it's really, really worrying. Now, this slide shows the same picture, but it also gives you something else. It's not only 1/5 of the children reception are obese and overweight, and 1/3 of children in year 6 who are overweight and obese. It also talks about severe obesity. If you look at this slide, 2 out of 100 children in reception are severely obese. That means these children needs are high risk for complications and they need medical management. And if you look at year 6, this is doubled. Almost 4 children in year 6 are severely obese. Now, we talked about how common it is. We know it's very common now. So why are we worried about it? Why does it matter? The first thing is, what the research shows is, if your child is overweight or obese, then they tend to be overweight and obese as an adult. Why are we worried about it? Because we know that obesity in adult life is going to increase the complications. People who are overweight and obese have got increased risk of developing heart disease like heart attacks, stroke. They also got increased risk of developing type 2. And you know, type 2 diabetes is very common in Western and also in developing countries. And type 2 diabetes can cause complications involving the heart, kidneys, feet, eyes. And adult who are obese have got increased risk of joint problems like osteoarthritis. They not only affect obesity, not only affects the cardiovascular health, it also increases the risk of cancers. Research shows that obese people have increased risk of developing bowel cancer, breast cancer, and also endometrial cancer or uterine cancer. And all these complications can lead to premature death. And recently, with the COVID-19 epidemic, we also found that obese people are also high risk for complications. They're more likely to need intensive care, and they are more likely to die if they develop COVID-19 infection. Now, we found what are the problems for adult life. Let's see how much it costs. It's really important because UK, they have counted what is the cost of obesity for the nation. It's a huge cost, actually. Obesity costs for the society nearly 27 billion pounds, and NHS is spending almost 6 billion pounds every year for obesity and obesity-related complications. And this is the data in 2015. Now let's see what are the problems in children. Obesity affects both mental and physical health in children. Obese children are usually bullied at school. They have got a low self-esteem and they are stigmatized because people start judging them. And we also find that children who are obese and overweight have got increased mental health issues like depression and anxiety. And because of the mental and physical health is affected, the school absence is also increased in this group of children, which means in long term, there's going to be a big defect in their education, whatever they receive. And regarding the physical health, the children who are overweight and obese can develop high cholesterol early in life. They can develop high blood pressure. They can develop insulin resistance, which can take them into type 2 diabetes. They can have bone and joint problems and also breathing difficulties. Now, this slide I put because to show you that obesity can almost affect any organ. One of the things I see in my practice is a child who is obese or overweight comes with headache and vomiting, and we do a brain scan, and we found the pressure inside the brain is increased. We call this as the benign intracranial hypertension. Other thing I see in children who are severely obese is children having what is called as obstructive sleep apnea. These children, they are very, very big, and during night, they snore a lot, they stop breathing, and some of these children need help like respiratory help. They need machines to help them breathe overnight. And other very complication I commonly see is something called metabolic syndrome, where these teenagers can present with type 2 diabetes and they can present with liver problems. I'm not going to do too much into the medical issues. If we have time, we can discuss it in the question and answer session. Now we found why does it matter? Now, next question I want to go is, what are the reasons for increasing obesity? So this slide almost gives you the answer. So I will go into that. So before I go into that, I just want to introduce this concept of energy imbalance. Okay, so we all eat food, and our food has got calories, and we use this food for various things. For example, our body is continuously working, so we need energy for what is called as a basal metabolism. and we need energy for physical activity. So if the energy you consumed matches the energy you used, then your weight is maintained. For example, if you have too much food and less activity, then you gain weight. Other way around, if you got less food and too much activity, will cause weight loss. So the overweight and obesity can be explained as energy imbalance, but unfortunately, it's not as simple as that, because what the causes of obesity is what we call as a multifactorial. It's not just one factor, but multiple causes or multiple reasons why somebody can be obese. Now, these are the important factors that can be said to be increasing obesity. Now, let me start with the first factor. The first factor is high calorie food and intake of sugary beverages. You know that in 2030, when I was growing up, the food we ate was different actually. We did not have many fast foods, we didn't have many takeaways, we did not have all the soft drinks, okay? And but now the food that is available for children is different actually. Okay, one of the things that is really an important factor for obesity is sugary beverages. I'm going to next slide. I'm going to show you the very important thing. See, it's really a nice app available either to App Store or Google Store. It's called Change for Life Food Scanner app. Okay, if you go to app stores, you can get this. And I was using this app to find, I just in the last few days, when I went to supermarket, I was scanning various drinks to find out how much sugar is there. Look at these numbers actually. For example, if you take a 1.5 liter Coca-Cola or Pepsi, it contains 40 sugar cubes. It's a huge amount actually. It nearly gives 160 grams of sugar, which you convert into calories, it's nearly something like 600 to 700 calories. Same way, if you look at a simple Coke or Pepsi can, which is 330 mils, which a lot of children like, a lot of teenagers use, one Pepsi can or a Coke can has got 10 sugar cubes. It's a huge amount actually, a huge amount of sugar. So if somebody drinks 2 or 3 Coke cans a day, that's a huge amount of sugar that you're consuming. Let's see what happens to fruit juice. Okay, a lot of people think that fruit juice is healthy and we can have it, but look at the sugar. Once again, when I scanned the 1.6 liter of orange juice, I found that there were 34 sugar cubes, and it's really a huge amount of sugar. So if you are going to drink a couple of glasses of orange juice and one can of Coke, it's almost your 25% of energy requirement you have taken. So there's a lot of invisible calories we are taking by drinking this juice. Okay, next factor that is important is physical activity. We all know that the amount of exercise physical activity children do has reduced. There'll be multiple reasons for that. In fact, during lockdown, children did not have opportunity to do sports. Only thing they can, people who are living in flats were not able to go out and they have to stay in the flats. So the level of physical activity, less the physical activity, there's an increased risk of obesity. And the third important point I really wanted to emphasize is screen time, because it's all related to each other. You know that in the last 20, 30 years, children have been watching more and more TVs, and older children are playing more video games. They're using various devices to play video games. They're also on social media. They're always on phone. So when you use any screen time, the problems are you're going to do less active. And the research also has found that the more screen time you use, the food you eat is of low quality. So it's a multi-risk factor. And the fourth factor is also the sleep. I more talk about both sleep duration and variation. Example is a teenage boy or girl spends late night watching, using screens, does not sleep till 1 o'clock, then goes to bed, woken up early morning to go to school. So they get only 5 or 6 hours of sleep, which may not be enough. And this also could be one of the risk factors for obesity. And next comes the family functioning and involvement. What we know from the literature is if the parents are obese and overweight, the children tend to be follow that. So that's also a very important factor. Breastfeeding has got, there's some evidence that breastfeeding protects childhood obesity. So mothers who have been breastfeeding their children exclusively for 6 months, followed by weaning, these children are more likely to have a better weight later. And the medical causes are very rare. In fact, I get referred patients to look at a child who's overweight or obesity. When we investigate, the reasons we find is very rare. There are very rare causes like hormonal causes or genetic causes, which can cause obesity in children, but they are rare. Now, I just want to spend some time on this slide. This is a slide about cycle of childhood obesity. Let's take a healthy child who has got a less opportunity to exercise. He's very busy with his schoolwork, and when he comes back from home, then he spends some time on social media or playing video games, and he's eating food that is high calories, like sugary drinks or having chips, burgers, chocolates, cakes, and he puts on weight. So he becomes overweight. Because he's overweight, he's unable to do usual physical activity. So his physical activity is restricted. So he puts on more weight and he becomes obese. And now he finds exercise more uncomfortable and painful, and he puts more weight. And by this time, he gets teased, bullied, and he gets depressed, and he starts eating more, and he puts more weight. So it's a vicious cycle, actually. Then it ends up with a severe obese, and as he becomes a teenager and adult, he becomes an obese adult, and he ends up having all the complications of obesity. Now, we talked about the reasons for obesity. How do we tackle this obesity? I just want to talk about two white papers by the government. You would have all seen in UK just 4 days back, Boris Johnson, our Prime Minister, was on television. In fact, he has introduced this paper, which is called Tackling Obesity, Empowering Adults and Children to Live Healthier Lives. And what the government is planning is they are seriously thinking about obesity because they found that during the COVID pandemic, obesity was a very big risk factor. So they want people to have a healthy lifestyle and lose weight. So there are a couple of things they have decided to do. One is they want to cut down the ads on foods, which is unhealthy, before 9 p.m. so the children don't see them. Other thing they want to stop is in UK, when we go to supermarket, we get this buy one, get one offer. Okay. For example, if I go to supermarket, if I buy a packet of chocolate biscuits, I get another one free. Or if I buy a bag of donuts, I get another one free. We don't get that for fruits and vegetables usually. So government wants to stop this completely and encourage everybody to be active. In fact, in this video, we can see our Prime Minister running with his dog in the morning. So that's one paper. Then another one happened 3 years back where there was a childhood obesity plan for action. So what government did was they introduced something called sugar tax. Okay, any drink that is more that's got more than 5 grams in 100 mils, they started putting tax. In fact, if you go to supermarket, you can find that drinks that has got high sugar are more expensive. So what happens is, because it's more expensive, people don't buy them. In fact, a nice study done in Mexico has shown that when they put sugar tax, they found the consumption of sugary drink reduced gradually. Now, I talked about the government initiatives, but what I want to concentrate on is what can we do to help children achieve healthy weight as a parent or as an adult. So I got 5 steps actually. The first is a role model. Second is encouraging physical activity. Third is about healthy eating. Fourth is about portion size. And fifth, but no more, one important thing is reducing the screen time and improving the sleep. Role model is really, really important. As an adult, as a parent, we have to be a good role model to our children. If the dad, you can see that, oh, my dad doesn't eat vegetables. Okay, child is not going to eat vegetables. Okay, my mom drinks three cans of Coke a day. The child is going to see that. So this slide shows where the dad is coming and lying on the sofa and then says, oh, why does the teacher think that Wilbur shows no motivation in class? So whatever we do, we follow. So it's always better for us to be a role model. So we have to eat healthy, we have to cut down on screen time, and we have to do physical activity so that our children will follow that. The second important point is on physical activity. I'm not specifically saying exercise because there's a difference between physical activity and exercise. Physical activity is any movement you do with your muscles where you spend energy. Exercise is more formal, where you go to a gym and go on a mission and do exercise. Okay, what the government is concentrating is on physical activity. This is the UK guidelines 2019 on physical activity. What it says is, okay, children is less than 5 years, they encourage that children should be physical active for at least 3 hours a day. Older children, 5 to 18, where they encourage the children to be active for 60 minutes a day or 1 hour a day. So what we encourage children above 5 years to do is moderately intense physical activity. What do I mean by moderately intense physical activity? It is the activity where you can still speak, but you can't sing. So that's the type of activity we encourage them to do. So doing physical activity not only helps in weight management, it also has got so many other advantages. For example, it improves the coordination skills, it improves the social skills, it improves the learning in children, it strengthens the muscles and bones, and more importantly, it makes children feel good and they can also sleep better. So there are different physical activities children can do. They can play in a park, they can walk, they can run, you can go for swimming, you can go for skipping, you can join a sports club, you can play football. Okay, simple things like going to school by walking. Okay, if the school is 1 mile away, try to walk rather than taking them in a car. Okay, these are the simple things you can do. Or the evenings, if the weather is good, going as a family for walk. So these are the things you could do. Now, this is a nice slide which showed what type of physical activity children and young people can do during the pandemic. Okay, online yoga. We already got a online yoga coming in the next weeks. Making action movie, juggle, creating dance routines, skipping. Okay, children like to go on social media. You can challenge your mates online by playing with a ball or juggling. Okay, or other simple thing like balloon volleyball. So this is good ideas of physical activity for young people on in COVID-19. So what we done as a family during COVID-19 is we were allowed to go for one walk. So we started going as a walk with the family, and the children really enjoyed this. Now coming to the diet. So this is what is called as a eat well plate. I'm just going to spend some time on that. Okay. All the food that eat mainly consists of 5 different types. Okay. One of the important component of your food is what we call as a starchy food. Okay. This is where your rice, your potatoes, your pasta, your breads all come into this group. And this group is really important because this gives us energy. But whenever you select a starchy food, try to select one that has got more fiber, or that are, for example, the brown and seeded bread is better than the white bread. Okay, that is the first group of food we eat. The second group is really important is your fruits and vegetables. In UK, all children and adults are advised to eat 5 portions of fruits and vegetables a day. The fruits not only the advantage of eating fruits is they gives us a lot of fiber, which is helps us in digestion, and also it has got various vitamins and minerals, which is now needed for our body functioning. Now coming to the third group of food is what we call as protein food. Once again, the protein in the food comes from two types. One is a plant and animal protein. If you look at the plant protein, the protein can come from lentils. In South India, we commonly use sambar or dal, or also it can come in beans and other things. Coming from animal protein, it comes from fish, eggs, chicken, and beef and lamb. What the advice is to cut down red meat as much as possible, and also encourage people, if you're non-vegetarian, encourage people to eat at least fish, oily fish twice a day. The next lot of food is what we call as the dairy products, like your milk, curd, yogurt, cheese. Once again, this is really important in children because this gives children the calcium that is needed to strengthen their bones. And the last group of food is oils and spreads. You can see it's a very small chunk, and we need to make sure that we have less and less of this. Even if you're using oils and spreads, better to go for unsaturated oil like olive oil or vegetable oil or sunflower oil. If you look at this group that is outside the group, this is the group where they've got high fat, high sugar, and high salt content. Examples are your cakes, chocolates, biscuits, crisps, all the sauces. And this is not even in our eat well plate, and these are completely outside because we have to avoid this as much as possible. Probably use them as a treat. Another really important part of this eat well plate is your fluid intake. So as adults are advised to take 6 to 8 glasses per day. Children can have a little bit more. And this fluid could be mainly as water. And occasionally you can use a diluted squash or something, but mainly concentrate on water. And also looking at the food label, because in UK, some of the products comes with a traffic light. It tells you whether it's got high in fat, high in sugar, or high in salt. Now, you may ask me, what do you mean by 5 a day? So, how much is one portion of fruits and vegetable? Good example is one apple is a portion, 7 strawberries is a portion, 2 broccoli spears is a portion, 3 tablespoons of peas is a portion. You may ask me whether fruit juice can be considered. Fruit juice, one juice can be considered as a portion, but you can't have 5 fruit juice or 5 smoothies a day and say that I've taken 5 a day. So only one of them is considered as a portion. Now, other thing about advantage of fruits is this is a nice slide on calling us eat a rainbow. So it's really attractive to see this because it's very colorful. So all the colored vegetables and fruits has got pigments that is really helpful to our body because all these pigments contains what is called an antioxidants, which prevents us from heart disease and also cancers. So whenever you eat fruits, try to eat variety of fruits which is colorful. In fact, in our house, my wife makes a very colorful salad, which is appetizing for children and others to eat. So this is an example of a portion-sized plate. This is an example. You can see that this is my plate. Actually, 50% of my plate has got salad, vegetables, and tomatoes. There's a little bit mango. A small portion is dal rice, and a small portion is steamed fish. So similarly, you can have a portion plate for children where you want to fill half the plate with fruits, vegetables, and a quarter of a plate you can fill with some starchy food, and then quarter of the plate can have some protein food. So this is a very nice website from NHS. It's called Change for Life. This is the website I got the app. So once again, it talks about the sugary drink swaps and also swapping your snacks for healthy options. So it also gives you some of the options you can use for snacks. Actually, once again, I'll encourage all of you to go into this website to get some ideas. For example, you can use um, egg as a snack, or you can use some tomatoes and cheese as a snack. Now, coming to the last thing is screen time. This is a slide where all the children are on screen, but it's a playground. There's no child to play there. So what can we do? So what is advised is to limit screens in this bedrooms. Better not to have TV in the bedroom. And before sleep, definitely half an hour to 1 hour, children should not use any screens. Is there any recommendation for how much screen you can use? Yeah, WHO has given some recommendation. What they say is if children are under 2, no screen time, 2 to 6 years, limit to 1 hour per day. But are we doing that? No. And regarding the sleep hygiene, which is really important for kids, as you know that younger the kids, they need more sleep. As you can see that under 1 year, they need 14 hours of sleep. When they become 3 to 6, they need 10 hours. When they are 7 to 12, they need uh, 10 hours. And teenagers need 8 to 9 hours of sleep. So it's really important that children have a good sleep hygiene and good sleep. So I'm going to finish my talk with these take-home messages. Obesity and overweight is a very important public health problem in this 21st century. I showed you that if your child is overweight or obese, they tend to become an overweight adult, which means they've got lots of complication. And overall, we also discussed about steps to prevent obesity, which are our healthy eating, increased physical activity, decreased screen time and sleep hygiene, and more important, as an adult, we need to be a role model. And I got few of the references which I can share on the chat sections. And thank you for listening. I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you, Prem. Thank you very much. That was an excellent talk. And thank you very much for such a wonderful talk. There are lots of questions I can see on the screen, which we are going to ask, okay? But it was a really useful talk. I think most of us as parents have facing this. As a society, it is a big problem. We can see that. Before I go to the questions, there was a question which was asked saying like, do we have videos recorded? Yes, we are recording the video. It will be edited and put on the website in various parts. Go to RISE Foundation website. It might take a couple of days after our busy 24-hour schedule, but it will come on the website. And don't forget, there is a link on the website also to donate money for Banyan charity. Please keep donating. The purpose of this is to create awareness as well as to support the needed people. So we'll go to a few questions which have been asked. One of them is, a person has asked that government has announced that they want to highlight calories on food product. Prem, do you think this is a first step towards tackling childhood obesity? I think you answered it partly, but
it's a really good step, because at present, if you look, there is only sugar tax on the sugary drinks. Actually, I think it's good to have a sugar tax on even the like chocolates and biscuits and cakes. It will be a good idea to have a sugar tax on them, so it'll so that people don't buy them actually. And also having this removing the buy one get one offer. If you remove that, it will make a big thing actually.
Okay, I think it is debatable, but there are more questions. We'll try to rush through as many questions as possible. I can understand that the time is limited, but Subbu has asked, if obesity runs in the family, how do you tackle it? What do you do if there is a familial incidence of obesity, which comes genetic? That is the question that has been asked.
Look, there are there are very, 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 very rare genetic causes of obesity. This is where children can't. They have a problem with the satiety center, but it's a very rare phenomenon. Most of the time, the obesity is because of environment. So there has been studies. What they have shown is, if you remove the child from the obesogenic environment and put them in a different environment, and these children can lose weight. In fact, there have been few cases in the past where they have to use child protection because these children were extremely obese and they have to remove it to a different environment.
I know it's your day-to-day practice. You see so many children who are obese, and your obesity clinic sees a lot of them. What do you think is the first step towards getting better? What would be your thing? I know you work as a team, but how do you educate these children?
I think it's a family intervention. So there is no use of just concentrating on the child. Okay. In fact, if you look at all the programs that is available for tackling obesity, it's always a family. So even any program we do, we need to involve the family. And if they do it as a family, we are going to be more successful. And also, other thing is how we motivate them, because a lot of children and families, they're initially happy to do that, but how to motivate and continue doing this.
Okay. Ingrid Jones has asked a question. What can you do when a child has a growth spurt and they become hungry and they are asking for snacks? You can only give a limited amount of carrot or celery. So we have this problem as parents. And how will you tackle that problem, Prem?
I think, so one thing is, it's really important is to fill them during the main meals actually. So they can have three substantial meals, and that will be a good idea. But if I told you about this app, which I told you about the website, if you go there, you can get, I don't have time, but you got options there. There are options you can do. Instead of having 2 biscuits, which has got more calories, you can give something else. For example, I showed an egg actually. The calorie content will be less. There will be more protein, which may also fill you. More sugary stuff you're going to eat, you're going to feel more hungry. It's a vicious cycle, and you won't eat more.
Okay. Coming back to the question, there are lots of questions on sleep, screen time, which we have touched a bit. But if you look at the program, the RISE-24 program is a very, very didactic program with lots of topics. If you look at 10 p.m. British time, there is an excellent talk on mental health of children, neurodisability. That is by 3 speakers, Bala, Subbu, and Hari. It is going to concentrate more on sleep in children and the other side. So please look at the program. I'm sure there are a variety of topics which are going to come. But just to touch on that, I see also, I am a chronic pain consultant and I see children with pain, and we see that their sleep are altered. And once we do some intervention to improve the sleep, the pain gets better. So sleep and obesity, how do you tackle that? See, for example, one of the parent has asked here in these questions that a child sleeps till late morning and they need 7 to 8 hours sleep, as you said. So if they go to bed at 2 o'clock and wake up at 11 o'clock in the morning, how can you tackle that as a parent? That is, Ingrid has asked that question, which is very, very valuable question. How would you answer that, Prem?
Yeah, I think you need to have some boundaries. It's really, really important, actually. So I know that teenagers want to sleep late, but not sleeping till 2 p.m., 2 a.m. is too much, actually. Probably should I create boundaries? And also, as a parent, we need to follow that. There's no use of asking teenagers to follow that if you're not following it. So other thing is not to have television in the rooms. Try to keep your phones outside, so the charging points, rather than keeping it in the room. These are the simple techniques you can follow.
I think I would totally agree with that point, because we see this like chronic pain which is long term, happens in children also. And Leicester is one of the handful of centers where we have a multidisciplinary team helping these children, and I'm a part of the team. And as Prem said, it is very important. Habits are very difficult to change, but once we persist and make them go on the bed, and as you said, screen time, that is very vital to stop the brain getting stimulated. Having half an hour screen free time before sleep is very good. I totally agree with you, Prem. Thank you. There are more questions. Sridhar and Mr. Nagarajan Vellaisamy, they have asked very, very vital question: COVID and staying indoors. This is going to alter the obesity tackling change, is it not?
Yes.
Do you see that in your real life? Like if you are doing a clinic, are you seeing more problems nowadays compared to pre-March, before COVID time? Prem?
Yeah, because recently I've seen a couple of children coming with an excessive weight gain, and also having some of the insulin resistance, type 2 diabetes. But it's too early to say because it's only 3 months. Normally, it takes a long time to develop weight issues.
Okay, thank you. There are more questions on screen time, Prem. Suresh has asked a question like, yes, children, teenagers, it's very difficult to get them off the screen. How do you advise that? As a parent, how have you tackled that? As a doctor, how have you advised your patients or parents of children?
Yeah, I think it's really difficult because during the COVID times, it's not only that they also use a lot of screen for academic purpose, actually. So what we call as an academic screen time. And also we have got a non-academic screen time. It's really difficult, actually. So each of you need to have a individual conversation with the child, because each child is individual. If you take the screen completely, they are going to rebel, actually. So you need to have a chat with them, discuss with them, and also use other techniques. That's why you, as a family, you need to do something. If you get opportunity, take them for a walk, take them for some activity, which will keep their mind off, and so that they can be avoid from screen. In fact, what we did this summer is, even though we're in lockdown, in UK, we are allowed to go for walks. So we did a program called Walkathon. And you remember that we did a walkathon. This was in May, June. And it was really surprising. The children were competing for steps. As a family, some families did something like 5,000 steps in a week, 500,000 steps in a week, actually. In fact, we are planning to walk from the distance from the one end of UK to another UK. We ended up going twice. Okay. So try to involve children in some activity which will avoid them to go on screen. Great. But it's very difficult. I agree that it's not an easy thing.
I think it is time we advertise ourselves as a RISE. RISE, under the leadership of Subbu, we did a project called Walkathon, as Prem said. Walkathon is with social distancing. You walk with your family. And this concept was introduced by RISE, and we walked more than 2 million steps in a week. And that was astonishing, because as Prem says, we walked from John O'Groats to down south, the whole country, within a week, 2 times. We expected to walk 1 time totally with the steps, but all families were involved. I think COVID has lots of bad things, but there are some good things, like many of them have become health conscious. And as Prem says, walking with the family has improved the mental health, physical health, rapport within the family. So I'll stop with one last question. Dr. Anbu Subbarayan has asked this question: is incidence of type 2 diabetes increasing in children, Prem? As an expert, what would you say?
Yes, definitely. We are seeing more young people. I'm talking about not younger children, it's mainly teenagers with type 2 diabetes. And the ones we have seen in UK are all extremely obese. Actually, they are coming in the category of severe obesity. It's not only type 2 diabetes, we are also seeing them with other comorbidities like hypertension, fatty liver. If it's girls, we also see them with polycystic ovary syndrome, which
Okay.
is where they can have problem with their periods and facial hair.
I think if there is one message you want to give the audience to prevent obesity, what will that be? We will finish with that
I
one word.
think the most important thing is, as an adult, we need to be a role model. And
Yes.
whatever you do, your children are going to follow.
I think RISE supports that. RISE says that as adults, we should be role model to the future generations. We should show them how to improve our mental health, how to improve our physical health, how to help the community. RISE pioneers in this and leads the way in Leicestershire.
And another thing is, somebody has said that you can still use screen for activity, because I've seen that some people have said that in Zoom they can do dance. That's
Yeah.
the good use of screen time actually.
Yeah.
Yeah. So in fact, you can do exercise. People can compete for exercise.
I totally agree, Ingrid, who have mentioned this. Yeah.
Thank you for
I
that.
think
It's
for
a good
want
idea.
of time, we need to stop here. But Prem, thank you very much for
Yeah.
sharing your expertise. This is our president of RISE Foundation, Leicestershire, Prem. We'll give a big clap. I know most of you
And I'll
can't
also
clap,
share the links
but
to the
thank you
chat.
very much. We will share the link. We will try to open a page on the website and put all these links also. There will be videos which is done, but please don't forget, this event RISE-24 is going to come on Guinness records if we are successful. We have applied. We can't guarantee it will come. We have applied. It is only because of all your support. If you give any money, the money totally goes to Banyan Charity, which is a South Asian charity dealing with homelessness and poverty and mental health issues. Thank you very much. We conclude this session and I hand over to our next moderators, Kavi, Saran, and Bala. Thank you very much for listening. Please come back and see all the continuously watch us, or come back whenever you can. There are wide variety of topics. Please support RISE Foundation Leicestershire. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Bala. Thank you.
Good afternoon. This is Sridhar Arani. I'm going to be moderating the next session. Can you hear me? Bala, can you hear me? Thank you. Thank you. Thanks, Vasu. That was a fantastic start to today's 24 hours webinar. It's a huge effort, humongous effort, and a brilliant start to today's program, and excellent presentation by Prem. I think it is one of those topical, health topics. I think you addressed it very well, looking at the holistic aspect of how to tackle with obesity, which is going to be the next epidemic as far as the health issues are concerned. And I think I would like to thank the RISE team for putting up this brilliant effort in organizing this 24 hours webinar, addressing a number of issues, both medical as well as non-medical as well. And I think they're doing it for a huge good cause. That is, as Vasu highlighted earlier on, the Banyan charity, which was established in '93, focusing particularly on the mental health problems of homeless, and in this particular section for women, and dealing with mental health problems even in a developed country, both for a clinician as well as the patients themselves, is a huge challenging issue. And if this happens in a tropical country like India, this is a huge taboo, and also a huge, this comes with a huge consequences for the person themselves and also the families. And anything that helps to rise support them to improve their lives, so this is going to go a long way in improving their lives. And I think the pledge from Subbu and the rest of the team is to raise about 1,000 quid. But I think the most important thing is that as an organization and as residents of UK, we should take this challenge up, and we should be able to raise at least 1,500 to 2,000 pounds at the end of this 24 hours this thing. So our challenge and our pledge is to raise much more than what Subbu has thought about this thing. And I think leading on to the topic, which I think Prem quite nicely addressed about the obesity. One of the leading causes of obesity in my book is about the excessive use of internet. The internet obesity could be used as a new term, internet obesity. And obviously, the digital technology and internet technology, even before the COVID, this thing has completely revolutionized the way we live, we work, communicate, socialize, shop, earn a living, and whatnot. And this was happening even before the COVID. And post-COVID, some sort of a blessing, this seems to have amplified and exemplified. And in fact, the children have gone through the last 4 months going through their education, training, and many of them have completed their GCSEs and A levels through this digital technology. So there's been a huge advantages. It's completely revolutionized the way we are going to live, and we're going to live in the future as well. And the fact that this webinar is a 24 hours webinar, most of the times the seminars are going to be in closed rooms. So this is a 24 hours webinar happening across UK, and the rest of the people from the rest of the world are watching this and contributing. That's clearly a testament to the use of the digital technology as well as the internet technology. But having said that, absolutely there's no doubt about the tremendous use of internet and digital technology to improve our lives. But it does come with, there's a darker side. There's a darker side to the internet, and many of them, they're quite unseen and unknown. And the biggest worry for the parents when they leave, when they go to work for 6 to 8 hours, leaving the children, they're worried about the predators and the internet, the pedophiles, the hackers, and the fraudsters who are offer your money, credit card, and the people who are trying to steal your identity. And also there's a huge problems with excess networking as well. So there's so many issues. And forget about the health issues. We try to address the health issues about, I think Prem and Vasu did try to deal some of the issues regarding the screen time. What is the optimal time for using the, beyond the screen time? So there's a number of issues we're going to look at. And to do that, I think we've got 3 brilliant speakers. Dr. Saran Doraraj, he's one of my colleagues, and he's a consultant pediatric cardiologist working at the University Hospitals of Leicester NHS Trust, particularly the Glenfield. And we have Kavi Arasan, who is a software IT expert and has been absolutely instrumental in putting up this program today. And we got Dinesh Sundaran. He is a consultant anesthetist and also a consultant in intensive care, currently working at the Kettering General Hospital. I think the most important thing is that I would like to do before we start the session as a disclaimer. We are not IT experts in internet security, and whatever we're going to discuss today will be based on our personal and professional experience. All of us got children, so we deal with these issues on a day-to-day basis. So please bear with us on this. And if you've got any questions, please post it on the chat box. We'll try to pick up the questions at the end of the talk. And I would like to welcome all of you on this webinar. Warm welcome to Sharan, Kavi, and Dinesh. And when you're ready, you can take it away.
Thank you, Sridhar.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Sridhar. My name is Saran. Again, as Sridhar introduced, I'm father of right now I've got 3 children at home, all girls. And so I have to invariably learn about how to secure internet at home. Again, I think this is kind of an experience-based learning I've got. So I think what we thought is, I think this is quite a huge topic when we started looking at it. And clearly, I didn't really realize that how much of how young this internet is, and how much impact is that already made on our lives. So I think I'm just going to give you, I think most of these facts and figures are, I think, interestingly, this is kind of, I have to look for facts and figures on internet itself, about internet. So it's kind of a interesting fact. So I think these are kind of collected with our best of knowledges on kind of reputed websites. So we will be talking about that. And then I think what we will try and do is we'll probably move away from the facts and figures to ask people about their experiences or their way of dealing with problems. And I think that kind of probably puts us in a kind of a good pitching to see what and how we can address. I think this is going to be more of a knowledge sharing rather than me trying to say this is the right way to do, or my co-panelist saying this is the right way to do. I think obviously Sridhar didn't probably, he's kind of underplayed his role. He has worked as a child protection consultant within Leicestershire for quite a period of time. So clearly he has got a wealth of knowledge, seeing children at the other end who are affected as well. So I think we will probably try and run this session based on that facts to say, I think we will see how much we can contribute. Obviously, I think the audience, I kind of say, I think there are nearly 70 odd people currently joining us. So please put forth your questions, and I think we will see whether we can answer it. Otherwise, we can at least probably try and learn ourselves and direct in a way where you can find information about these things. So with no further delay, I think just to facts about internet. I think this is quite a crowded slide, but I think as you can probably see, the curve where we started in 1990s, although if you actually look at more data, the first computer-to-computer conversation happened around 1960s. That was very, very primitive, but I think as time progressed, by I think early 90s, we started having, the first website was created in early 90s. So it's pretty much in our age group. So we all grew up with internet, put it that way. And then people thought this is kind of one of those luxuries, but now it's becoming, as you can see, in pretty much every country, that it is becoming a norm. That I think without internet, it seems life is probably extinct to some extent. I think we will discuss about this a little bit more. So I think most of the Western worlds, as you can see, is on the top. But interesting enough, if we move on to the next slide, Asia is the biggest user of internet. This is kind of a statistics comparing how much of internet is used as a whole in terms of percentage. And I think US being kind of a very well-developed country, or Europe being might take over these, but you can see, I think Asia is still top with use of internet. Yeah. That's an interesting fact. And again, this is probably a fact which kind of surprised me as well. Nearly more than half of world's population has got access to internet. So I think we are talking about a population of around 7 billion, but nearly like 4.5 million. I think I tried to compare this with, say, access to clean water or access to clean air. Yeah. I think you would probably say internet probably is more available than access to clean water, which is sometimes in a way sad, but it's also surprising. And again, I think you can see social media being, I think as adults, we probably claim responsibility as well. I think there is a face-to-face life and a social life, which is the virtual life. And moving on, I think the current, as a state of 2019, there are so many websites which is created. And if you look at young people, this is aged 14 to 24 years old. And this was statistics was now 4 years old. So you can see how exponentially things have grown. I think when I checked, I think the average is around 4 hours, 4.5 hours. And it goes up to 6.5 hours, depending on the teenage groups. So I think this is probably the habits in adult population, but this is actually equally becoming bad in adult population as well. So if we move on from here, I'm just going to probably, I think this is data from the UK UK group. I think it's mainly from Ofcom, which was one of the kind of a regulatory body for usage of media and internet in the UK. There are a few surprising facts, and I think the first thing I would say is, I think you would probably think the earliest access to internet now happens as early as less than 1 year old. Okay, and I think maybe this data again is around collected in 2016, 2017. So this is slightly older, but if you actually think about it, a 3 to 4 year old has access to all this. One person will have access to smartphones, and this is about developed countries. And you can see, I think majority of them watch programs which is on TV, which is, I think nearly 1/3 watch it on an internet-based device. And as I think you can just probably, I think you can probably read it for yourself. The OTT, which is the on-demand services like Netflix, Amazon Prime, 32% watch. So this is partly us to blame because we wanted quiet time, so we let them watch. And for YouTube being the biggest accessed, I think still YouTube is the kind of the top of the list in terms of accessing for videos. And surprising fact is one person has got social media profile, which we all know the age limit is usually 13 years and above, but I think that's kind of where the statistics goes. And I think the same happens with 5 to 7 year olds. But the key things is as you grow older, the time you spend on internet also increases. I think as you can see, I think there is more access to gadgets, more access to internet connected gadgets. And I think they start spending more time on YouTube, which is kind of personalized kind of video watching services. And I think this graph again talks, I think these statistics talk for itself. So the older the age group as they go along, I think the access to online becomes better and better for them. So as you can see, 12 to 15 year old have 99% will go on online. So I think it's very, very rare 1%, which I have never come across. I think so it's probably my panelists as well. I don't want to just keep reading what's there. I think this is something which I'm quite happy to share, but this is all I'm trying to say is the way we actually access entertainment, the way we access information, the way we actually behave is all changing. We all want kind of our personal space. We all want kind of our own bubble to actually do this. So I think that's where all these things come into play. And I think if I move on from here, I think sorry, just to go back to that slide, the last two things which I will say is, I think I was a bit surprised, 71% of 12 to 15 year old are allowed to take their mobile devices, which is internet connected, to their own bedroom, which is where I think I would probably I think this is where people might have discussions around it to say, is this the right thing or a wrong thing? So moving on from here.
You asked that question, sir.
Yeah.
I think we should ask about polling. I think we should ask.
Yeah, I think that's actually a good thought. I think we will probably. I think we will come back to this. I don't want to bore you guys with more and more numbers.
That's very good.
Yeah.
I think if you get them to.
I think obviously Dinesh and Kavi has put forth a small polling, and I just wanted to see if audience could participate in it. So this is kind of our first question. I take it. I think you guys can see it quite nicely. We'll give a couple of minutes and then a few seconds, and then we will see how people answer. So that's kind of our first question, which we say, do you use the same password for all your online accounts? So,
during this time, I think we can continue.
Yeah. So I think I'll give them kind of 30 seconds or so. Is that okay?
Yeah, 30 seconds. We can go through your slides.
So I think that's interesting. I think we are coming down to a countdown. So 3, 2, and 1. Okay, we can end the poll now.
Okay. We'll give around the 10 seconds maybe. It's coming up.
Okay.
Okay,
yeah, I think nearly 50% has done the polling.
Okay. That's the result.
I think I would probably say I'm very pleased to see this because it's good that I think you guys don't use the same password, but I think that is probably a change in our behavior because of more and more threats coming in our life about internet and more awareness coming into our life in terms of internet. We probably go to the next question.
Do that later, right?
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, I think we can probably come back to it. So again, I think Kavi probably will show a little bit more information about side of things. I think I don't want to go too much into hacking, but I think I don't think anybody is exempt from it. However secure you are, if a hacker wants to hack, it's I think if they have made a decision to hack, it will happen. But I think you put barriers into life. That's kind of how I look at it. So every day there are nearly 90,000 websites which can get hacked. And again, 42% of applications which we use share our data with others without us knowing it. And 40% just more than 40% actually track our location data, which I think people sometimes feel proud about sharing it. And I think the statistics goes on. I think like 16% of apps are allowed to connect directly to Facebook to actually publicize their activities. And I think, as you can see, this is surprising statistics. Probably Sridhar might add a bit more. I think 40% of kids, which is kind of year 8 to year 4 to year 8, have reportedly connected or chatted with some stranger which they do not know online, which is quite a scary statistics to some extent.
Is there anything? What is it?
So I think with this, I think I've got a few more data slides, but again, I think it's just to conclude it. I would probably just touch upon a couple more things. The first thing I would say is internet benign? I think there's one more slide before this, but I think the internet has got its own caveats. But the thought for this session is not to cover health disorders related to internet. I think it's more about, we're going to talk about what are the stages in terms of internet usage, how we can probably be a little bit more savvy about how to understand how it works. So that might help us to put things in place so that we are slightly at a lesser vulnerable position to tackle this. I'm not going to particularly touch on this because internet affecting young people's mental health is going to be heavily covered. I think people will have plenty of questions. I said, I think there are going to be a bit more knowledgeable and expert group who are going to talk about this, who are a group of child psychiatrists who are going to discuss on this. So we will leave that for the time being. They will also touch on sleep as a possible side effect because of this. And I think just to finish off these two slides, I think social media, which we all know, again, I think 89% now has got access to social media one way or other. And I think the last slide just says about Facebook being still the top of what it is. And again, these are Western statistics. So there are a huge group of Asian population who has got a different way of communicating. I think TikTok, which is kind of only come in the recent times, has already taken over many other known social platforms. So I think I would probably stop here. I think this is probably the time to think about, we can probably discuss more, but we are not here to discuss whether internet is good or bad. We are just probably going to say about pros and cons about it. So I think that's where I will stop. And I would probably hand it over to Kavi.
Yeah,
thank you, Sharon. I think Kavi will discuss about all the inside story about the IT world, the darker side and the positive side. Thanks, Kavi. Take it over.
Thank you, Sharon. Thank you, Sridhar. Okay, so I think that's enough for the slides. Let's do some hands-on, right? Let us see like in the real world how we are how we are safe really. So I'm gonna share you some points. There is no slides, right? We just go through one by one. So I'm going to explain a little bit of why we shouldn't, use the same password in many website, right? So likewise, I'm going to explain a little bit, and then we'll go all the way, like a few points, and then we'll finish it off. So we can see that poll that it's good that many of you do not use your same password in most of the website. That's perfectly fine. But however, you should know that you may not know that you would have used the same password before, right? In many cases, you might think that that's a unique password, but it may not be. Unless you keep track of all the password that in some places, then you will know that okay, the password you're going to use, in a new website is a new. So it's very dangerous to use, the same password in other website. It's because, like imagine like using the same password in two different websites. The websites are nothing but, imagine like it's like a server, computer server, and then you register them. And then the developers, inside, who develop that server, they can easily see, what password it is. Sometimes they can see in a plain text, sometimes encrypted, but still you can decrypt and you see the password. The reason why we should not use the password, it is because of this. Say, for example, if you use your email as say abc at some gmail.com, and then some using some password, say abc at 123, or so I'll tell you, this is we shouldn't use this password at all. but imagine that is a password, right? So this username and password, right? You used in some places, like say, for example, say Amazon.com, right? And then, so that's done. So later you're gonna register another accounts in eBay, and then you're gonna use the same password, right? The username is abc@gmail, and then right. So what happens is, if as you can see, that the people working in Amazon. I mean, I'm not saying like the people will see your password, but there is a chances, not like big company like Amazon. So, but there are so many other companies, third-party companies. We would not know that how they're going to use our data, right? So now you can see that if in case somebody like not Amazon, say abc.com, right? abc.com is looking at your username or looking at the password, and then they might try to use the same details to log into some other website. So the login may be successful, or it may be failed, but that's fine. What if it's successful? So your personal information, like a credit card, everything will be get stolen. So that's the reason why we always say that make sure that you should not use the same password. Now the question is, we all know that there are so many websites, so many like e-commerce website, like online purchasing and all. It is very hard. Like I said, it's not a password that you should use. So you should use the password something like like use all the special characters and numbers, right? So I would say this is the strong password, right? So use this password. Again, the question is, how are you going to remember this password?
Exactly. People write it down somewhere then, isn't it? It's
Exactly.
another issue.
Exactly. So it's very hard. Even if you're writing down, you miss some stuff, right? So I'll get back to that. But this is how the strong password is going to be. It's not be your, anything that related to you, right? Your name, or your son name, daughter name, family name, or where you born, what is street, date of birth. So we shouldn't use this. Okay, that's the main thing that I want to tell you, like for especially children and adult as well. I know many of my friends that they always use same username password in every places, right? It is perfectly fine as long as someone is not taking your details, and then they're not done any harm to you, right? Okay.
I think Kavi, probably I think people in the audience might also have this, because nowadays all the websites, whatever you use, or even the devices are becoming clever. Once you try to register something, it will suggest a password and say, do you want to use this password? And then either you override it and say, don't know, because you find it hard to do it. Is it an advisable thing to go for using the actual device or the gadget generated one, or the if you use Chrome or whatever browsing websites you are going to use, they also have an kind of password generator type thing. Is it something which we can use?
Yeah, like like if you say like in the Chrome and Firefox, those kind of the web browsers, they all well-known browsers, right? The companies are well-reputed companies, right? So they have algorithms to generate the password, right? The suggested password. We can use them, but the thing is, the generated password will be like this. It will be very hard, right? You should know, because I don't know whether if everyone used it. When you use the generated password, it will become, you can't see them. You can't just copy paste to somewhere else, right? It will disappear. So if you store the password in your local computer, say using some password manager, which is again not recommended, or you store within your browser, right? There are options to save your password. Okay. Then the generated password won't be useful. So so what is recommended by the experts is just use your own password, like the one I have written, right? So I'll tell you how to keep remember of this password. Probably just remind me later.
Okay, I might ask another question. I think unless there's I think yes, I think you generate a password. That is all good. I nowadays I think every time like I'm used banking sectors and other things, there is now more use of two-factor authentication. Okay, is it something you can set it up for even emails, or is it something you have to have the privileges on the website you're using?
Yeah. So the generic way of authenticating user is just to give username and password.
Yeah.
But however, the two-factor authentication it's kind of extra layer of security, right? Not that's something that the website has to build, right? They have to give a
So it has to
option
come from the
exactly.
company.
If the company gives you options to use two-factor authentication, we should definitely use it.
Okay.
Right, that is 100% recommended to use the two-factor
We can't
authentication.
generate on our own. We can't make it in a new website. We can't make it as a true.
No, it has to be. Yeah, it will be provided by the website. So that's best thing to do.
And obviously, the last thing I will probably ask is about the face recognition, which acts like a password nowadays, or your finger sensors. Is it because, again, I think I kind of probably, I don't know how much of people understand about this. Is it a safe thing to use?
Yeah, that's a good question, right? It is safe because that is your face, and then the phone is yours, right? It is all pre-configured before, and then it is very accurate to pass through the security. That's why even if you see most of the banking, the apps that use face, but there is always there's an issue, right? There is a pros and cons. But however, if there is options to use it, I mean, you can use it, but it's up to the individual, really.
Okay. We'll move on. I think there's lots to cover, isn't it? Yes. Yeah.
So okay, so there is like I said, we've been using emails. Of course, even children have their own email. Is there a way to check that my email been hacked anytime before in the past, right? So I can guarantee you that at least one time it should have been hacked. I mean, when you say email, you would have used the email to some website. The website would have hacked by the hackers, and then they would have taken all the username and password, right? It's very kind of it's a scary things to see. So this is a website that you can. I hope you can see my browser. Can you see my browser or no?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I can.
We can see a browser. Yes. Sorry.
Okay. So this is a website that you can go on. How you being born to just go for this is my email address.
You're letting secrets out.
So let me change my password.
I think again, just for the audience who are listening to
no,
this,
I use them.
There are so many similar things which we can use. We are not saying this is the recommended website for checking it.
Exactly.
But it's just to give you a flavor of, because you would have given your email in so many places without even realizing where exactly it's going through.
Yeah. So see this, I put like abc@gmail.com, right? And then you see, these are the kind of website that's been, okay, if you take one of them, it says October 2013, almost 153 million Adobe accounts were breached, with each containing internal user ID, email, and encrypted password. And also, you remember we used to hint to the plain text. So
hint is also gone.
Yeah, exactly. Hint also gone. So likewise, if you see, there are many of them. I'm not going everything. So we don't know some of what the websites are. But so what I'm telling you is your email is at least once it would have been hacked, right? We wouldn't know. So okay. Now imagine you going there and then checking your email hacked. So what to do next? Right? That's a question, right? So the people, the unknown people, you see, they would have known your password and email. The best thing that to do, if you see them, your email or one of the accounts is hacked, open your email and change your password. So change the password, in a manner that it's a strong password, like the one I told you before. Yes, exactly. So before I continue, we're gonna raise another poll just to show you how often you change your password, right? Just 1 second. Stop, sorry.
Well, I think there is a similar question what we discussed. The kind of question has come and gone about Apple keychain versus Google password storage, cloud storage. And we kind of touched on that as well.
Yeah, that's right.
So I think this is kind of a second question. I think I would appreciate people can join in. So how often do you change your password for your accounts?
We have to see the numbers dropping a bit.
Okay, let's see who's going to be the winner.
So you're basically saying not to store passwords in your computers and everything is your sort of a...
Exactly. So yeah, not to store the computer in the hard drive. Yeah. Okay, so we're gonna stop in 5 seconds. Give you 5 seconds more.
Yeah, I think there's nearly once we reach 50% of voters. Yeah.
Okay.
I think we have got more than 50% who's voted now.
Okay, we want to share the result now.
So I think
It's almost it's 50, 75, right? 70.
yeah. Apart from 1 in 10, reminder of people don't change passwords that often. But again, I think there is no specific timing about when you have to change passwords. But I think this is quite a common habit. So Kavi, I think you have to tell us now: is this a good habit or a bad habit? I think the problem is the problem when it comes to changing passwords. I can probably give you an example. Many people in the audience will also accept it. I think Dinesh, you can also pitch in, particularly for work. We are forced to change passwords. Okay, otherwise we can't access our desktop.
Exactly.
And so what people do is they go on something in the order of ABC 1 2 3 4, and the next time they will come, they will probably say something like CDE 1 2 3 4.
Yeah.
So. I think that's kind of the common human behavior for changing passwords. So
exactly.
Easy for us to do.
Now we know, right, why in the workplace we've been forced to change the password at least every quarter.
Right?
So otherwise you'll be locked, right? Even if you ignore the change. So I think I covered that, right? If you don't change the password at least every quarter, remember that people. It is not your fault, right? You're using and to some site, and the site's being hacked, and your password is being hacked, and right. So we have to change the password at least every quarter. I move on. Okay, we all use the website. Okay, the apps, phone and iPhone and Android phone. So the thing is, like, there are so many viruses that we all saying, right? Computer viruses, right? That's all fine. There are many viruses. It's not fine, but still you can manage them to get, overcome through the virus. But the apps are dangerous, right? The apps can hack your phone. They can just control your phone. They can just, unmute. They can listen to you. Though your phone is switched off, still they can listen to you. That they can turn on your video. Because surveillance you.
Funny you should mention that, because when we see the updates, we say okay for update. When we look at the conditions, they say access to your contacts, access to your videos.
Yeah, exactly.
And we just say update fine because we want that app.
Exactly.
We don't even look into it.
Exactly. So okay. So now the thing is, like, the apps are fine. The apps are kind of every company like iPhone and Android, Google, they have a standard. So you can write an app to to do kind of things that will hack your phone, right? But however, Google and iPhone got a standard to go through the rules, right? So you can't do this, can't do like that, right? So you have to go through all the standards to then you qualify, and then they allow you to store your apps into the store, like App Store.
Like App Store. Okay.
So if the apps come from the store, it's you can assume that it's kind of genuine, right? Not everything,
Reasonably
but
safe.
at least safe. Yeah.
Safe.
But however, some apps you can download from internet and then you can install. I don't know, we are doing that, but if you do that, then it is not recommended to do it. Like I said, it's very dangerous than the website, the irrelevant website. Then I want to look at some interesting things. I think we all would have seen these kind of messages. Say you would have received a message saying like there's due to COVID-19, there is a government issued a payment of something, some more promotions, right? Or the free trial. You may be receiving messages like that. So it is not at all good to click this link and then just and go through what they asking you to do, right? So if you get something like that, you have to be suspicious and look for news. I mean, this is not something the individual might get it, right? So look around, ask people, is this valid? Is it genuine news, right? And then Now another one is you may also see like the URL, something like this. I just try to maximize the content.
I think we can see it clearly.
Yeah, exactly. So if you see this URL, right, you say it looks like a Netflix. The streaming system is going to give you a free isolation period. When you are in COVID-19, you're isolated. It will going to give you free, subscriptions, right? But if you look at it carefully, it is not a Netflix account. It says Netflix USA.net, right? So this is what it is. If you go to this link, the website might look exactly like Netflix. So what we call it like a cloning the website, right? It takes like a 30 minutes to clone any website, at least the homepage, right? And then what you can do, first you go to the website, you're looking at, it's a Netflix, and then straight away the pop-up might come say, okay, you've been qualified for this free isolation period. However, we need your details, right? First name, last name, and email address. They go with that. Okay. Oh, okay, that's fine. I'll give you. Then as soon as they you give the details, the next they'll move on to ask you, okay, you know what, we want to validate your age, say for example. So give us your credit card details. We're not going to charge you. It's just for for verifying your age. So then what happens after that? You give the details, and then that's it. Then at the end, you would know that, okay, that is not the valid website. And as soon as you hit the button, submit button, the credit card details with the other, the guy who's behind the scene. So and then immediately, if you are suspicious that you've given the website, credit card details to someone which is not supposed to be, says call your bank and straight away block your card. That's one thing. Then there's use the antiviruses in your Windows, especially if you're using Windows. It's highly recommended. Use them, but it is not like, okay, I want to install antivirus. Okay, I install it, fine, I'm safe. Okay, then it's not something you can just not worry about antivirus. For next 1 year or 10 years, you'll say, oh, okay, I have antivirus, and then that's it, and then I'm very safe. You're not safe. The reason is, when you have antivirus, right, you have to always look at, is this always up to date, right? You always see, at least it will ask you to, update the latest version of the antivirus, or not only the virus, antivirus, and also your operating system. You should always look for whether it's Windows or Mac or any website, any software or any apps, okay, or anything that is like working like applications, right? There is always be an update is coming in. Okay, again, say for example, why should we always be up to date, right? Say today you're installing an app, and then the app is developed and tested yesterday, and they're releasing it today. You're installing today, and then you're using for a couple of weeks, and then after a week, within a week, then you may have a notification saying, "Can you just update this app?"
Yeah.
Then you ask, why should I update the app, right? Because I just installed it last week. Why should I update again? You may ignore it, right? That you shouldn't ignore it. The reason is, you see that anytime the update comes, the app is new update comes, right? Which means that the update might have a security, fixes, right? Because it's all software, it's a written in a program, right? So when it comes to the internet world, like the hackers are there. They always look for in the loophole, right? Just look into in a way to get into the app. So as soon as the developers of the app find out that, okay, so there is an issue in my app, then they will fix it, and then they release a new update. Okay. So that's why always you come in with the update, right? Always accept the update. Make sure that your operating system and the apps are updated.
I think I'm sorry to interrupt, but I think there's quite a few questions which is coming through.
Okay.
We've got probably another 15-20 minutes. So there are a few things which obviously we wanted to definitely talk about, which is cookies and what is a malware. So I think, or shall we take a couple of questions and come back to it?
I think we'll take some couple of questions.
Okay. I think probably answering this question in itself might address it. So I think the first one from Anita. If an email is received stating that one of the website has been hacked and the account ID details have been compromised and suggests clicking a link to reset a password, should we click the link? So I think this is what the phishing is all about, isn't it?
Exactly.
Yeah.
So So I don't think that like any website, like a genuine website, it's okay. Sometimes you get an email, but you should look for the email whether it's a genuine, like the email ID. And then the best way to look at it, if it happens, say for example, Amazon.com, right? If if it looks like it's sending by Amazon says like, okay, me being hacked, and can you just reset your password? Then what you should do if you have a doubt, you look for news. The company like like Amazon and eBay. Exactly. So as soon as anything happens on the hacking on a massive scale, it comes to the news. Look for the news, and then yeah, that's the best thing to do.
So in other words, I think linking the like clicking into the link to reset certain things is usually not advised.
No.
But I think if it is a genuine one, which you can probably confirm in a way, or you can ask them to resend from, I think, or contacting the company's actual customer technical support to say, is this a true of some kind? I think this is something which comes from everywhere.
Exactly.
Yeah,
So
otherwise, we can go to the website and change it without going through the link.
Kavi, can I jet in here? I think we've got another 10 more minutes to finish off, wind up this session. And if you got one more question, I would bring up. I think obviously in this current age, we tend to use, access so many websites for good reasons, and we had to use different passwords. There must be some place to store these passwords. Obviously, we don't tend to do it on the computer, and conveniently, we tend to use it on your mobile phone. And obviously, with the mobile phones, we download so many apps who can access. Where as soon as you try to download the apps, there's always a question about, can we access the contents and the photos and everything. Now, I know it is not safe. What's your suggestions? And with that, I think we'll move on to Dinesh once you answer the question. And we'll come back to the questions once again.
Mine is going to be sort of a summary of all they have said so far, but I think so. Saran has a few more things to discuss about, a few terms before we come to the last bit of which will be a summary of what we have discussed so far.
Sure, yeah.
About the important, because we hear so many terms online, like cookies, phishing, all these things. So we want to explain a few of these terms.
I think, Sridhar, I think if you agree, I think we should probably just try and go through these questions quickly, because it is actually all very good questions, what have been asked. If you want to ask the I think obviously Kavi is the expert out of all three of us. I think we'll probably talk one by one. And we probably covered a couple of them, but
I think there's a question from Suresh asking about, he mentioned that he changes his password quarterly, and adding 1 digit or letter at the end, is it good enough?
No, it's not good enough.
That's a very nice short answer.
It's good for us to remember, but I don't think it's safe.
So, if you take like a Windows, when you reset Windows password, some of the rules that you can set, the administrator, people they tend to do that, right?
Yeah.
So anything that you think is easy to do,
it's easy to hack.
It's easy to hack. So.
Okay. Dinesh, can I come back to you, because we will have another 10 more minutes to wind up this session. You want to do your presentation, and we'll leave the last 5 to 8 minutes for more questions, and then hand over to the next speaker. Thank you. Thanks, Kavi. That's the inside story of the IT world. We are learning a lot. I'm learning a lot as well.
I think there's so much things to talk about.
Absolutely.
I'll just do a quick summary, and then I think if you have time, then Saran can throw in a bit more information about what's there on the net. So, as I said, this is just what you've already heard, what you may want to know about, especially with varying age groups. So we're going to see the safety on the net. So what are the issues basically, as we've seen? What is there for the children? What's there for adult? Children, well, they play on the system, on the devices. We download an app for them to play, which is free probably, or paid one-off, then it's fine. Then there are a lot of other things which pop up during the games, and that can lead on to sites where they can download movies or songs. That's all very attractive for a kid. But when they go there, that's where the main problem happens. So malware and virus downloads can happen. Or they can easily be asked to buy some equipment. Well, there are stories throughout the world, I'm sure, where parents have lost a lot of money before realizing that the kids have got loads of game equipment And unfortunately, you can't even sell these because it's already bought and it's just on the app. So that's monetary loss. For the adults, we get loads of emails saying, oh, you've won this and you've got a job in another country. All they want is either first your bank details to deposit the money, or even passport details for them to send your visa. So there you've got lots of you've submitted your bank details straight away, or they've done an identity theft because you've submitted all your passport details. So there are various things where my dad has received
I
a
think,
lot of things.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I think one of the good questions is about ATM PIN as a two-stage verification. I don't think so any websites will ask for an ATM PIN in full.
No, shouldn't. Oh, that's very scary. Yeah, if you're providing that, then not only have given the card details, but if they clone the card, you have lost they can directly get money from your ATM as well. So
I think never share your obviously your PIN with anybody.
Yeah, exactly. I haven't seen that yet. Okay. Next slide, please. So basically, what are we going to do for the kids? Well, obviously kids know more about these internet than us, but there are some basic things which they overlook, like using a name and a password. Well, to be frank, my son's username, even I can't remember, but so it's very good. Some are really good. Not installing apps without your permission. So because you have to keep an eye on what's being installed and what the apps can have access to. And not to share passwords with anyone besides family. Probably they don't share passwords with us, but they may share with friends.
I think this is an useful thing to know as well. I think all the latest versions are now coming up with parental controls, which automatically alerts parents. I think it's a very simple tool if you're using a, say, Apple-based device or a Google-based device. And if you actually registering all the users into it helps you to actually, it's not about monitoring, it's about taking permission before you buy. And you as an adult have at least kind of a gatekeeping to say whether it's safe to purchase or not.
Yeah. And if you explain to the kid, I'm sure they will understand whatever the age. It's all about how we explain as well. And as we see, many people, even from 3 to 4, as Saran said, 3 to 4 years old, have a social media account. So obviously that's not advice, but then when they have a social media account, I think they should be able to add people only they know, not to strangers. Because again, in your survey, you showed so many people giving access to strangers, and not uploading pictures of people without them. Unless you know them.
Just to add, the social media stuff, right? Like anything you write, okay, anything you post in the social media or internet as a whole, I mean, now it's not yours.
Exactly.
So
it's owned by
you always just check before you post. You think twice.
So many people share location, as Saran was saying.
I think the bottom line is the internet is not a private place.
No, it's certainly not. No.
And again, like you say,
that's being on the streets.
Internet is not censored, right? It's like, so
how much of it we take care. Yeah. So what can we say? So for the kids, I mean, there's a safety tips for us as parents and for older kids as well. When we create an email account, just you create it and monitor the messages. That's mainly for the kids. I'm sure the teenagers are not going to be happy with that. So it's mainly for the younger children. And restrict the browsing areas to family areas. So exactly as you mentioned, I think they're taking the devices to bed with us. That's certainly not advised, especially when the kids are young. So, and that helps to restrict the time as well. So, and we can see what they're watching. So
it's not a parenting tip, but I think watching the content they watch on OTT is something you can probably encourage your kids to open up to you.
Yeah, exactly.
So sit with them, watch what they watch. It might not interest you, but spend time with them watching the OTT, which they watch as well.
Exactly, that's true.
I think by that
to share as well, isn't it?
Yeah. They said that when you're using the internet, especially in the children's, right? They say like it has to be like a family experience, right?
Yeah.
So they say just keep the computer in a family room, right, where everyone can see it.
Exactly.
Right. You use the internet as a family.
Yeah. And then, that's part of family timing.
Exactly, it's a family timing. So it is not something it's isolated. You take the phone or a laptop and go to some room and then use it. We don't. 4 people sitting in 4 rooms with 4 devices. Yeah. Sorry, move on.
Yeah. Then for seniors now, It's obviously for a lot of seniors are probably better technology aware than us, but then this is for some of them for whom we are setting it. Like we have to explain to them that it's not a safe place. Again, as you said, it's an open area once it enter. So it is easy target. Avoid unsafe websites. So exactly telling them about HTTPS or HTTP, what is safe and what's not safe. Never to open an email from an unknown source. And that is one where they were asking about links to other things to which whether we can click a link or not. Installing antivirus software, exactly the known ones.
So I just had a quick point. You know, the HTTP and HTTPS, right? Hope I can just move the mouse now. So what is the difference, right? The HTTP is, of course, is a transfer protocol, right? It's just moving the content from back and forth. The HTTPS is secured. You can kind of rely on, right? If you say, yeah, exactly. So look for when you say www. Before that you do https://www.chessbasic.com.
Exactly. Yeah.
So now okay, why the bank uses HTTPS? Why not the other guy is not using it? So just think about it.
Can I just also add another point, Dinesh, there? When you mentioned about the juniors or the kids, I think the parents should definitely put up internet filters, which you can easily do it.
Son was supposed to speak about
yeah. And also you should put up the parental controls, which you can easily do it on your broadband this thing. So these are the few things I would add up to your this thing. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. The next one being, what can we tell them? This is all when we do the initial bets. What can we tell them? As I said about installing antivirus, keeping you up to date, creating strong passwords. You may create it for the first time, but we should tell them how to. It's all important to teach them as well, because if they have to change it, about changing the passwords as well. And we can sit with them and say how to safely do a search on the net. And again, as I mentioned, not to use open emails. And if there's any antivirus alerts or warnings, threats, then again, how to react to them. So it's not just setting up once. They have to teach them again. That's what I would certainly suggest that. And as I said, the general tips being strong passwords, security software, adjusting all the pop-up windows and blocking potential harmful resources. Most of your operating systems have that as well. I think so. Websites have that. Remembering to log out, even not just the bank, from your email, everything. Every time you close the system, it's always better to log out. And as I said, think twice before clicking on links. Be careful what you download. There's a lot of stuff. If not for the internet, we wouldn't even be able to have this webinar. But then you'll have to be careful because there are a lot of other harmful websites as well, content.
I think obviously there are plenty of resources which I think Sridhar would probably can share his ideas as well. I think there's a couple of questions which may be good to answer, Sridhar. Do you?
Yeah. Go ahead. If you can pick up the questions, you can answer. One of the panelists can answer the questions.
I think it's from Prof. Dr. Murthy is about top tip for kids to identify the strange mails, Facebook invites. You go for it. No, I think the thing is obviously if we know how to crack the identity of a person who is sitting in a virtual space, you probably you'll be a cybersecurity specialist. I think there was a very interesting BBC interview not long ago, and there are internet polling where actually they mimic as though 13 or 14-year-old to actually catch hold of these strangers who try and do the internet grooming and things like that. So that's number one. But I think top tips for identifying, I think I'll have to ask Kavi, do you have any tip you would like to give?
Can speak to them online.
Can I just come back? I think this is going to be absolutely an important issue because the children being on the social networking for various reasons, and they've got instant messaging on Instagram, Snapchat, and you name it, and they can share lots of their photos and this thing and all. And the predators and pedophiles are always looking out for vulnerable children. And there's a very, very useful website that is the Child Exploitation Online Protection, which is both available on the YouTube, and they've got a beautiful website, which is the 3 Ws, thinkyouKnow.co.uk for the parents, and that has got plenty of beautiful information. The second one is the NSPCC, that is the National Society for Prevention of Cruelty in Children. They've got a beautiful website, for both the parents and children, how to ensure that the kids are safe on the internet. And there's a number of other very useful. If you go on BBC as well, they've got a beautiful website for internet safety for kids. I think the parents should be able to access this for plenty of good tips about when the children go on these websites. Yeah. So grooming is well known. In fact, if you look at the CEO up, they have picked up more than 1,000 offenders world over. Pedophiles who were looking for snooping into everybody's Snapchat and everything. Yeah. And I want to give the last 30 seconds closing comments. Sharon, anything you want to highlight?
The first and foremost thing I would probably say is don't shy away from learning about internet, because it's going to be a part of your life. Okay. And with kids being increasingly more tech savvy than you, I think you need to have at least understanding of it before things happen to you. And don't think that you are exempt. That's number one. Number two, I think probably there are multiple sessions. I think we are going to move into a world where internet is going to surround us with something called as Internet of Things, which Kavi will probably cover in session. So there are devices which are going to hear us, monitor our behavior. So I think we have to be aware of the developments which are coming into play. And I think end of the day, I think probably Sridhar can add, good parenting still has got a role in having internet safety as a paramount. When I say good parenting, yes, you may upset your kids, but don't allow them to take it to their room. I think we have all grown up kids. We know what goes there. So just giving that boundaries and keeping the discipline. Switch off your internet if you think it's not necessary after 11 o'clock. I think there are kids who don't have access to internet. So those are the things you can probably provide. And it's not about policing, but just have a kind of some kind of monitoring to say what your kids are up to, rather than trying to find it out in the last minute.
I agree with that. I think that's very important that with the children, especially they're being so vulnerable, I think we need to establish the boundaries very clearly, and we need to have an agreement. And if they cross that line, and they need to know the consequences, particularly nowadays to the children that have access to so many emails. So without your knowledge, we should be able to have the password so that we know whom they're chatting. And secondly, when they're on chat rooms, we should know that whom they're chatting with. And sometimes these pedophiles are always quite anonymous. So a number of things actually, and we need to set an agreement regarding the screen time as well. I think Prem addressed it, and also Saran addressed it earlier on. Closing comments from Kavi?
Yeah, I would say like there are two different worlds. Imagine it's a two different world, right? So it's a virtual world is the internet, right? So whatever you do in the real world, from our childhood, we've been, taught how to behave, how to be safe ourselves. So it's the same like in the internet. So as soon as you go online, so you are entering into it's a virtual world. So when you go into, especially in the chat rooms, right, where there will be like 100 or 1,000 people in the chat room, and then as soon as you go there, imagine compare that chat room, with the real world. So there are say 100 people in a park, right? They're all talking, and then you are entering into that, 100, 101, and then how you behave, right? Just first of all, you're going there. So what you share, what information you share with all 100 of them. So that's what exactly it is in the virtual side. So do you share your names, your everything, right? Or your personal details? You wouldn't do it, right, in the real world. So don't do it in the virtual world. So that's what. So compare against the real world, and then we all should be safe.
Absolutely, absolutely agree that. I think whatever you wouldn't do in the real world, you wouldn't do it in the virtual world as well. Dinesh, any closing comments? 30 seconds for you.
All I'll say is what you just mentioned. What we don't know in real life, we shouldn't be doing it on the net. It's similar. Everything is monitored more easily on the internet than in real life. All my son said when he heard about me giving a chat on internet safety was, oh, what is he going to say? Switch off. We don't go on the net. Well, where shit is that easy? As Saran said, we live in a world with internet growing much more faster than any of us can realize. So just be safe.
Absolutely. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, Sharan, Kavi, and Dinesh. It's been absolutely fantastic.
We're not able to answer all the questions, but we'll try to answer. Even if you haven't answered now, we will keep answering throughout. So keep sending us the questions.
I think there are more sessions coming in this webinar course of it. where there are going to be discussions around privacy, security, addiction, everything we're going to talk about.
Yeah, I think we had a plenty of this thing we tried to cover. It's a quite a vast topic actually, and we are not being IT expert. We tried to cover as much as possible today, particularly focusing on the basics, also health issues, and also issues that are concerning about children and adults. Thank you, gentlemen. That was an excellent session. I thoroughly enjoyed. And also I enjoyed moderating this session. I hope all the listeners also enjoyed this. And without further ado, I'd like to thank the RISE team for giving me the opportunity to host the session. I think the emphasis is always, as I started off, do contribute to the charity, dig deeper into your pockets, wallets, and credit cards will be really helpful. And so that the aim is to raise at least 1,500 to 2,000 pounds at the end of this session. And I always think about the 3 W's. The 3 W's, the World Wide Web has completely revolutionized the way we live. But during the COVID season, don't forget about the 3 W's. That is, wash your hands, wear the mask, watch your distance, and if possible, work from home. That is the 4 W's. That's the takeaways from the 3 W's this thing. Without further ado, I think we just crossed about a couple of minutes. I would like to introduce our next moderator. And this is something that is very close to my heart. Yoga. I've been doing yoga for a number of years, both physical yoga as well as breathing exercises. That is the pranayama. And I have thoroughly benefited doing this for many, many years. It's really helped in my job as well as a personal life as well. And to discuss about this topic, we have a fantastic gentleman who is always very calm, who is very cool, always has a smile, and he's always very composed, and is very closely linked to Leicester. We miss him, and he comes all the way from Wales. He's a consultant anesthetist, and he must have been very busy during the COVID. But in spite of that, you can see the calmness and the smile on his face. This is Dr. Kanda Bharati, who is a consultant anesthetist all the way from Wales. Over to you, Kanda. And thank you, gentlemen. Thanks for listening. And thanks, Saran, Kavi, and Dinesh. Thank you. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Kanda, you have to unmute yourself. Sorry. Kanda, have you logged into 2 devices? Can you just switch off one, please?
I will just leave. I will just. Yeah. Is it clear? You can hear me?
Yeah, very well.
Yes, very well.
Yeah. Is the audio okay?
All good.
Perfect.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Fantastic. Fantastic. Welcome to you guys. This is Kanda from North Wales. We would like to really thank our wonderful RISE Foundation for this wonderful program, which has been very useful across the community, not only across the UK, all over the globe. It's a great initiative we have started with. And it's very useful tips they have shared with the internet security, and especially how to protect our kids. And now further to go, as much as the internet goes, so that our awareness towards yoga and meditation and the global awareness is catching like a web. It's a great opportunity to introduce the wonderful couple, Kavita and Ilayaraja, for this next session, which they have initiated across the globe. So the journey is starting from India. They started from a small village, I would say, small city in Trichy, and now it's gone up to Florida, USA, and also they're training so many people. So a small introduction about the other panel. Kavita, she is a yoga instructor, a teacher. She got a master's from yoga from a very reputed university from Bangalore, Swasha University. And he basically conducts a regular yoga session and she conducts kids yoga, adult yoga, and she's a well-trained yoga specialist. And also she trains many people, not only in person, and also many people around the COVID session from the online. And with her total experience and with her husband's support and her family support, we have wonderful kids with us. So with them, we would like to start our next yoga session, especially for the kids, because kids are the one really missing the rest of the world outside. But how to make their life more lively and more useful? Let's hear more from this wonderful couple, Kavita and Ilaiyaraaja. So Mr. Ilaiyaraaja is the one founder of the Yoga Institute, which is based in USA at the moment. I would like to invite them to share their personal experience further. Let me introduce Ilaiyaraaja Rangaswamy first, and then his wife, Kavita, will take over the rest of the sessions.
Yeah.
Welcome.
Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. Thank you, Gandha, for the introduction. This is Ilaiyaraaja. I am the founder of Sakti Yogalaya. It gives me a great pleasure to extend a cheerful welcome to you all. This is one of the fantastic events coordinating by a great team of RISE Foundation. We are glad to be part of the event. So Sakti Yogalaya has created awareness of yoga for many people, promoting a healthy body and a healthy mind. So we have given practice to many school students and adults seeking a personal growth and emotional well-being. We are confidently offer a unique style, a 4-dimensional yoga practice involving the physical body, breathing, chakras, and the mind, which will empower every individual journeys towards the intellectual growth. This exclusive style is helpful to more clients ranging from kids to adults across the United States and India. We are proudly say that our service will help to the next generation. This session, we are going to talk about the kids yoga. So I will hand over to Mrs. Kavita, the director of Sakti Yogalaya. Thank you all.
Hello, everyone.
Welcome, welcome, Kavita ji.
Thank you. Hello, kids. How are you? So this session, we are going to talk about Kriya Yoga. Kriya Yoga is the style of yoga which includes the yogic games, asanas, mind games, and some of the memory games, as well as dancing, singing. This kind of fun activity is not only for kids, it's for adults too. So we are not the child by age, but child in by our heart. So we are going to bring our child in you. So this is a session not only for kids. So that adults also can also join in this session. You can start the practicing by with your kids. So basically, Kriya Yoga is a style of yoga. So you all know about a yoga, what is yoga, this like this. I'm going to give a small introduction about yoga through the PowerPoint show. So let me share the screen. And yoga is basically is a knowledge of science of connection between your physical body, breathing, and mind. This is the common definition which is suits for the kids because of yoga having so many definitions. So Patanjali give one definition and Saint Tirumular gives another definitions. The easy definition of yoga is a scientifically we are connecting between the physical body, breathing, and mind. So in Tamil Saint Tirumular saying, Udambar Alin, Uirar Alivar, Tidambada Menyanam, Seravum Matar, Udambai Valarkum Mobaya Marinde, Udambai Valartane, Uir Valartene. So everything is depend upon our physical body. If you are keeping the physical body is healthy, your mind will be healthy, your intellect will be healthy. So in yoga, there are various styles of yoga, various paths of yoga. We can say Bhakti Yoga, Raja Yoga, Jnana Yoga, and Karma Yoga, Mantra Yoga, Sloka Yoga, so many kinds of yoga. In all over the world, the Ashtanga Yoga is keeping the main part of the yoga practice. It includes all the practices of asanas, pranayama, and everything. So you may heard about BKS Iyengar is one of the guru, the great guru in yoga. In his point of view, the Ashtanga yoga is in the like a tree. In this tree, the children can understand easily. So we are how to bring up our children's like in this tree. The yoga is not only asanas and pranayama, it's a kind of lifestyle. It's starting from the roots of the tree. So it's a basically discipline of our whole life. The roots of the tree is that there are 8 steps in Ashtanga Yoga. There are these 8 steps. The first steps are yamas and niyamas. You can see in this tree, the root of the tree is yamas. It's basically disciplines from our life. We have to follow from the first day of the life in onwards. It's ahimsa, satya, asteya, brahmacharya, and aprigraha. It's compassion for living things, commitment and truthfulness, non-stealing, sense control, and neutralizing of our wealth. It's taught by, so also keep on teaching by our parents and gurus and teachers and everybody we have met in our life. The second practice is the niyamas, is a purity, contentment, discipline, and self-study and celebration of the spiritual. The third one is asana. You can see like branches. Asana is the physical practice of yoga posture. The fourth one, the leaves, pranayama, and fifth one is pratyahara, withdrawal of sense. The sixth one is dharana, concentration. I can give the great example for the dharana is in Mahabharata, the Arjun's part of the story. Arjun went to the Gurukula. He is aiming that parrot which was hanging in the tip of the tree. That the state is called dharana, the deep concentration. The seventh one is the dhyana, the flower. So the last one, samadhi, is samam plus adi. We can give the definition in Tamil. Samam plus adi means we are returning to the stage which we birth, the first stage of our life, the same stage of our mind and intellect. It's called samadhi. The DKS Iyengar compared to all the 8 limbs in the tree. The first 2 yamas and niyamas are it's like roots and the trunk. The third one is the branches, and fourth one is the leaves, and fifth one is the sap. The sixth one is fifth one is the bark, sixth one is the sap, seventh one is the flower, and eighth one is the fruit. The tree is with the tree is healthy from the roots and the trunks. It gives the healthy fruits. This is a basic concept of yoga. Through this lifestyle, we are going to make our children healthy in totally physically, mentally, and intellectually, spiritually, and socially. This is the concept of yoga. So the child development should not be only and physically, it should be physical, emotional, intellectual, social, and spiritual. For this one, we have the approaching the Panchakoshas of yoga theory. This is a yogic way of personality development. We need to give the children's physically, that is called Annamaya Kosha. We need to improve the physical health through asanas and healthy exercise and some of the breathing exercise. The second one is energetic field, Pranamaya Kosha. And third one is Manomaya Kosha. We need to develop emotions also. Good, we have the positive emotions. So we have to develop the positive emotions to our kids, like feelings, like dislikes. They need to identify the fears and phobias. They need to come out from it. The next one is Vijnanamaya Kosha, that is wisdom, inner conscience, inner voice, values, belief system, and intellect, like this. Anandamaya Kosha is blissful state, being with self. They have own self, own thinking, own character. They need to find with Anandamaya Kosha theory. So you all know the basic benefits of yoga. Yoga increases the flexibility and good for all organs of the body. Yoga increases strength and stamina, everything. So there is a lot of yoga asanas in the world. There are 84 lakhs asanas in the Siddha's songs and Siddha's books. So we are going to find all the asanas one by one. So in this asanas, throughout all the world, we find some 1,000 and 2,000 asanas only, but there were 84 lakhs asanas in our ancient times. The concept of asanas is we can split the asanas postures in 6 to 8 postures. The main postures is our backward bending, and that next one is forward posture. Both are our counter postures, we can say. The backward bending and forward bending, you can see in this picture. The backward bending gives this good stretch of your front part of your body, good compression of our back part of your body. Same like this, it's counter pose, it's forward bending. It gives good stretch of your back side of your body, good compression of our front side of your body. The next set of asanas, we can see the side stretch and twisting. The side stretch, it gives sidewise stretch and sidewise compression, both our left side and right side of your body. And the twisting is, it's twist our middle part of your body. It stimulates all the organs and muscles in our middle side of your body. The next set of asanas, it's head down pose, which are the asanas is the keep our head below the heart, is called head down postures. This kind of postures is increasing the blood circulation to our head region. It gives more awareness to your head region chakras. And the next posture is balancing postures. Balancing postures gives more concentration and inner awareness of our body and mind. So this Kriya Yoga session is a creative, fun-based way of teaching of yoga. We can give the derivation of the creative, celebrative, rhythmic, enthusiastic, artistic, team spirit, innovative, vibrant, energetic session. So in the yoga theory, we have the chakras in our body. These chakras is connected with our endocrine systems like Muladhara, Swadhisthana, Manipuraha, Anahata, Vishuddha, Ajna, and Sahasrara chakras. It's completely connected with adrenaline, sexual glands, pancreas, thymus, and thyroid, pituitary, pineal glands. So our body needs the hormones for our daily activities and rhythms of our lives, like circadian rhythms, and each and every emotions, each and every feeling. If you are having sad feeling and if you are having happy feeling, it's depend upon the hormone secretions only. These hormone secretions depends on chakras activations. The energy flow from the chakras is activated from the healthy energy flow activated through the daily practice of yoga. Before that, let's do the practical session with our kids. See. So before we are going to the sessions, so I would like to share how to breathe. So sit down in Sukhasana position. Sukhasana means simply crisscross positions. So we need to always keep our backbone straight. So this is called Chin Mudra or Jnana Mudra. Your thumb and your index finger should be touched together. Other three fingers should be straightened and keep it on your knees. And keep a backbone straight. So this is important. We need to keep our backbone straight because your brain will get alertness and awareness to grasp the subject we are going to have. And close your eyes and feel your abdominal movements. So you can feel the abdominal movement is going up and going down, going up and going down. Just consider your abdominal like a balloon. So you play with balloons in our life. Just consider the abdominal region like a balloon. Just think about the air goes into the balloon. What happens? The balloons becomes big. Same like this, if you are inhaling, if the air goes into your body, your abdominal region should become big. If you want to feel, place your palms on your abdominal region. You feel the abdominal movements. Inhale, bulge out your abdominal region. While you are exhaling, shrinks down your abdominal region. The air comes out from the balloons will shrink. Same like this. If you are exhaling, the abdominal region, your belly should shrink down. I hope you all feel the movements of your abdominal region. Inhale, bulge out your abdominal region. Exhale, shrinks down your abdominal region. Now inhale deeply, exhale completely. Inhale, bulge out. Exhale, shrinks down. Now continue for 2 more rounds. You may feel the difference of this practice. You will have more prana, more oxygen to your body. Your lungs getting more oxygen. Your whole body is getting more oxygenated blood. Immediately you feel the instant energy through this breathing practice. Now slowly open your eyes and as I told, this is a practice for this Kriya Yoga is the practice of fun-filled activities which combines the breathing exercise and mudras, everything. So we are going to do one of the important mudra. It's called Ganesh Mudra. It gives concentration and memory power to our kids. Come to the standing position. We all do in our childhood life, but I'm not sure our kids do in our daily life or not. So cross your arms like this and hold your ears. It's called Thopukarnam in Tamil. So we are going to do sit and stand. 1. So we can spin and do the practice as well. This is give more fun way. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And you can immediately switch your arms from this posture to this posture, and again hold your ears, opposite spinning. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And bring your arms down and stand on your both legs apart at shoulder level. Allow your hands are hanging freely and close your eyes. So feel your weight, whole weight, equal it your both of your feet. So don't shake your body and try to stand like a statue. Then you can feel your whole weight, equal it your both of your feet. This is the right way of standing. So now feel the abdominal breathing, feel the belly breathing. That's called balloon breathing. So the next practice is we are going to give the stretch for our all body parts, each and every body parts like bones, muscles, skin, even the inner organs also. We can stretch in 4 ways: forward, backward, and sideways. So we are going to have a stretching like a game. So I hope all you have this kind of ball, as I told before. So this kind of ball you can take, and if you are the siblings, you have the partners with you, you can do. Otherwise, you can do with your parents also. One step back. Hold the ball and pass to just little backward bending and pass the ball to your siblings, and again bend forward and pass the ball, again go back and pass the ball. Continue the practice for 10 to 15 rounds. If you easily pass the ball, then just give a little gap between you and move away, then do that practice. You should not pass the ball easily. You have to stretch backward and forward. So stand away and do the practice. This practice is not only for kids, couples also can join and do the practice. This is one of the practicing stretch our body backwards and forward. And slowly stop the practice. And we are going to stretch our muscles and all the body parts to the sidewise. So legs at least 1 meter away, and same like this. Hold the ball above your head and stretch your body sideways and pass the ball to your siblings and immediately turn up. Then you can stretch otherwise also, other side also, and do the practice for 10 to 15 counts. So again, for make sure you should not stretch, you should not pass the ball easily. Just you have to do the more stretch. So that's why you can stand away. And slowly stop the practice, and we can move for the third practice. Third practice is twisting. So stand like this behind. Your back should face each other and open your legs at least 1 to 1.5 meters away. Yes. Now twist your body all the way to back side and pass the ball. And slowly stop the practice. And we are going to play another game. The same stretching concept. So if I'm going to say some of the animals' name. So in the animals' name, each and every animals, we have the practice. So we have the actions for each and every animals. It just follow the actions. Lion. So you bend sideways to your left side. Rabbit, you bend sideways to your right side. Bear, bend back as possible as you can. And fox, bend forward and touch the floor. And jaguar, just give a quick jump. And cat, clap. So if you want to understand the more, just lion contains L, you have to start stretch your body left side. Start with L, left side. And rabbit, start with R, you stretch your body to your right side. And bear, start backward bending, so stretch back. And fox, for forward bending, stretch forward. And jaguar, jumping, jump, a quick jump. And cat, clap. So all are ready for the movements? All are ready for the actions? Lion, rabbit, bear, fox, jaguar, cat. Jaguar, cat, fox, lion, rabbit, cat, lion, rabbit, fox, cat, jaguar, cat, fox, cat, jaguar, lion, rabbit, fox, cat, jaguar, lion, rabbit, fox, cat, jaguar. Okay, I do. I say slowly, lion, rabbit, fox, jaguar, cat, cat, jaguar, 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 cat, cat, fox, 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 lion, rabbit, fox, bear, jaguar, cat. So I'm going to say how you can do it faster. Lion, rabbit, bear, fox, jaguar, cat. Lion, rabbit, bear, fox, jaguar, cat. Lion, rabbit, bear, fox, jaguar, cat. Lion, rabbit, fox, bear, cat, jaguar. Lion, rabbit, bear, fox, jaguar, cat. Cat, jaguar, fox, bear, rabbit, lion. So seems all animals looking tired. Am I right? So you got tired? Okay, this only I want. So if you are getting tired, your physical body getting tired, your mind will be calm. So shall we watch our mind? Concentrate our mind? So we have the bridge to concentrate our mind. We have the bridge to connect with our mind. We don't know where is the mind. So we are going to walk through the bridge, that the bridge is breathing. So stand in straight posture. Stand in straight posture. Legs should be like shoulder level. Now close your eyes and concentrate your belly movement. So you feel your breathing. Feel the breathing. The breathing is faster, I think. So cool down your breath. If breathing will be cool down, your mind will be calm down. And concentrate your abdominal region, belly movement. Do the balloon breathing. Inhale deeply. Exhale completely. Inhale. So your blood have more oxygen now. Am I right? You feel fresh and energetic. Inhale deeply. You have more prana, more oxygen. Exhale completely. So this is the right way of breathing. This is the right way concentration. Right way of concentration. Are you ready for the next practice? Next activity? Okay. So I'm going to share on YouTube videos a move and freeze. Do you like freeze game? So first, before the playing video, I'm going to command for freeze game. Okay. Now you can start dancing as you like. You can do any actions like act like animal or dancing, whatever you do. Okay. Just start action. Do some funny actions, funny and rapid action. Dancing, freeze, action, freeze, repeat. What you done the last action, you repeat the action, same action. Freeze, action, freeze. So same game you are going to play with one song. Let me share.
For a child's heart, body, and mind.
Move and Freeze from the award-winning CD Brain Boogie Boosters by The Learning Station.
Come on, move and freeze. 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 Put your right hand on your left knee, your left hand on your right. Your knees move in and out, your hands stay tight. Now keep on with your moving, but switch hands on your knees. Keep on moving in and out till we say freeze. Come on, move and 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 freeze. Put one hand across your shoulder, one hand across your back. Now jump in place. Do you like it like that? Yeah! Now switch hands across your shoulders and switch hands across your back. Now just be nimble, just be quick, just like Jack. Come on, jump and freeze. 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 Everybody shake your body from your head down to your feet. And don't stop shaking until we stop the beat. Shake it to the east and shake it to the west. Shake it, shake it, shake it with my friends who are the best. Come on, shake and freeze. 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 Put your right hand on your head, your left on someone's knee. Now turn once in a circle and buzz like a bee. Now turn the other way, don't let go or lose your spot. Keep turning left, keep turning right until the music stops. Come on, turn and freeze. Come on, turn and freeze. Come on, turn and freeze. Come on, turn and freeze.
All right, you can move now.
Have you enjoyed this song?
Yes.
Good job. So, Krida Yoga is this kind of funful activity, memory game, physical-based asanas, asana-based games, breathing-based games, collective games, circle games, single-line games, double-line games, indoor games. So, there are so many activity with asanas and breathing exercise. Let's do our main part of this. Yoga, it's called asanas, physical postures. So we have the time, a little time only to do the practice now. So come to the sitting postures. So we're going to just to demonstrate one or two asanas. So the first posture is butterfly pose. So place your feet like this. Join your feet and hold your fingers. Join your fingers like this. Keep under your feet or toes and keep your backbone straight. We are going to do action like a butterfly wings by our legs. Legs up and down, up and down, up and down. for 20 counts. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Once you complete the 20 rounds, keep your body straight and look up. And slowly bring your forehead and body down, elbow down. Place your forehead on the floor if you can. And slowly come up, look up, down, up, down. Each and every action should be slow. Up, down, up, down, up. So in down posture, we are going to stay for just 20 seconds, okay? Without any shaking of your body, okay? Then look up and slowly go down and stretch down your both arms till your elbow and place your forehead down. Stay in this posture for 20 seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Slowly come up and stretch your legs. So the posture we have done now, it's called Baddha Konasana, butterfly posture. So now the important asanas, it gives the forward compression of your body and it gives stretch of your backbone. So do you like this posture? Shall we move to the next session? In Kriya Yoga, we have one important session. It's called Mind Yoga. So this is also will be more fun for you. And come to the Sukhasana position. Sukhasana means crisscross position, easy pose. This kind of activity will improve your motor skills and left brain, right brain. And tap on your, raise up your left arm and tap on your head. And with your right palm, spin on your tummy. Can you do easily? Really? The both should be in simultaneously. Spin on your tummy, tap on your head. Spin on your tummy, tap on your head. Now switch your hands. Good job. Shall we move to the next practice in Mind Yoga? So left and right. So place your second. Just fold these fingers like this and stretch your thumb and your little finger all the way to your left side and close it right side. Got it? Little finger and thumb. Left side, right side. Then we are going to do the neck movements also. Left side means you turn to your left and right means turn to your right. So practice this one. Speed up your movements. Do it quickly. Wow, good job. If you're practicing every day, you can speed up your movements. I can see all of you doing very nicely. Good job, kids. And slowly stop the practice. And again, sit down in Sukhasana position. So I'm going to give one more fun activity. You know the chanting of Om. The Om chanting is the powerful chanting which activates your brain cells. It gives more concentration and awareness. So I'm going to throw the ball like this. If I throw a little, you say Om. Okay. If I throw higher, Om. Okay. Can you say like this? Om. Om.
Shout.
Om. 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 I did throw it. So, okay. One more time. So we do that longer Om 3 times chanting with Sukhasana position. Longer Om, okay? Sukhasana with Chin Mudra. Keep your backbone straight. And close your eyes. Take inhalation. While you're inhaling, exhaling only, breathe out. A single breath out, you say Om, okay? Inhale. Om. Second time, inhale. Om. Third time, inhale. Keep your eyes closed. Say the positive words. Repeat the positive words. What I'm saying. I am kind. I'm honest.
I'm honest.
I'm healthy.
I'm healthy.
I'm smart.
I'm smart.
I'm brave.
I'm brave.
Strong.
I'm
clever.
I'm clever.
I'm intelligent.
I'm intelligent.
I'm a good person.
I'm a good person.
And slowly open your eyes. This is a positive words we are saying to ourselves. It increases your personality in all dimensions. So physically, mentally, spiritually, socially, and intellectually. So the Kriya Yoga just gives our next generations a good, healthy life, which involves a healthy body as well as healthy mind and healthy lifestyle. And if you have any questions, you can ask me.
Well done. Well done, Kavita and Shakti Yogalaya. I'm sure the kids enjoyed. There are quite a few questions here.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you very much for bringing the upbeat from the children, really. It's really very vibrant. Thank you very much. So first question, one of the questions, many parents would like to know, what is the right age to start this yoga and pranayama? And especially the timings is quite, restricted and, very stressful walks of life. So you can just add up which the right time and, which is the proper yoga or pranayama to start with. And can you answer that for our audiences, please?
Yeah, sure. The right age is starting yoga is in the day of birth onwards. Because of I already told, yoga is a way of lifestyle. It's not only exercise and all, but already in Ashtanga Yoga we have 8 steps. The third steps, asanas, should be start on 5 years old and above. The fourth step of pranayama should be start 10 and 12 years old. In the first step, the third step, asanas, is it contains stretching of our backbone. In a child, that the backbone it's ready at the 5 years old only to stretch in all the directions. So the right age to start asana position is 5 years, and pranayama is 12 years old.
Okay. Any suitable time, especially, in the mornings, it's a stressful start for many of our parents. Would you recommend which is the suitable time to choose for our children?
Yeah, sure. That best time I can say is morning time, is 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock. When we get up, so fresh air, we can breathe. This is the best time. But in our busy lifestyle, we can't spend in morning itself. If anybody don't have the timing to do the practice at morning, we can do it evening, even though late morning also, 11 o'clock or whenever you have the time, you can do the practice. Just 2 conditions only applied. You have to take the food, solid food, before 2 hours of practice yoga. If you take liquid food, just give 1 hour gap. If you have solid food, we need 2 hours gap. Liquid food, 1 hour gap. This all we need. Then you can do the practice anytime in your 24 hours timing. 24 hours a day.
There's many styles of yoga. Probably you already have started one of your schools, and which is suitable for the children. How do we come with the suitability of the yoga?
Yeah, for children and even though that adults also, we can choose that there are so many styles in yoga. So many styles in yoga in all over the world. So yoga is a kind of ancient art. The other arts is from the root we derived all our styles. So it's we can say as an example, it's like a batter. We can make idlis and dosas, uttapam. This like only we can make other styles. So this is the main part of yoga is called Raja Yoga. It's including asana and pranayamas. So just suit the practice according to your age and your body. If the children's we can suit the Ashtanga Yoga, Hatha Yoga, this kind of activity, scientific yoga, Kriya Yoga like this. And adults can choose the yoga like called Ashtanga Yoga, Hatha Yoga.
Well done. Thank you very much for your time on the wonderful session with the involvement of our kids. So our children really enjoyed from that. So without further ado, we really thank the Shakti Yogalaya and also the RISE Foundation who had initiated this useful session, not only for the kids of modern age, it will be recorded and it will be available for the rest of the generations. So thank you very much for your wonderful time. So we would like to invite our next panel of people who
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thanks for giving opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. A warm welcome to one and all to our RISE-24 webinar. This is Sangeeta here, and I'm with Mrs. Shanti, and we will be moderating this 1 hour session for you. Our next speaker in line is Mrs. Anuradha Sridhar. She is an overseas qualified dentist. She also has a degree in dental hygiene and therapy from the University of Birmingham. She's very passionate about promoting good oral health practices and help prevent dental diseases. She has been involved in educating school children on oral health workshops and also enjoys the cosmetic side of dentistry, which is tooth whitening. She has extensive experience in treating nervous patients and children. Welcome, Mrs. Anu, to our show. It's great to have you here.
Thank you very much, Sangi. It's lovely to see you both. Thanks, Sangi and
welcome, Anu.
Shanti. So thank you very much. So let's share the screen. Can you hear me well?
Yes, yes.
Yes, yeah.
I'm just going to share the PowerPoint first.
Okay.
So let me just get that sorted. Get that. Okay. I hope you can see the PowerPoint.
Yes, I know it's clear.
That's fine. Yeah. Before I start, I'd like to extend, a sincere thanks to the members of RISE Foundation for giving me this opportunity, and I think they've done a commendable job in conducting this webinar. So today, I'm going to talk to you about common dental diseases and going to give you an overview of prevention of dental diseases. Like I always say, mouth is the gateway to your body. So we need to get this right for the other systems in your body to work properly. So let's look at the slides now. So the common dental diseases is, as you can see, one is gum disease, and the other one that's very common is tooth decay, which is otherwise called as dental caries. So under gum disease, we've got two types. It's broadly called gingivitis, and the other one is called periodontitis. So with gingivitis, as the name suggests, it's inflammation of the gums, and it affects the visible part of the gums. So basically the gum that you can see from outside. Periodontitis, whereas affects the inside. So basically the area that we don't actually see. So it's affecting the rest of the gums. It's the ligament around the tooth, the bone that supports around the tooth as well. So that's very important because those areas we don't see outside. So I'll talk to you a little bit more about that as well. And the other thing we're going to talk to you today is about the tooth decay. It affects the structure of the teeth. So there are layers of teeth. So the outer layer is called the enamel. So at this stage, when the dental decay happens in enamel, it's very much preventable. And that's why prevention is so important. And then if that's not prevented, it goes to the sort of middle layer, if you'd like, which is the dentine. And then again, if it's not treated at that point, then it can go on to the nerve, which is the pulp, the basic nerve of the tooth. So that's when you get pain and infection and swelling, things like that. So let's look at a little bit more in detail about gingivitis. So I'm just going to give you an idea so you understand what it is, and then the preventive side of it is much more easier to understand, and you will understand the rationale behind what I'm saying. Like I said, gingivitis is inflammation of the gums. So I'm just going to point the cursor here. So if you look at the picture on the left, so that's sort of, sorry, I lost the cursor there. There it is. Sorry. So that's if you look at the picture on the left, so that's the good side. So you can see the gums, which is quite intact, and there's no bleeding there. There's no redness around those areas. But whereas if you look at the other side, where I'm pointing the cursor, you can see the bleeding gums. You can see the redness there. So swelling, sometimes, when there's a lot of food packing there, you can have pain, irritation. And because the food's packing there, you can get bad breath because of it. And sometimes, in some cases, you'd have difficulty in eating. The one thing that you need to remember is not all the time you get all the symptoms. So you might get one or two, or sometimes more than that, less than that. So it's just, I'm telling you in a broad sense, but you might not have all the symptoms. So you might just have one or two. If you look at the slide just next to it, which is the periodontitis. So just get this down. Yeah, so if you look at the picture on the right, so the disease has extended furthermore. So you can see that on the picture there. Like I said, that's the good side where I'm pointing the arrow, and the bad side on the other side there. So you can see amount of inflammation. So you might get some of the symptoms that I was explaining about. And then in addition to that, you might get sensitivity because you've got the root that's exposed. So it's all underneath the gums. So these are the areas that you don't actually see. The gums have receded. So you would have heard a lot of people saying that my gums have receded, but they don't understand why. The reason being, you know, the bone that supports there. So you can see, as you can see there, those dotty bits there are the bone. So you can actually compare the level of bone loss there. So it's, if you think of it, it's like a foundation. So, you know, if a foundation of a building collapses, the building's not going to stay. So it's the same thing. So if the foundation of your teeth, which is the bone that's surrounding your teeth, is not good, or not, you know, it's not dense, it's you know, when there is a bone loss, obviously that's where you get the problem in terms of, you know, tooth movement, mobility, and things like that. So that's important. I mean, the thing there, that one there is the tartar. So that means the food particles collect, and then after a while it calcifies, becomes really hard. So that's what's actually irritating the gums there. So let me just go on to the next one. So these are the symptoms that you can see. Sometimes what happens is the extent of the disease can spread to other teeth as well. So you might end up losing more teeth because of these problems. Let's go to the next one. So what's the main cause of gingivitis, or gum disease, in other words? It's the plaque bacteria. So plaque bacteria is nothing but it's the accumulation of all the plaque, all the food substance in the surface of the teeth. So what happens is whenever we eat food, it sticks on the surface of the teeth, and in health, it shouldn't be a problem, because obviously when you have good oral hygiene, good diet, you know, your healthy bacteria will maintain your teeth and gums. The problem only comes when actually the diet is very poor, and also the oral hygiene is not up to the mark. So when these things are combined, the harmful bacteria goes up. So in other words, they tend to take over, and the healthy bacteria is actually not helping anymore, because it's all turned to harmful bacteria. So it's just that bacterial shift where the healthy ones become harmful, and the bacterial, because of the multiplication of the bacteria. So we're talking about, so in health, we're talking about 100,000s, but in disease, we're talking about millions and billions of bacteria in the mouth. So that's where the problem comes. So under good brushing and good diet, we shouldn't have any problems. But when there is poor oral hygiene, poor diet, there's definitely will be a shift in the bacteria, which causes gum disease, dental decay, bad breath, and, you know, etc. So let's just have a look at a brief look at the risk factors before actually going on to the prevention. The risk factors, like I said, poor oral hygiene. Again, as I said, the bacterial count will go up. And when the bacterial count goes up, there's more problems, more prone to diseases, and you might end up having all sorts of diseases. You know, it could be gum disease or tooth decay or other problems. Diabetes as such is not a problem, but uncontrolled diabetes is a problem, because they tend to have poor wound healing, and they're more prone to infections as well. So because there's increased amount of obviously sugar in the saliva, you know, sugar and plaque is not a good idea. So when the sugar content, obviously sugar in the saliva is increased, obviously you're more prone to oral infections, abscesses, and things like that. So uncontrolled diabetes is definitely a risk factor, and obviously you need to make sure that the diabetes is under control. So medications, some of the medications that we take have side effects, and it can cause gum swellings, and you'd see that they'd be fine, but the minute they take the medication, sort of, for example, in 2-3 months, they have gum swellings everywhere. So some of the medications do cause these gum swellings. So just need to be aware. So it's important to know what you're taking and what side effects the medication could have. The next one in line is smoking. So we all know smoking is not good. Why is it not good? Because you're more prone to get diseases. Why? I mean, you're 6 times more prone to get some sort of gum disease. The reason being the chemicals in the cigarette. We're talking about really bad tar and cyanide, things like that. They're going to irritate the gums, and not just irritate. They're going to reduce the blood supply to the gum area. So basically it'll mask all the inflammation. So we think that, oh, I'm not bleeding, so I don't have any problem. But a lot of problems going on inside, because smoking, like I said, will mask all the inflammation. So it will not show up as if you're bleeding or anything. But when you get to a stage, actually, when you realize that there is a problem, then it's probably too late. And even with treatment, the smokers tend to have a poor response to treatment. So the outcome is not that great. So that's a major risk factor in gum disease. Excessive alcohol, again, there's a decrease in the amount of saliva in the mouth. So when there is a decrease in the saliva, that saliva naturally has got cleansing mechanism, which helps to clean the teeth. These are natural mechanisms within our body. With excessive alcohol, the salivary flow goes down. As a result of that, the bacterial count goes up. And when the bacterial count goes up, you get all sorts of diseases. So that, again, moderate alcohol is okay, but not excessive alcohol. Stress, we all know about that. So it can affect, definitely. The reason, because it can make the disease progress quickly. When you have a disease, when you're stressed, it makes it even worse. So, that sort of correlation is there. The next one is the altered host response. So it can be either a deficient one or excessive host response. A deficient one, it doesn't work properly, but usually it's the exaggerated host response we're talking about. So that's the problem, because the body overreacts and it destroys the good ones as well. So the good bone around the tooth as well is destroyed. So that's the problem, is more of exaggerated host response. So trying to sort of, help with the inflammation. The body's trying its best, but it doesn't know which is good and bad. So it's attacking the bad ones and the good ones as well. Let's come to the main point now, how to prevent it. We all know we have to brush. These are basics, but it's even more important to understand how long should we brush and how should we brush as well. Brushing is important. As I said, you can either use a manual or electric. Its technique is important. Twice a day brushing is the minimum, I'd say. I mean, in reality, you'll end up doing more, to be honest. So twice a day brushing each time you brush, you have to do it for about at least 2 minutes. So that's important. So just let's have a look at the brushing technique here, because we need to get that right. So as you can see, the bristles of the brush, where I'm pointing the arrow there, is where the teeth meets the gums. So don't worry about the angulation. I know it says 45-degree angulation. Sorry, this computer is, yeah. So don't worry about the angulation, but the main thing is pointing your bristles of the brush where the teeth meets the gums, even if you're using a manual or electric toothbrush. And then what you do is you go back and forth. So literally back and forth strokes, okay? With the electric, you stay in the place because obviously it's got the oscillation, so it'll do the job by itself, so you don't need to move. Whereas with the manual, you do back and forth, a proper back and forth. So do about 10 strokes per tooth and then move on to the next set of tooth. So remember, we've got outside, inside, and where you bite as well. Those are the chewing areas, chewing surfaces of the teeth as well. Again, you need to concentrate the front teeth. On the inside, just vertical up and down strokes are effective. And most important thing is to clean the tongue as well. So because bacteria harbors a lot in the tongue. So that, a lot of people brush their teeth but miss the tongue. So tongue is very important. So either you can do it with a toothbrush, a soft one, or a plastic tongue cleaner. Don't use the metal ones because the metal ones tend to cause a bit more ulcers in the tongue. So we don't want to do that. But use the plastic ones, they're good. Or you could just use your normal toothbrush. So let's look at the list here again. So we've talked about brushing now. The dental floss and tape, the reason for using a dental floss and tape is to clean between the teeth. I know we've used the brush, but the main thing is we've not cleaned between the teeth because we've got tight contacts or a little bit space between the teeth, but that's not, your brush is not going to go inside those areas. So that's why you use a dental floss or tape. Floss is, a tape is slightly broader than a floss. You know, you'd have seen a normal floss, but the tape, dental tape, is slightly broader than a floss, and it's much more easier to control it. So you could either use a floss or tape. Interdental brushes, again, when you've got space between the teeth, that's a good idea. And you can see single tufted brush, if you look at the diagram here where I'm pointing to. So these are quite useful to clean the back ones, you know, where the wisdom teeth are. So, you know, half of the tooth actually is submerged into the gums, and you can see half of them outside. So the very tricky areas, and everyday maintenance is important. So you need a brush which is single tufted and actually can reach the back. So those brushes, the one for the manual toothbrush or even the electric's not going to reach the back of the teeth there. So those single tufted brush are quite useful. And there are attachments to powered brushes as well. So, you know, the electric toothbrush that you use, the interdental component to it comes along with it as well. So you can use, you know, when using the electric toothbrush, you can use that alongside as well. And it's important to change your brush every 2 to 3 months, because it's not going to work if it's, you know, it's all frayed and not touching your teeth. So it's important that you invest on that. So it's equally important, I think. Just there, some diagrams or pictures to show different techniques. So as you can see, that's the floss or the tape. So these are especially used when there's tight contacts, you know, because it's difficult to get the interdental brush in these areas, because it's going to, you know, bleed when you actually poke between the teeth, between the spaces of the teeth. So the floss or the tape would be better in those areas. Whereas interdental brushes, as you can see on the right, is quite good, because when there is space between the teeth, it's easy to get the brush, and you need to make sure it's snugly fitting as well. So there's no use in just doing it but not touching the sides of the teeth. So that's important. Again, there you've got the electric toothbrush in action. So just cleaning the chewing surface of the teeth. And that one there in the middle is the attachment to the powered brush. So you've got the electric toothbrush where it's got the attachments, and actually you can use to clean between the teeth as well. Now let's look at dental decay. As I said, dental decay is, you know, obviously the destruction of the tooth. So you've got the layers, like I said, enamel, dentine, and pulp. So the diagram here on the left, so that's the white bit is the enamel. So, and then that's middle bit is the dentine, and that one is the pulp. So what causes it? Like I said, for gum disease, it's the plaque, which is main thing. And we've looked at the risk factors as well. Whereas with the dental decay, it's not just the plaque, but it's the diet, sugar that we eat as well. So we need to recap those things Prem said to us in the beginning of the webinar. So about all the diet that we need to follow, so make sure that we all follow that. So it's very important because it applies to everywhere. So anywhere in your body, not just your body, it's for your mouth as well. So it's the same thing. So what happens then? So sugar containing food, so fermentable carbohydrates. So what are we talking about? It's all the sucrose, okay? All the sugar content in the stuff we're eating. So when it sticks to the plaque bacteria, so we spoke about the bacteria, which is the accumulation of the food debris on the teeth. So when we eat sugar, so whenever we eat something, it sticks to the bacteria, and the more the sugar sticks to it, more likely that it can produce acid. So because your pH, your oral cavity obviously it's struggling to cope with it, because you know you've got the sugar, you've got the wrong combination basically. So that's why it struggles and produces acid, you know. And then because of the acid production, you form holes in the teeth. So the more you eat, more sugary stuff you eat, more likely that you can form an acid within that particular tooth, and you know more likely to cause holes in the teeth. So diet is the most important thing in controlling the dental caries. Let's look at the prevention. Like I said, diet is very important. So avoid any sugary snacks, drinks, sticky foods, toffees, it's a killer. And so those things definitely. Fizzy drinks, again, not only causes problems with decay, but again, it'll wear off the enamel over a period of time. You can get sensitivity because of that. And again, snacking between meal times. So everyone, including myself, we all snack between meal times. That's the reality. But we have to, what we can do is stick to the meal times rather than sort of doing in between, so that amount of exposure is reduced. So you're taking it, but still doing it together with the mealtime. Therefore, the number of times acid that's formed in the mouth is reduced. So thereby, you're giving less chance for the mouth or your teeth to, to get caries. So, that's very important. And watch out for those hidden sugars. Most of us don't know that tomato ketchup will have considerable amount of sugar. Flavored yogurt, again, has considerable amount of sugar. So again, going back to what Prem said, which just look at those, maybe look at the app and see which is good for you, what calories we're taking, how much sugar is there, things like that. So that's very essential in, planning sort of your routine as well. The next one is fluoride. Again, fluoride is very important. Fluoride in toothpaste, average for adults is 1,350 to 1,500 parts per million for adults, and it's less than 1,000 ppm, which is parts per million for children. And this one on the right is a child's toothbrush. It's not an adult one, but what you need to use is a P-shaped toothpaste. And then, like I said, you just need to follow the technique. But fluoride, again, will help to mineralize those areas in the teeth and help to prevent dental decay. So it's very good. Again, water fluoridation. So some of the areas have fluoridated water, which is extra protection. So you can have that in addition to your toothpaste. So that's fine. Only thing is, you don't want, when you're in the water fluoridated area, you don't want to take additional fluorides, but just the toothpaste and the water fluoride is fine. So, so for some of the children, the dentist will prescribe fluoride. The high caries risk patients will be prescribed toothpaste with high fluoride content, and they would probably have fluoride varnish, fluoride mouthwash, things like that. So those are additional things, but that's only if you need it. If you're fine, if your oral hygiene and diet is good, and you have the basic fluoride in your toothpaste, that should be fine. Oral hygiene measures, again, toothbrushing, like we've discussed just now, interdental aids, the in-between aids to clean the teeth, and the disclosing tablets. These are tablets that are widely used for children, basically. So you have to ask them to brush their teeth, and then it's a small tablet. So you just ask them to chew it and spit it out. So, and then you see in the mirror. So basically it shows up the area where the plaque is still left. So you can tell them, so it's just an educational tool. So you can tell them, so these are the areas that you've missed out. So it's important. So what you can do is just brush it off and focus on those areas in the future as well. This is just something I did for a lifetime dental care, just to sum it up. So we'll just go from infants. So just start brushing right from the first, when you see the first teeth in the mouth, first tooth in the mouth. Avoid feeding with bottle, with milk. When you have a bottled milk with sugar, that's not going to be good for the kids. So watch out for those things. Toddler, again, encourage healthy eating, brush regularly twice a day. That's so important. And moving on to childhood, again, focus on those healthy diet. And sometimes just watch out for those little things, medication, for example, paracetamol, just give them a sugar-free one. Those little changes will help. So when those things actually go a long way. So moving on to the teenager, so that's when possibly have intervention with orthodontics. So they have braces, so it's even more important to keep it clean. So that's important there. And adults, again, it's a maintenance. It's a question of maintaining those, the diet and the oral hygiene, and also watch out for any abnormal symptoms and signs and symptoms. For example, if you've got an ulcer that's there for more than 3 weeks or whatever, you've got lumps in the mouth, just have it checked. Make sure you get those checked and don't leave it for for it to get worse or anything. Again, pregnancy, extra care is needed because increase in the hormones, circulating hormones there. So it's going to be, the gum's going to be a bit more sensitive. So it's important to look after that. And again, elderly, the root exposure, possibility of root exposure. So again, make sure they follow the right things. Dry mouth, make sure they have sip a lot of water, and then also take sugar-free chewing gums and things like that. If they do have denture, then obviously they need to be cleaned as well. Thank you so much for listening. I'm happy to ask, go for any questions if there is any.
Thank you so much, Anu. That was a very useful and informative presentation. Now we will move on to the Q&A session. My first question for you is, why do we need regular dental checkups?
It is very important because we need to catch things at an early stage. Because when we catch things at an early stage, it's easy to treat. And it's less expensive as well. And the treatment could be relatively straightforward and simple, because not always we get all the symptoms, but by the time we wait for all those symptoms to come into your mouth, it's going to the disease progress is going to go on. So it's important to have those checkups so that we can pick up things early and treat them appropriately.
Anu, we got question from audience. We got 2 questions from audience. First one is periodontitis curable?
The milder ones, pretty much you got good success. But when the bone loss is more than 60%, we can still maintain, we can still save the tooth, but it's like diabetes. So once you have diabetes, you've got lifelong diabetes. So it's similar to that. But the milder cases, you got very good prognosis, very good outcome. But when the bone loss is more than 50%, or maybe more than 60%, together when they have uncontrolled diabetes or a smoker, the risk is more. So that's when the outcome is less. But on a healthy individual with a good oral hygiene, even if the bone loss is 50%, we can get good results.
Okay. The second question, Anu. Yeah. What bristles to use? Soft, medium, or hard bristles?
Soft and medium are fine. Definitely not hard, because hard bristles are going to wear off your enamel in the long run and cause sensitivity. So soft is fine, and medium is fine as well.
Okay.
Anu, we've got a question from one of our audience. It's from Prem Sundaram. He's asking electric versus manual toothbrush, which is better?
Well, to be honest, it's the technique that matters. Like I said, both will do a good job, but I think the electric has slightly bit more advantages, because it's because of the speed. You can remove the plaque a bit more quickly, so it's sort of less time consuming. And also they come with sensors, so if one is brushing too much, over brushing, it will just stop because it's got a sensor in it. So again, it's got timer, so you can time yourself for 2 minutes. So those are the little things, and also it helps in a little bit of stain removal as well. So those are the sort of advantages of an electric toothbrush. Whereas a manual, you can actually feel what you're doing, and also you've got better control. And when you have a lot of crowns and bridges in the mouth, a lot of fillings, big fillings, probably a manual will suit you better. But what I would usually advise to my patients is to use electric in the morning and use the manual at night, so you get the best of the both.
Okay, Anu, we've just got a few minutes left, so I just want to finish off with one more question.
Sure.
Do we need to use a mouthwash regularly?
The answer is no. You don't need to use a mouthwash regularly.
Okay, because of short of time, I think the Anu's session has come to an end. Before I finish, I just want to mention about the Banyan charity. This is a charity based in India, in Chennai, and which supports homeless women with mental health conditions. So please support our fundraising event and donate generously. Thank you.
Okay, we'll move on to the next speaker. Yeah. Thank you very much. Thanks for joining us for another important webinar session. RISE Foundation Leicestershire strongly believes in empowering women and has done lots of activities with this goal. RISE strongly promotes women in science and technology fields, both in education and employment. Our next speaker is Professor Dr. Anuradha from India. She is the head of electrical and electronics engineering at KCG College of Technology, Anna University, Chennai, India. RISE appreciates her as the winner of Professor Indira Parikh Top 20 Women in Education Leader Award by World Education Congress. She has also won Best Professor in Devang Mehta National Education Awards. She has made huge contributions to renewable energy system, eco-friendly hybrid renewable systems, remote power applications, and rural electrical projects. On behalf of RISE Foundation, I welcome her to talk on the topic of women in technology, the changing perspectives. Thank you. Welcome, Professor Dr. Anuradha.
Welcome,
Thank
ma'am.
you, Shanti. Thank you, Shanti, and thank you, Sangeeta. Am I audible?
Yes.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah,
We can
okay.
hear you. Yeah.
Yeah, I can share my screen, right?
Yes,
Now?
yeah, please, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, my screen is visible, right?
Yes,
Okay.
Anuradha. Yeah, we can see your
Yeah.
screen. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Sangeeta, and thank you, Shanti. It's a second time I'm meeting you all, and greetings to all. I first, I'm sorry. First, I would like to thank the president, vice president, and members and organizers of RISE Foundation for giving me an opportunity to share my experiences and my thoughts on women in technology and the changing perspectives. And I also wish you all success with the initiative, that is the webinar, 24-hour webinar. This initiative, I'm also very glad that I'm playing a small part in this initiative. I have to thank Dr. Vasu for an opportunity. Now I'll go to my topic. This is women in technology, new perspectives. What is the change there? So we'll go to this one. So whenever a girl or woman wanted to pursue a career or higher education in the engineering or technology field, she has to face two major inevitable questions. One, engineers love maths. Are you a mathematical wizard? Question number two is, engineering is not for women. Are you sure about your choice to become an engineer? So now let's break these misconceptions and myths. First one, engineers love math. Engineers use mathematics as a tool to formalize ideas, yes. So having a natural flair for mathematics and science would definitely help in engineering profession. But engineering and technology is not just maths and science alone. It is all about application of science to make things useful for society and to make the life better for people. Engineers should have skills for logical reasoning, critical thinking, creativity, and attention to details. Engineers also need to have excellent communication and social skills to work in teams, to share ideas, to brainstorm, to innovate, and to create products. Engineers need to be curious and fascinated by how things work and should have a passion for change. This is Albert Einstein, my favorite scientist. He says, I have no special talents. I'm only passionately curious. So I agree with him. Second myth is engineering isn't for women. In my opinion, at the end of the day, whether you are a man or woman, success of an engineer is measured by his or her technical competency, commitment, ability to create things that are technologically possible for the betterment of society. However, it is true that engineering is a male-dominated profession in the past, but it is slowly changing. In the past 3 decades, the percentage of women in technology is increased from 5% to 25%. Still, it is a very small number. Being a minority in the field creates some problems. So first one is, being a minority in the field would result in some hardship for women. They have to experience biasing and self-doubt. They lose confidence in their ability to advance as they don't see a path that will lead them to the top. There are very few role models of women in technology who have successfully secured top leadership positions. So this is I'm going to talk about one amazing woman. She is my role model. She's a path breaker. She is Dr. Sudha Murthy. She is engineer by qualification, first female engineer hired at India's largest auto manufacturer, Tata Engineering and Locomotive Company, Telco. Now it is called as a Tata Motors. She is a founder of Infosys, chairperson of Infosys Foundation, and she is a winner of prestigious Padma Shri Award. 5 decades ago, in 1968, when Dr. Sudhamurthy wanted to pursue engineering, her family's immediate reaction was shock. In those days, engineering was clearly an all-male domain and hence considered as a taboo for girls. Her mom said, "Why don't you complete post-graduation in maths and get a job as professor? You can easily work in a college after your marriage instead of being a hardcore engineer struggling to balance the family and work." Her father said, "It's a male-dominated industry and you may not find another girl in your class. What if you have to spend 4 years without a real friend to talk to?" Her grandparents and aunts thought no man would prefer to marry a woman engineer. So women choosing an engineering field is in those days is a social problem actually. The principal of her college said, "You're going to be the only girl in college. First, we don't have ladies' toilet on campus. We don't have ladies' room for you to relax either. The boys may not cooperate with you or help you because they are not used to talking to girls. It is going to be difficult for you." But stopped Dr. Sudhamurthy going to the engineering college. She was the only girl among 149 boys in her class. She is also a winner of gold medal for her academic excellence in her UG. When she recalled about her college experience, she says, "College had taught me the resilience to face any situation, the flexibility to adjust as needed, the importance of building good and healthy relationship with others, sharing notes with classmates and collaborating with others instead of staying by myself." She also says, "Over the course of my studies, I realized that the belief engineering is man's domain is a complete myth. Not only was I just as capable as them, I was also beating all the boys at their own game by scoring higher than all my classmates." She's a true leader. She sees the opportunity in every challenge. Her struggle didn't stop there. Her struggle continues. When she was doing her PG in Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore, Tata Engineering and Locomotive Company, Telco, put up a placement ad with a postscript which read, "Lady candidates need not apply." Deeply offended Sudhamurthy had written a postcard to Mr. J.R.D. Tata, chairman of company and head of Tata Group, and complaining that men only gender bias at Telco. As a result, she was granted a special interview and was hired. Thus, Sudhamurthy became the first female engineer hired at India's largest auto manufacturer, Tata Engineering and Locomotive Company, Telco. Now it is popularly known as Tata Motors. Dr. Sudhamurthy is one among the few pioneers who broke stereotypes on the glass ceiling for women. Now, the career prospects of women in technology is changing due to the digitization and globalization. The digital revolution changes the very definition of engineering. Engineering started evolving and seriously branching out. Nowadays, engineering is all about managing software, hardware, data, and business processes. Globalization of businesses need diverse workforce in terms of age, gender, ethnicity, religion, disability. See, even disabled people have a chance. Sexual orientation, education, national origin, and socio-economic background to increase the productivity and profitability. Many business leaders and organizations committed to build diversity and inclusion network culture to achieve positive impacts. Diversity and inclusion work environment is to provide equal opportunities to everyone, everywhere, and to ensure all employees feel uniquely valued to contribute their best. Organizations started believing that diversity widens their access to the best talent. With diverse mindsets, with out-of-the-box thinking, diverse set of perspectives, work and life experiences. Diverse culture leads to enhanced innovation, creativity, and productivity. Organization also believes the inclusion results in increased employee retention. This is very important greater commitment and input from the workforce. Even if you have a diverse culture, if you don't have an inclusiveness, many people will resign and go. So this is very important. Many companies, they will be able to do the diverse culture into their business, but they will not be able to do the inclusive culture. So this is a very important. Inclusion lead to a remarkable improvement in a business outcomes. Some examples of some companies that are successfully adapted diversity and inclusion culture include Accenture, Schneider Electric, Lenovo, and L'Oreal. Accenture is a software company. Schneider Electric is an electric core company. Lenovo is a PC manufacturer. L'Oreal is a cosmetic company. See, here also you have a diversity. See, the diverse and inclusive culture is workable in any global company. Okay, so this is very important. This is a very important, very in thing now. So what are the challenges and opportunities available in the diversity and inclusive culture? There's a one thing to identify the need for the better diversity and inclusive programs and policy, and quite another thing to put ideas into practice. It takes time and effort for the effective implementation. Digitalization and globalization set the wheels in motion for women. It set the stage, but it created a tremendous opportunities for women in technology. So right now is the great time to women in tech, but we don't have much women in technology now. But here there are so many opportunities are available. Now I'm going to play a riddle. It is a video. It is a riddle. Even anybody can take the test on this. When I was taking, even I couldn't answer correctly. So let us see how many people can take this one.
Anada, we can't hear the audio, sorry.
Is it?
No,
is it
yeah.
audio is not?
Yeah, we're not
The
able to
audio
hear
is
the
not.
audio.
We can see the video, but audio is not coming. Can you try again, please, if you don't mind?
I don't know, 1 minute. Can you?
No.
There
is no.
I think I use my AirPods. That's why it is not showing. I think so. Okay, 1 minute. I will share this video. 1 minute. I will have a. I can share this one, and I can share my video and come back to this one.
Okay.
Please, that will be helpful. Thank you.
Can you hear now?
No, Anuradha. No, still can't hear any sound.
Okay, then it's okay. It is about the gender bias. I'll stop share and I will do this one. Sorry. Can you see my screen now?
Yes, yeah.
Yes, yeah.
I played so many times. I don't know why it is not playing now.
Anuradha, can you send us the link in the chat so we'll play from here? Thanks.
No.
Anuradha, if you send the link to the RISE team, yeah, and then you can maybe move on to your next slide.
Yeah, that is okay. That is not very important. I'll just skip.
Anuradha, give me 2 minutes. I'm trying to play it here. If I play, I can share the screen. Give me a minute. I will share it. Just wait for a few seconds. Audience, I'm sorry for this. I can share it. Just a minute. If you can wait for a few seconds, I think I should be able to share. Just give me half a second, half a minute, okay? If you don't mind, I'll try to share, please. Can you all see my screen?
Yes, yes. Yeah. We still can't hear the audio, Vasu.
I think it is a copyright issue, I guess so.
Okay.
Why,
I think better we can move on to our next topic, Anuradha.
Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah?
That's what even I'm planning.
Yes,
so I have to share my thing again.
You can send the link to the RISE team. Yeah.
No, it is not possible because he shared the right one only, but he couldn't share now.
Maybe you can move on to your next slide now.
Yeah.
Okay, because we've just got 10 more minutes left. Sorry.
That's that video is about gender bias. Even though we say so many things, the riddle is about one son is going to the interview, so father is taking him to the company. That time what will happen, he will get a call on the phone. He say and the voice says, good luck son for your interview. So they will be asking, how do you do that? See, father is sitting next to him, and who will be calling him as a son? So who is that person? So everybody try to answer. Then one person say probably it's his grandfather. One person say probably affectionately somebody call you as a son or something like that. Then finally nobody can answer. Then finally they come to know it is his mother. Okay, but nobody could, even though all of them are educated. In that video, one lady is a CEO of a company, but still she couldn't see the person who called that boy in the phone is a CEO from the company, CEO of a company. So nobody could identify a CEO with the woman. Even woman who is a CEO also couldn't identify herself in this one. So even though we call, we are not biased or so many things, and subconsciously whenever there is a CEO, there is an engineer, you always think they are the man. So that is what that riddle goes. Even I couldn't guess. I thought it is a name or some kind of puzzle or something. It was very interestingly it was taken, and everybody thought it is a shame on us why we couldn't take it. Even though we are so educated, we allow everyone, why we couldn't take it. So that was a very interesting video. I will send a link later. Probably you can do it. So even though we include the diversity, inclusion, all the work culture, everything is there, still you have lot of mental blocks in the people. So you have to develop lot of attributes success to be a successful engineer. So one thing is, regardless of a gender, people opting technical fields should develop some characteristics and skills. One is technical competence. Since you are in a technical field, you should be technically competent. You should master your technical skills. You should be a know-how person. Purpose is very important. Engineers need to put long hours, 12 to 14 hours per day, casually, and 18 hours maximum. It is not a 9 to 5 job. So even that 12 to 14 hours, you have to be completely dedicated to the job, and you have to committed to the job. So, you easily get frustrated, you don't have a life, work balance, nothing you have. So you usually get, frustrated. So that time only the purpose move you, forward. So there was one famous John F. Kennedy and janitor story. It was told by Mark Zuckerberg, of, CEO Facebook. He said in 1962, when President Kennedy visited NASA Space Center, a janitor was carrying a broom and bucket. Kennedy interrupted his tour and walked over the man and said, "Hi, I'm J. Kennedy. What are you doing?" Janitor said, "Well, Mr. President, I'm helping to put a man on the moon." So he's not saying I'm cleaning or mopping. He said, "I'm helping put a man on the floor." That is actually the purpose. Marx says purpose is the feeling that you are a part of something bigger than yourself, that you are needed and you have something better ahead to work for. Purpose is what creates true happiness. Yes, engineering and technical field has got a lot of money in it, but only money, after some time you get really, feel empty. The people, change their things. So purpose is very, very important. Next, curiosity and lifelong learning. The illiterate of 21st century will be those who cannot read and write, but those who cannot learn, unlearn, and relearn. This is a futurist, Alvin Toffler said. So it is a very true. You should be a lifelong student if you take the engineering. Passion is the one that keeps you moving in a most trying times. When Steve Jobs were asked how to do a business, he said, for a business entrepreneurs, he said, you have to have a lot of passion for what you're doing, because it is so hard. If you don't have a passion, any rational person would give up. This will be suitable for an engineer also. And self-motivation, you have to push yourself because no one is going to do it for you. So there are so many people are there to pull you down, but nobody is going to push you up. So you have to do it. You have to be self-motivated. You have to have an emotional intelligence. You have to have self-awareness and social awareness. See, this will decrease the occupational stress as well as increase the personal well-being. Patience and perseverance. This is very, very important, especially if you are in engineering or science field. Most of the engineers test many first-time technologies and things go wrong many times. They have to do a lot of trials and errors. Getting on one more round when you don't think you can, that's what makes all the difference. As the quote says, you have to have a perseverance and patience to win or to become a successful engineer. And this is especially for women. It is for me also. I mean, even I want to be very perfect and everything goes off, bonkers. So it is okay not to be perfect all the times. Seeking perfection all the time prevents taking risk. So she's Reshma Saujani. She's a founder of Girls Who Code. She says, do 10% of your job shittily. It is okay to do something shittily. Perfection prevents us from taking double steps in our career. We cannot take risks. So if you become more perfectionist, we think we have to be perfect, but we don't need to be. So this is very important. Finally, in the end, you have to, embrace your uniqueness, believe in yourself and your dreams, come out of your comfort zones, experience life. Life has got, all positive and negative things. So you have to experience life, conquer your goals, and more importantly, be happy. Nothing worth, losing your happiness. So be happy. So thank you, Shanti. That's it. I was planning for 20 minutes. I think in between that video was not playing. So
thank you, Professor Anuradha. It was a great motivating speech. So I'm sure many young girls would have become motivated after hearing your talk. Anuradha, we are having some questions. So I'll ask the first question. What is your advice to young children, young girls who want to pursue the field of technology?
Young girls, I want, whether young or old, but especially young girls, I want them to be curious, and I want them to see the wonder in everything. and they want them to ask questions. When I was saying, people used to scare of me, get scared of me, even because I will ask questions. Even when somebody come and talk to me, even when in office also, they say, oh, you're going to talk to Anuradha, okay, better, you be clear what you wanted to talk. She will be asking questions. I will be seeing the logic, I will be seeing the connection, why you said that day. I don't forget things also. So you cannot easily tell lies. So you have to ask questions, be curious, see the nature. You get inspiration in the nature only. Okay, so you have to do that. So see, be observant, be curious, be passionate, get fascinated. First thing for the science or doing engineering is getting fascinated. Then you can do about it. You wanted to control, you wanted to change, you wanted to do anything. First get fascinated by the things. That is my advice for the young girls. You have to read a lot, that's all.
Yeah, thank you.
Anuradha, we've got a question from Vasu. Question is, would you recommend girls to take STEM subjects, science, technology, maths?
Yeah,
so
definitely.
what advice will you give them?
I don't know why they feel, it is very tough to take science, technology and all. It is not actually very tough. When I was having one professor when he was teaching control system, he says, what is the speed of the electron? He said one very big number. Everybody, we got very much bored. Then he said, what is the speed? He said, this is equivalent, the speed is equivalent to, in 1 second, the electrons rotates the earth 7 times. Then we are all amazed. 1 second is this is a 1 second. By this time, the electron rotates the earth or revolve around the earth 7 times. If I do this 7 times, it completes. We can't even imagine 7 continents in one second. So when that is the electron, and nowadays the chips and all the computer chips and all, if you see that 2 Mbps, 2 million instructions per second, you can't even imagine 2 millions in a second how it can be doing. So at the end of the day, when you are an engineer or you are a scientist, you are going to control that. You are going to make, so I can make the electron to move in whatever way I want. So only thing is, it will take a less resistant path. So I have to create, if I wanted to change the path of the electron, I have to put a resistance in that path so that it will take the another path. So I feel I'm like a god. Why you people don't want to feel that way? You have to see everything is a amazing thing. Whatever around us is a wonder. Everything is a science also. So either you can understand the principles of universe either by a science or by spirituality or by doing a lot of things. So don't get scared of science, don't get scared of maths. It is the only way you learn about your universe, you learn about the things. That is the way, that's all. It is not going to be it is not, I mean, you just start studying, you start relating that to your everyday life, then you start loving it. You have to relate it to your everyday life. You cannot just like formula, then you have to, what are the steps? You should not do that way. You have to relate it. Then it will be very interesting, I guess. So I mean, probably the teaching method should change it. There was one initiative we took it, we went to the schools and we with the ordinary things, with normal everyday things, we asked them to connect it or do something so that they can understand the principle of electromagnetism and all. So, medicine, I attended the previous lecture. Everybody could understand, even I could answer. But when it comes to engineering, not everybody could understand. So you have to start, at one point of time, you have to start. I mean, it is easy. It is not difficult. First of all, you take the mental block from your mind. Then you will started liking it.
Thank you. Anuradha, another one. This is question about you. If you think back, what will be your one achievement? I know you have many, but if you ask to name one, what will it be?
I don't think I have any big achievements and all. I used to be working very hard, see, I will not be able to contribute anything, but whenever I work on a project, it is all very, very big and very challenging projects. Usually I used to be the only girl in any project. It is not even, one project. Of all the projects, I used to be the only girl. Sometimes I used to think, really my boss is believing, has a faith in me, or really I pissed him off. Why he is putting me in such a projects. So every project I do is very challenging. Everything is different and very challenging. I'll not be able to do it. By solving that problem itself is a very big achievement. I was the one. See, usually when you take a design stream or anything, you can be a offshore designer, or you can be an onshore plant designer, or oil field will have a different types of design or something. I was the one who can do all types of design. I was in all types of projects. I used to do design for a steel plant, cement plant, oil industry, petroleum industry, refineries. When I was in Norway, I used to design an oil plant, oil extraction plant on a ship. So I have a very varied experience. And you should be very open to take it. It is not, the minute you started thinking you achieved something, there your growth stops. You won't be growing anymore. See, you have to be lifelong student, and you have to be like a child. You have to look for another thing or another thing. So achievements, I don't think anything, but I always take a different route, and I will take it. That's all.
Thank you, Professor Anuradha. That was wonderful. We are very grateful to having you on behalf of RISE Foundation. Yeah, thank you very much for sharing your time and expertise. Thank you very much, Professor Anuradha. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, Anuradha, that was a very inspirational talk. Thank you.
Yeah, please donate for Banyan. This money will go for the usual very helpful. It will be very helpful. Please donate for Banyan. Thank you. Thank you, RISE.
I'll leave the meeting.
Yes, Anuradha. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hello, and good evening, everyone. We are straight away moving on to the next topic. I'm Dr. Vijayanitha Nalendran, one of the consultant gynecologists. I'm a mum of a lovely 8-year-old boy. He has been diagnosed with autism. I can remember the initial few years after his diagnosis. Life took on a roller coaster ride, and I was out of my wits. If I was having this feeling, even though I was in UK, where it is so easy to get all the support and resources needed to bring up a child with special needs, it must have been really tough for our speaker, Dr. Jayashree, whose son was diagnosed with autism 20 years back in India. With near non-existent awareness about autism, Dr. Jayashree went through a very turbulent phase in coming to terms with the diagnosis and prognosis. She went through a depressive phase, even requiring antidepressants. There is a saying, one of the good things about life's challenges is that you could get to find out that you're capable of being far more than you ever thought it is possible. Dr. Jayashree, when faced with this extreme challenge, embraced the power within her with grit and courage and perseverance. She not only came out of this darkness, but she also helped her son develop so many skills, which you all are going to watch in the upcoming video. Her son started calling her Amma only at the age of 9 years, and now he's able to recite the whole of Kandakuru Kavasam, which is a very difficult Tamil religious song. Now, Dr. Soumya, who is also my co-moderator, will speak about Dr. Jayashree's involvement in creating social awareness about autism and about the help and the support that she extends to other moms who face similar situation as her.
Thank you, Anita, for that wonderful introduction. I'm Soumya Sethi, consultant in diabetes and endocrinology, working in NHS UK as well. I can fully relate to your experience as a mom of a 12-year-old boy with autism. Today we are here. We will get to hear from Dr. Jayashree, whose journey with autism began with her son at home, but in the last 19 years has touched many lives both in India and outside India. Dr. Jayashree attended a workshop conducted by an NGO, Action for Autism, at Chennai in 2001. It changed her entire perspective and gave her a clear insight into how to handle her son's behavior. Steadily, she learned that the parents are the best trainers for children with autism, focusing on the behavioral modification techniques at home and in the social environments. She enrolled her son to a special school, but she continued to train him at home, both with activities of daily living and occupational therapy, swimming, music, cycling, yoga. She shared her positive experiences with the school principal, who actively encouraged her to talk to other parents. That's how her journey began outside her immediate family. Her life's calling began. Dr. Jayashree has done PG Diploma in Guidance and Counseling from Annamalai University. She's been counseling and guiding parents regarding ASD and other disabilities. She's a founding member of Parent Association Trichy. She provides advocacy for autism awareness, early intervention, inclusive education, vocational training, and rehabilitation programs conducted by DDRO Trichy. She's a freelance counselor with Manathin Mayam, provides online counseling for parents of kids with autism in Hong Kong, Singapore, US, Barbados, and also within India. Amongst all this, she's a consultant microbiologist, and we will see a very short but a very interesting video in the next few minutes, followed by talk from Dr. Jayashree. Welcome, Dr. Jayashree. Welcome, Dr. Jayashree.
You're on mute, Dr. Jayashree. You have to unmute yourself. No, we can't hear you. Can you unmute now? Yeah. No, we can't hear you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Clear now. Yeah. Yeah, we can hear you now. Thank you.
Let's copy this. Press on. Press, let's go. So take this. Can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can.
Can you play the introductory video, Dr. Jayashree?
Introductory video. It is in my WhatsApp. I thought you'll be playing it.
Do you want me to play?
Please, yeah.
Let me try.
I'm sharing the video.
Children with special needs are God's gift. Autism is a condition which affects the way a child responds to the world around them. It affects 1 out of every 100 children and is not diagnosed till late. RISE-24 has an expert speaker, Dr. Jayashree from India. She is a special counselor for children with autism.
again. Goodbye.
தோஷம் நீங்கிடவே தோஷம் நீங்கிடவே தோஷம் நீங்கிடவே திருவடியின் திருவருளால் செப்புகிறேன் காத்தருள்வாய் சித்தி விநாயகர் ஜெயமரன் போட்டுகிறேன் சீப்பரகரப்பத்தியும் தந்தருள்வாய் கடப்புடன் தாடிலை கடுத்து வைத்திட்டு அச்சவெண்ணை ரத்துத்திருகிறே கந்தாசனம் சரவர முகாசரணம் சரணம் குருமுகாசர குருவரா சரணம் சரணம் ஐக்கிறேன் கத்தாசரணம்
RISE Foundation Leicestershire passionately believes that spreading awareness and understanding of autism is a social responsibility. We also strongly believe that these children have strengths that needs to be explored and developed throughout their lifetime.
Over to you, Dr.
Thank you very much. It's a great pleasure to be associated with RISE Foundation UK and part of this great initiative. So I'll move on to my session.
Share screen.
PowerPoint. Open பண்ணோம்ல. Echo ஆகும். Share screen. Yeah, full screen.
We can hear you very well, Dr. Jayashree. Start at the slides we can see also. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Vasu. So today's topic is about autism spectrum disorder, a practical guide for parents. So as Vijay and Soumya had introduced, it's my life's calling. So what is autism spectrum disorder? It is a complex developmental disability typically appearing during childhood and affecting a person's ability to communicate and interact with other people. Simply put, it's a spectrum condition. This means that while all people with autism share certain difficulties in common, their condition will affect them in different ways. So the crux is it affects how they make sense of the world around them. And till date, there is no proven treatment or medication to completely cure this disability. So behavioral modification therapy, speech therapy, and occupational therapy is the only option available. I can say this with conviction and with updated literature because my son was diagnosed 20 years back. I can remember the date exactly, March 23rd, year 2000. So 20 years back, I've never heard about autism. So all through the years, we have been finding improvements only with all these therapies. Early intervention can change the life. So research has made clear that high quality early intervention can improve learning, communication, and social skills, as well as underlying brain development. And I would like to stress upon the term high quality. So for that, we need to know what are the signs of autism spectrum disorder. So the signs of autism spectrum disorder, preliminarily by 6 months to 9 months, if there is no back and forth sharing of sounds, smiles, or facial expressions. So by 9 months, the baby should have reached that milestone. And second, if there are no gestures such as pointing, showing, or reaching towards objects or pointing to people by 1 year. Number 3, if there is a delayed speech or language, even if there is no babbling by 1 year or words by 16 months. Okay. And the kid has got repetitive body movements and or any fixed obsessive interests. And the most important, the sign to pick up is avoiding eye contact and prefers to be alone. And when you try to hug the kid or try to socialize, the kid just avoids physical contact. And if there are repetitive sounds, words, or phrases. Okay. So all these signs are telltale, they give us information about autism spectrum disorder. So early diagnosis makes a lot of difference so that you can go ahead, you should push for early intervention for good improvement. So how do they manifest in real life? Okay, so having a kid, when I say autism spectrum disorder, I'm telling about kids and also young children, adolescents, teenagers. Okay, so when the child displays indifference, indicates needs by using the adult's hand and not pointing to, inappropriate laughing or giggling, and does not play with other kids, joins in only if the adult insists and assists. It is not voluntary on part of the kid. And if the kid is very echolalic or copies words like a parrot, like when you ask them, what is your name? The child will also say, what's your name? That's called echolalia. And one important thing is only one-sided interaction. There is no conversation. Okay, so conversation is a two-way communication. So there won't be a two-way communication, only the child will keep on talking. Or talks incessantly about only one topic. Okay. And the kids might have an obsession to spin objects. No eye contact, as I said earlier. Lack of creative pretend play. Bizarre behavior, like flapping the hands, clapping the hands, that is very common. And they resist change. Okay, so variety is not the spice of life for these children. And these kids can do something very well. They're very talented in certain areas. They do it very quickly, but not tasks involving social understanding. So this gives us a clear picture of a child with autism spectrum disorder, how it manifests. Okay. So when it means spectrum, what is the word spectrum? Okay. So there are two important concepts, okay, two important developments. Okay. So one is speech and communication, and another is learning. Okay. So when I say speech and communication, some children might be non-verbal or they're minimally verbal. They can use words just for need-based communication, or they're very verbal. You can see children with ASD talking fluently, trying to talk in sentences, and they know to ask whatever they need in very clear sentences. So the child can fall in any of these categories. Secondly, educability or learning. Okay, so some children might be educable, or you call them high functioning autism. Partially educable, like they start learning, but then the progress gets stopped at a certain level. My son is partially educable only. So after a certain level, he didn't progress beyond that. Or some kids can be non-educable. So when they are totally non-educable, you call them learning disability. So again, a kid can have different permutation combinations of um, these two criteria. Okay. So why I am telling this, we need to know in what category or what spectrum the child lies. Only then you can start working on the kid. So coming to being a special parent, it's a real roller coaster. I've been there. So right from the day my son was diagnosed at the age of 20 months, now he is 22 years old. So it has got its own highs and lows. So I've been there. So I'm a certified counselor, but still more than that, I'm a parent. So I can connect with the parents out there who are watching this program. So we are all special parents chosen to be, we are really special. Yes, Vijaya and Saumya?
Yeah, definitely.
Yes.
Sometimes
And
it does help.
yeah, exactly. So the most important thing is acceptance of our child's issues is key. We need to accept. I know it's not easy because that initial phase of denial, anger, and all that will be there, and finally you come to a stage where you accept. Okay, so yes, my child has some issues. I need to accept. Only then, when I accept, I can go ahead and do the needful, right? So that is very important. It takes time to adjust. Yes, it's not easy. It's very challenging, but still we will learn to adjust, and we will eventually reach there. And very important thing, I guess all of the parents out there will agree, it is a marathon. It's not a sprint. So we right from the day one, we need to brace ourselves, and over a period of time, we get adjusted to that and move ahead. Okay. So what do we need to focus on? Parents have a lot of doubts like, in the sense, my child is having this problem, my child is not having eye contact, my child is having bizarre behavior, my child is having inappropriate laughing or giggling, and all those manifestations of that. So in spite of that, we need to move ahead and do intervention. So what is our focus? What do we really need to focus on? We need to focus on activities of daily living, so cleaning, washing, toilet training, feeding, self-care, self-hygiene, personal hygiene. So that is more important. So we need to work on those areas. Or, our aim is to make our child lead a near independent life. It is well and good if they're able to lead a total independent life. So at least we need to focus initially on the initial years, we need to focus on activities of daily living. Second thing is need-based communication. Whatever their needs are, they should be able to ask, or they should be able to communicate what do they need. Need-based, these are all basics. So if they want food, they need to ask for food. Okay, when we are around, we know they're hungry, we feed them, but without us around, they should be able to ask for minimal needs. Okay. Skill development. All these kids, definitely they are all intelligent. They have a single skill which is really exemplary. So identify that skill in your kid and tap that potential. Fourth one is leisure activities, sports, music, painting, yoga. So these are leisure activities. So one thing, if you notice, you can see that I have not put leisure activities as the first point. You can see the order in which I have been telling, because the priority lies like this only. Okay, so your kid might be very good in music and sports and all that, but if the activities of daily living are not taken care of, so that becomes more difficult. So we need to work on this first, and all of them are interrelated and interdependent. Okay, so for example, when you take your kid for swimming, so then you just train him to take self-care, self-hygiene, washing, cleaning, and all that. and then need-based communication. You will teach him gradually to say in the process, Mom, I mean, he can tell even one word, I want swimming, or in one sentence. So we are improvising on the output and development of the kid, and swimming or any specific skill, you are developing that skill. So all of them are interrelated and interdependent. So you need to work on that, but your priorities should be like this. Am I clear so far?
Of course. Yeah.
Yeah.
Very clear.
Yeah. So now comes the variables. So in autism spectrum disorder, there are a lot of variables. So what are the variables? Like social environment. For example, a child living in Dubai, or a child living in the UK, or a child living in India. So the social environment is different. For example, you want to train the child for social behavior or social habits. So socialization, there are a lot of differences. So you need to work on the kid according to what is the requirement in your environment. The social environment is different in India, it's different in other countries. So these are all variables. Second thing is different cultures. Different cultures exist. Okay. Third one is multilinguistic. This is one important area. I'll just tell you an example. So India is a country which has got a lot of languages. So my mother tongue is Telugu, but I live in Tamil Nadu and the social language is Tamil. So what language should I train my son? Okay, so social, when I want him to socially interact, then I have to teach him Tamil. So if I start teaching him two languages, they get confused. So the special educator or the behavioral therapist and the speech therapist, right from the beginning, they have advised me, Dr. Jayashree, please stick on to a single language. So otherwise it is very difficult. In the UK, it is better, I guess. The English at home mostly, or an English outside. I mean, that is my understanding. Sorry if I'm wrong. So this is one area where we need to be very clear, and this is a variable, right? Multilinguistic, in which country you are, in which place you are. Parental expectation. Parental expectation is one big variable. So there are you mean the interventional therapy, and what is your focus on the kid? How do you want to place your focus on? One parent might want the child to be very high functioning, do some extraordinary work in the field of academics and all that. So one parent might want to think like, it's okay if he's partially educable, it's okay if he's very good in yoga or music, that's sufficient. One parent might think it is just enough if my child knows to communicate his needs. So these are all variables. Okay, so parental expectation is a big variable here. Most important, this is the thing, what is the child's ability level? I can expect anything out of my child, but what is my child's ability level, and which spectrum the child lies? Okay, so whether it is educable or whether it is totally non-educable, having a learning disability, or whether child is verbal, non-verbal. So I earlier touched upon it, right? So this is a big variable. And resources, what are the resources available? So the resources available in one place might not be available in others, or some people in some places, they are better placed, they have more advantages. And limitations. Sometimes you might have resources, but there are certain limitations because you live in a particular country. You need to abide by the social rules and whatever is the how that community operates, right? So there you might be having higher ideas in your mind, but there are limitations. So all this slide is very important because parents coming to me for counseling, for kids with autism spectrum disorder, I always keep all these points in mind when I just advise them, because all these variables have to be taken into account. Okay. And behavior modification at home, whatever I'm meaning as a parent. Okay, I'm not talking about the behavior modification, what they follow at school. That is entirely under the jurisdiction of the special educator and the therapist. I'm talking as a parent at home. So we need to educate ourselves and our family on why, what, and how to handle uncertain behaviors. In my experience, parents and siblings are best trainers. Okay. And training or intervention has to be customized. Customized means it should be tailor-made. Okay, since each kid is different, there is no like one-stop solution for all issues. Okay, it has to be tailor-made. It has to be customized because each kid is different. And when you try to improve, when we try to promote an activity for a kid, as a parent, you have to think out of the box. You have to grab the attention. Okay, because the attention span of these kids is less. So you will have to think of novel ways. Initially, there will be teething problems, but over a period of time, you can sense your kids, you know what interests your kid, and slowly you can bring their attention. So how do we do all this? So all this, how to implement behavior modification for children at home. For example, if a child is having difficulty in toilet training or brushing or feeding or any other activity, speech or need-based communication. Okay, so you'll have to plan. Okay, so today I am going to teach my son to cycle. So I will choose this activity. I will plan for a cycling activity. So in that case, where do I cycle? What time of the day do I cycle? Because the child might not be very responsive throughout the day, right? So it might be very irritable in the mornings, or some kids will be irritable in the evenings. So you will have to plan what is the best time for the right time for my kid. You have to organize. So where do I cycle? Where do I? When do I start? Okay, is there any help at home? Any help with me? Okay, and there should be a structured environment. Avoid distractions. These kids already their attention span is less. Attention span is less, and they are easily distracted. They are hyperactive. So when you are trying to teach them an activity, so you have to avoid distractions in that environment. Okay. Consistency. Consistency is very important. It's not like we do on Sunday and Monday, give a gap and then resume on Thursday, Friday. No, you will have to do it consistently. Again, reinforcement. Reinforcement means, okay, so today, this activity, for example, you are teaching them to cycle. Okay, so he has done a few meters. Oh, very good. So you have done all this. Appreciate them. So the child can understand appreciation, and you have to use it as a appreciate them and use it as a reinforcement. Acknowledge. Okay. So all this has to be put in place for any single activity which you want to introduce for your child and to work upon your child at home. So what are the 4 things I said? Activities of daily living, need-based communication. Third one is skill development and leisure activities. So for any of those, we will have to use all these. This is the algorithm, right? How do you stimulate need-based communication? The best way is to involve the child in household chores. Use it as a tool. I guess all of you saw the introductory video, my son making dosa and cutting vegetables and making rotis. So through that process, I use that as a tool to stimulate speech. Okay, so and cooking is great fun. Okay, and then you just create opportunities for them to know about things, label things, and ask for them. So through the process. So it is like speech therapy, entirely speech therapy is different. You can make them sit in the room and ask them to say dosa and water and all that. Rather than that, we are doing it practically. Okay. And outdoor physical activities, you have to do it regularly. Outdoor physical activities are very, very important because all these kids have got extraordinary energy. So you need to channelize the kids' energy, keep them physically fit. And most of these kids are very hyperactive. They have got very less sleep also. So the more outdoor physical activities you give them, you can see a lot of improvement. So what are the outdoor physical activities? Cycling. When I say cycling, I had a parent who came to me, who told me, ma'am, I told my son to cycle, but he's just took the cycle and then pushed it and he's not doing it. Then I said, ma'am, you have to manually guide the child. Okay. So he's not going to obey in one say, right? So you will have to manually place him on the cycle, guide him with the pedaling, guide him with the handlebar. So you will have to go down to their level, and that is how it works. It is not like we just say and the child doesn't obey, and parents start getting irritated. The child starts throwing temper tantrums. It's not like that. So when I want to work upon a activity, I'll have to do it hands-on. We have to manually assist these kids and facilitate that activity. So it applies to all the activity what I've been talking about, even cooking. Okay, so all those small, when sorting out vegetables and all that you have to, and in the meanwhile, simultaneously we are going to stimulate speech. Okay, you tell them, you ask them to say a few words, and you keep on repeating them. Definitely the output will come. Hiking. I'm talking about outdoor physical activities. Swimming. Swimming is the best occupational physiotherapy for kids with autism spectrum disorder because they love water. You know why they love water? Because it soothes their sensory disintegration. Okay. And personally, I have seen a lot of changes in my son with swimming. And when the parents swim along with them, it creates a great connect. So swimming is very good actually, and because the child's energy gets channelized, okay, and they are also very calm. Their eye contact improves, and you can see a lot of improvement, which I have personally seen in my son, and I use it as a reinforcement. Like when I say, Nitin, I'm gonna take you for swimming, he will obey whatever I say. So it works both ways. So this is my son swimming. He's got so much of energy. He can spend 2 hours in the pool. So it's very difficult to get him out of the water. But one thing about swimming, there's a contraindication for autism spectrum disorder. There are some children who will have seizures. So any child, any autistic child who has fits, it's a strict no-no. Swimming is not permitted at all. You shouldn't allow the kid to swim. Okay. Otherwise, if there is no history of seizures or fits, autism children, swimming is a great occupational physiotherapy. Another important outdoor physical activity is skating. Skating seems, I have seen kids benefiting because of that, because it takes care of the sensory issues and restlessness. I put my son on skating for a while. I didn't have those pictures. He actually enjoyed it for a while. So you can try for your kid. Okay, for kids who are very restless, who are very hyperactive, and for kids they are so hyperactive and restless to the extent that they have self-injurious behaviors. So skating takes care of the sensory issues. Gardening, you please get their hands muddy. Okay, so gardening is a great outdoor physical activity, and the more activity you give to their hands, get their hands muddy. I know they will resist, but once they get used to that, it improves their focus, and then they start enjoying it. Okay, and pets. Dogs are great companions. Okay, so Dogs are very, very sensitive. So they can relate to all these kids with autism spectrum disorder. My sister-in-law's place, they have a dog there. The dog, Nitin is very, very close to the dog, and the dog is very possessive about this fellow. So you can see the rapport between them. So dogs are great, pets are great. I told dog as an example, pets are great companions. So whatever I have said so far, you will have to customize it according to your kids' needs and environment. So customize the activities to channelize the kids' energy. Why are these kids restless? Why are they irritable? Why are they hyperactive? Okay, they've got so much of energy. So once you plan your activities to channelize the kids' energy, automatically the hyperactivity comes down, and slowly they start learning what is happening around the world, happening in the world around them, and slowly they start to make sense of the world around them, and they start to get integrated. You can devise your the parents can devise based on your kids' needs and environment. It is not that you have to follow whatever I have said so far. You can design based on how your child is placed and your environment. Consistency is the key. That is what time and again I want to tell. Stick to routines. Make a chart or timetable. It really helps. Okay, so because you might remember for 1 or 2 days, third day we will forget. It is always because, and the most important thing is the whole family should be involved in this. It is not like only the mother or only the father is going to train the child. Whoever is there within the household should pitch in to improvise on all these interventions. So when you stick to a routine, so you make it known to everybody in the house. Okay, so make a chart, make a timetable. Be firm. The child is not going to obey you the first time, second time, third time. Okay, but be firm. Okay. Take help from caregivers. So it is difficult for us to take the load all the time. So take help from caregivers. So whoever is can pitch in and help you in this, take their help. Technology is a real boon to parents, I should say. Vijay, can I share one about one child about this technology?
Of course, yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, there's one interesting kid who came to me at the age of 4. He is a borderline autism spectrum disorder child with very minimal speech. Okay, referred by my college mate, Dr. Palani Kumar, who's an orthopedic surgeon. So this child who came to me at the 4 years of age, and then after various advices given, the parents have worked rigorously on the kid. Both the parents are school teachers, and now the child is 7 years old. He goes to a regular government school. Okay, he studies in Tamil medium. And recently, the parents came to my house to visit me. They brought the child. So I could see a lot of improvement. And I was just talking to the parents. Suddenly, that boy was just, he took the mobile phone from his father. And then he was watching some video about a train museum. Okay. The father told me, ma'am, this boy, he loves trains. He's so obsessed with trains. Always he wants to go to the railway station. He wants to travel by train. Always keeps talking about train, collects pictures. He's so interested in all that. So the boy's father took him to a train museum. So this boy was so excited and all that. And then I kept on chatting with the parents, and I saw him, he was seeing that video about the train museum in the mobile phone. Then I asked the father, how come he opened that video? This boy has pressed Google Talk. He has pressed Google Talk and then mentioned the rail museum. So automatically the video opens up And then he's been seeing that rail museum. So it was really, really amazing for me, and I was so happy. So I wanted to mention this about this kid because technology is a real boon to parents, and I am told that artificial intelligence tools are coming up for kids with autism, even though personally I don't have much knowledge about that. I'm a novice. Okay, so technology is a big boon to parents. Pardon?
That is really true, Dr. J. We see that all our kids are using technology like anything, even though they might not be able to speak. My son can scroll around his computer and his phone so easily.
Wow, that's great.
Dr. J, we've got 10 minutes
Yeah.
more for your talk. Yeah.
So whatever we are training as a parent, we need to keep the special educator or the therapist updated on whatever you're training as a parent. So every single accomplishment counts, however small it may be. And take videos and pictures to revisit the accomplishments, because kids with autism are more visual and they do understand appreciation. They might not be verbal or they might not be vocal, but they can understand appreciation. So coming to nightmares. So what is a nightmare for a parent of a kid with ASD? Temper tantrums. Temper tantrums can occur anywhere, occur at home, public spaces. So we need to identify the triggers. So there can be triggers like sleep. Sleep disturbance can cause a temper tantrum. Or pain. The child might be having pain anywhere. Or bowel issues. Okay, when there's constipation is one known trigger. So when there are bowel issues, the child is so irritable, and that can just burst out as a temper tantrum. So we need to identify those triggers and work on it. And whenever parents are stepping out of home with these kids, we need to have a plan A or plan B. Okay, so sometimes the unexpected situations arise. So we need to be prepared. Okay, to handle certain catastrophes. And it's better to be, we always aim for an uneventful outing when we go out, right? So we need to have a plan A or plan B when you are taking these kids out of you. Avoid environments which can aggravate such behavior. That is the best thing to do. Okay, if it is really essential, please minimize the exposure time. So 15 minutes is the attention span. By the 16th minute, I will pull Nitin out of that situation. I know what is his threshold level. So parents, by over a period of time, you know what triggers your child's behavior. So avoid all those triggers. Avoid all those environments which aggravate such behavior. So coming to mental health of parents, this is one important thing. Be kind to yourself first. It is not our fault that a kid has got ASD, because bad parenting was initially cited as a cause for ASD. Earlier, bad parenting was cited. Then over the years, it became clear that it is not because of that. Okay. It takes time to adjust and accept, yes, but you will eventually reach there. Appreciate and acknowledgement the accomplishments reached so far, whether it is your accomplishment or your child's. Compliment and celebrate. Take a break. Don't keep on slogging and you're so overworking with the skill, because burnouts are very common. So all the parents out there, so please take a break whenever possible. Okay. So we need to have a me time, right? Please focus on me time. Visit a parlor, watch a movie, revisit your hobbies, hang out with buddies, shake a leg, smile. All my close friends know that I love dancing and I never miss an opportunity to enjoy, because it's a luxury for me. And by the way, Soumya and Viji, both of you are looking great. Both your hairdos are really nice.
Thank you.
And seek professional therapy if there are signs of depression. Parents do go through depression. It is not only the mother. Fathers also can get into such problems. So please identify signs of depression and to seek professional therapy. That's very commonly overlooked because all the time your focus is on the kid. You neglect yourself. Please don't neglect yourself. More family time and exercise regularly. Exercise, I'm telling all this for the parents. So that's a great de-stressor. And most important, spiritual connect helps. We need to be spiritually connected. This is what I have been following. Okay, so we need to stay peaceful with ourselves. So for all this to happen, we need to have a autism friendly community. So we have been talking about nightmares and temper tantrums and behavioral issues and all that. So, but there is a positive side to kids with autism spectrum disorder. They have attention to detail, they have deep focus, observational skills, absorb and retain facts, visual, they are more visual, they're genius in certain areas, expertise, they've got a methodical approach, creativity. Sometimes it comes out of the blue. Tenacity and resilience. They're so determined, okay, because they're very stuck to one particular. So they're very determined. And they don't judge others. They don't know to judge others. They don't know all those vices. You can vouch for their integrity, honesty, loyalty, and commitment. So many positive virtues are there. So how do we create an autism-friendly community? Inclusive education is the key. Forming of parent support groups and advocacy. Respite care facilities. In India, there's a long way to go. I'm not sure about what is the scenario in UK or on other Western countries. In India, there's a long way to go. Respite care facilities, rehabilitation, vocational training, and employment opportunities. These kids are all employable. They have all those employable attributes. Okay. We need autism-friendly transport, sports, and leisure programs. Okay. So as a mother, I need all this in my community. I guess all of the parents out there would also think in that way. So what's needed is more social awareness, courageous self-advocacy, rehabilitation services, and more research on for therapy. Okay. So ask questions, understand, talk about autism, include these people, show your support, and make a difference. And the take-home message is every experience of autism is unique. No one person will identify with every positive feature. We all have individual skills, attributes, and characteristics that are as unique as our personalities. It's called neurodiversity. So neurodiversity is there in humanity. So we need to be inclusive of all that. Thank you. If you have any queries, so you can kindly mail me to my email ID, jayashree.autism@gmail.com. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Jayashree. It was a very, very useful and thorough speech, giving us practical tips about how to approach our kids and how to develop them. You have emphasized the importance of independent life skills, communication, skills development, and leisure in that order. You've also emphasized the importance of being organized, persistent, and to have a structured environment in order to develop our kids. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Jeffrey. We've got a few questions in the audience. And we've got, I think, 2 minutes to close this session. We probably will have to email you a few of the questions and, if any more questions coming. Just a couple of quick ones. There's a question from Balaji. Has the perception of autism changed in India in the last 20 years? What's been your experience?
Yeah, definitely. 20 years back, there was near non-existent awareness about autism. So through the years, I can see there is more awareness and more acceptance. So the stigma in the society is slowly fading away. I can see it is slow, but still there is a steady awareness, more awareness about autism, and the stigma is reducing. But still, we need to work on that more. And rehabilitation is happening, but it's happening in patchy areas.
Yeah.
But definitely, the situation is much better than what it was 20 years back.
Yeah, yeah. And you have an extensive, amazing profile, and you've done some amazing jobs. You know, amongst all that you've done, what are you most proud of?
Yeah. So what I am proud of, like when a parent with a kid with autism calls me and says, ma'am, my child has reached a beautiful level and he has improved a lot because of your counseling and we followed whatever you said. So those feedback from all those mothers, I mean, all the parents just makes my day. And I guess that's my life's calling.
Okay, thank you. Thanks a lot for that.
Yeah.
And thanks for all the donations. I'm told that now we have crossed more than £1,000. That's amazing. Keep it coming. And all the donations will go to the Banyan. There are a few more questions, but we'll forward it to Dr. Jayashree. And Dr. Jayashree has also kindly shared her email ID if you wish to contact her for any questions. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah, Nasrin, we can hear you. You can start. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Yeah. Hello, I'm ophthalmologist here on RISE-24 non-stop webinar for raising funds for the Banyan at Chennai. We would like to thank everyone who has donated so far. Also would like to encourage everyone to take this opportunity to donate generously.
Dr. Faisal.
And we had a great informative and educative session about autism by Dr. Jayashree. Dr. Jayashree, thank you very much for your contribution. Now we are moving on to another interesting program, Bake Along with Ramya. Here myself and Dr. Anita Annakesavan are the moderators. Delighted to introduce the most vibrant, energetic, and beautiful Mrs. Ramya Ganpati, who is an entrepreneur and a homemaker. Hello?
Hi.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Hi, Ramya.
Can you hear me?
Oh, okay.
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes, I could.
Okay. Thank
Ramya,
you.
I would like to introduce Ramya, who is very vibrant, energetic, and beautiful, and who is an entrepreneur and a homemaker. Ramya is very popular among the Leicesterians, especially among children, for her baking skill. She had a passion for baking since childhood. She started to bake for fun, especially making birthday cakes for her husband. Later, with the motivation of her family and friends, she has started her own business called Icing Bird. Ramya's specialties are buttercream cakes, cupcakes, and sweet-based cake. Today, Ramya is going to demonstrate how to make a delicious red velvet cupcake with cream cheese frosting. Also, she would love to explain the basic principles of baking. If any children are planning to bake along with Ramya, please make sure they are done under the supervision of an adult. Hello, Ramya. It's all yours now.
Oh, thank you, Nazreen. Good evening, everyone. Thank you, Nazreen and Anita. Nazreen, thank you so much for your kind words and introducing me. And I would like to thank RISE Foundation for giving me this wonderful opportunity. And I'm extremely glad that I'm being in this part of this great event for supporting a good cause. So, like Nazreen mentioned, I'm a home baker, and I've given a tag to my passion of baking 3 years ago called Icing Bird. I specialize in different types of buttercream cakes, mainly meringue-based buttercreams, and fresh cream cakes and sweet-based cakes. Today, I'm going to share my experience in baking, and I'm going to demonstrate eggless version of red velvet cupcakes with cream cheese frosting. And thank you, viewers from all over the world, for joining this session. I hope you all enjoyed the session. Nazreen mentioned with me, I hope you're doing with the supervision of an adult, and oven handling must be done by an adult. Even not if you're baking today, you can, whenever you're trying some other time, always get the support from an adult. Okay, so shall we move on, Nazreen and Anita?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So today, like I said, red velvet cupcakes, but before that, I'll quickly talk about baking and its essentials. Okay, so for any baking, any sponge or if you bake any brownie, sponge, anything, you need different type of essentials and equipments, like, for example, measuring cups, then you can say spatula, then some sievers to sift the flour, some weighing scale. So I'll come with different things. So sometimes people get confused with the measuring cup. Usually we have in all of our Asian household the rice cooker cup. So please don't use that for any measurements if you see online tutorials or any Google or YouTube videos, they always tell in the standardized cup measurements, that is the baking cup. It's definitely a worth the investment if you don't have, because it can be used for your cooking measurements as well. And they all comes in, the cups are usually in volume. Okay, so if a certain recipe calls for cups, always use this cup. Okay, and if you don't have this cup, if you're going to use this cup, okay, obviously you have to add quarter cup more. You can see that, you know, this is a bit smaller than this one. Okay, so, and sometimes if you find a recipe online, they give in grams. Okay, so the grams are basically in weight, the mass. So you can buy this weighing scale, but I would say I try to buy this one at least. Okay, so because I'm going to do the recipe with this measuring cups. Okay, so this is a good gadget as well. If if you're one who like to bake very often, probably you can invest this as well. And the other essential is whisk, because this is going to help us to make the batter more airy and light. So you will get good sponge. Then a palette knife for icing and frosting. If you don't have, don't worry, you can still use with a spoon, but I'm going to show you all those things today. And so we'll quickly go through the red velvet recipe. Usually the main recipe calls for eggs. Why red velvet cupcakes? Because we are most of us know the chocolate, basic chocolate cake and Victorian sponge and normal vanilla sponge. So red velvet cake, they got a unique flavor, and they are very appealing as well, because it is reddish brown color, and it is mildly, the recipe is actually, the sponge is mildly flavored with cocoa powder, not much, so very mild. And they have buttermilk, they have vinegar. So this all help the a sponge more moist, fluffy, and the vinegar and baking soda, the buttermilk, they all react together, and they'll give a light acidity or little bit of, different taste, okay, when they react with the cocoa powder and everything. And today I'm going to show an eggless version, because every time when I try to show a recipe with eggs, a few of them ask version will help everyone. And you trust me, you won't believe it. It doesn't have any eggs, because it's super moist. Okay, so I'll tell you all the steps, and obviously we need red color. But usually the original recipe, they don't have the coloring agent. They don't add red color. Because of the cocoa powder they used in earlier days, they were not processed, that is so pure. So all those things react with the cocoa powder, and that gives the reddish brown color. But now what we are getting now is not, everything is processed, so you won't get that red color. So we are going to add a little bit red color to the batter to make it, more appealing and colorful. And the usual combination for the red velvet cupcakes are, cream cheese frosting. It's very yummy frosting. If you haven't tried, you can try. It's very easy recipe as well. So I'm going to show you everything. So let's go through the ingredients first, then we'll go through the process. And if you have any questions, you can send all the questions. Our moderators are here, so they will ask the question on behalf of you. Or if you have any other queries regarding baking, you can email me at icingbird@gmail.com, or you can follow me in Instagram at icingbird, so you can actually DM me your doubts and everything. Okay, so let's go through the ingredients. The first one is, I think you will be seeing the recipe now, actually, isn't it? So are they displaying the recipe? Yeah?
Not yet.
Okay, not yet. Okay. So I'll go through the rest ingredients anyway. So this recipe calls for 12 cupcakes. Okay, so 1 1/3 cup of plain flour, 4 teaspoons of cocoa powder. Okay, 4 teaspoons of cocoa powder, and 1 teaspoon of baking soda, and 1 teaspoon of salt, and 1 cup of granulated sugar, the regular sugar. Okay.
Sure.
Then 1 cup of buttermilk, and half cup of vegetable oil. You can use either sunflower oil or mild olive oil. Okay.
Ramya, for
And
those
we
who don't
have
have buttermilk,
sorry, did you say something, Nazreen?
if those who don't have buttermilk, could you just tell them the
Yeah,
options?
yes, I'll be telling that as well. So, and we have vinegar and vanilla extract and some red food coloring. So if you don't have buttermilk, there we can make ourselves. So you have to take a cup of normal regular milk, okay, and add 1 tablespoon of vinegar and leave it for 10 to 15 minutes. After a few minutes, they get curdled up, and then you can use as a buttermilk substitute in your any cake recipe. Okay, so
Ramya,
okay, let's
Ramya,
begin with,
if you want to make it, can you hear, Ramya? If you want to make it milk-free, dairy-free, for those people, do you advise something else?
yeah, so you can actually use dairy-free yogurt, okay,
No,
or
yogurt
dairy-free
is
milk.
against dairy, right? Soya,
Pardon?
can we use soya milk, almond
Yeah,
milk
so
instead of that?
yes, any milk, any
Any
milk.
milk.
Yeah, square milk. Yeah, any milk. Yeah. Okay, you can do substitute all the dairy-free milk with vinegar. Do the same method. Leave it for 15 minutes. So 1 cup measurement, 1 tablespoon of vinegar. So everything I've written in the recipe, so you can follow that. And leave it for a few minutes, then they will get curdled up. Then you can use as a buttermilk substitute. And those who are going to bake along with me now, I think you should start preheating the oven now at the temperature of 160 degrees Celsius. And if you are having a fan oven, it is 140 degrees Celsius. And if you have gas oven, it is gas mark number 3. And any US audience, it will be 320 degree Fahrenheit and US temperature. Okay. So you have any doubts so far? Can I move on, Nazreen and Anita?
Yes,
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So always take a big bowl. Okay. So you need a good size bowl. Okay. And take a sieve. Always start with the dry ingredients. So I'm going to add the plain flour in the sieve. It's already measured. I already measured and kept. Okay. Then cocoa powder, some baking soda and salt. Okay. Okay, so we are going to sieve it first. So this will help to create more air in the mixture, and all the cocoa powder, everything will mix very well. Okay. So use a balloon whisk. Okay, and I'm going to just mix it. Okay. And now you can add the granulated sugar. So this is all done. So the dry ingredients are ready. Okay. So now we can move to the wet ingredients. So we are taking buttermilk. I have buttermilk, so I'm not using the substitutes. I'm having the buttermilk. it is easily available in all the supermarkets in UK, and even in India we have buttermilk at home, isn't it? So you can use that, buttermilk. Some vegetable oil. So if you don't have vegetable oil, you can use sunflower oil or mild olive oil, but please don't use coconut oil or any other oil. So either these three, okay? Yeah, olive oil.
What about butter, Ramya? Can we use butter as well instead of vegetable oil?
No, I would prefer, I would say use oil, okay? Because oil will make the sponge more moist than butter, okay? So use oil. Then now we are going to add some vanilla extract. Okay, I completely forgot to say about the measuring spoons, and this is a standard baking measuring spoons, can be used for your cooking and everyday purpose as well. So I'm going to add 1 teaspoon of vanilla extract. So basically we are whisking the wet ingredients. The original recipe says for 12 cupcakes, but I've half the recipe now. I'm making only 6 cupcakes now because of the time restrictions and because I have to show you the frosting as well.
Ramya, how much of flour did you take to start with?
The flour, the original, and the 1 1/3 cups. If you want in grams, that will be 180 grams of flour. Okay.
Yeah.
So now
Preeti
I'm going
has
to
asked a
add
question.
Preeti.
She'd asked how much of flour you use. That's all.
Okay. Okay. Fine. Okay. So this 1 1/3 cup, but I've used half, around 90 grams, because I'm just doing for 6 cupcakes.
Sure.
But the recipe, it's going to display that will be the original recipe for 12 cupcakes. Okay. So, and I'm going to add red color. I'm using gel paste. So I always suggest gel paste for food colorings. Don't go for normal, food colorings. I think nowadays you will find gel paste in all the supermarkets as well, because even if you add a little bit, it gives a good color. Okay. So a little bit. So. If you add more, it will become bread, but I'm not adding more because it is going to react with the cocoa powder and it will give that deep reddish brown. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so the wet ingredients ready, the dry ingredients are ready. Now we are going to mix both together. So can you see the color changing?
Yeah, absolutely. It's
Yeah.
getting deeper.
Yeah, because it has reacted with the cocoa powder. And now I'm going to add vinegar. This is one of the key ingredients. And yes.
Someone has asked a question. Instead of vinegar, can they use lime juice?
I never tried it, to be honest. And I don't want to give wrong information because I'm not sure whether it will really help. So because most of the recipes for red velvet, because that is a main ingredient, does red velvet recipe. Yeah. So I won't suggest to use it until or unless if you do it, try it, and and you can let me know actually so how it turned out. So I'm going to add vinegar now.
Later.
Pardon? So I'm going to add
No, we will do it later. We'll explain.
Yeah. 1.5 teaspoon of vinegar. Yeah. So again, give one good whisk. Yeah. And I'm going to fold it. So I'm not going to overmix the batter. So because otherwise you will knock out all the air in it.
Sure.
If you want a good light sponge, so I would just say fold it. So cut and fold method. Cut in the middle and fold. Cut in the middle and fold. Okay.
Yeah.
So the batter is ready actually now. Okay, so can you see the consistency?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's a bit runnier than the usual sponge sponge cakes. Okay. So now I will get the I've already placed some cupcake liners in the cupcake tray. So I'm going to bake only 6 cupcakes because I've done only for 6 cupcakes. So you have to fill 3/4 of a cup, okay, of the cupcake liner, okay. So I'm not using ice cream scoop or anything, but I always find this way the usual our
Sambar Karandi.
yes, Amma currently is better. So,
or you can use ice cream scoop as well, right?
Yeah, ice cream scoop. But I'll start with one in each cupcake first, okay? And now I'll try to finish rest of the. Oh, sorry. Okay, so now you can see, so I'm going to tap the cupcake tray for 2 times. Okay, so just to knock out the air bubbles. So you can see I've filled almost 3/4, okay?
Yes.
And this is going to go into the oven for 20 to 25 minutes. I set the oven temperature at 160 degrees Celsius. That's the one thing I've learned in last few years. You know, even though the recipe says, usual recipe says for 180 degree or 170, always do with low temperature. It doesn't matter if it takes under 5 or 10 minutes extra. You know why? Because you will get a nice flat cupcakes. You know, you won't get the doomed shape. It will be perfect for your frosting. So I would say always do at 160 degrees Celsius. Even your regular other sponge cakes or any other chocolate cakes, do it at low temperature. That is one of the key thing I've learned. That helped me always, and I found all my cakes are really well flat. So you don't have to use a leveler to cut it or anything. So this is one of the thing, you know, you can try. Yeah. So this will go into the oven for 20 to 25 minutes. But to make our life easier, I've already made a batch today morning. I'm going to show that now.
Thank you. That's a very good, great tip, Ramya.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Baking at 160 degrees.
Yeah.
Because mine always pops up.
I know, I know. So look at my cupcakes. See, the one I made in the morning. See, everything is flat.
Very delicious already. Looks very nice. Neat.
Yeah. Can you see that? It's
Yeah, they
nice
look
and flat.
perfect.
Yeah, perfect shape.
Yeah. And they're actually, if you see, it's actually sticking. It's really moist. Okay, so it doesn't dry out, you know, so
Can
even
you
though it's
tap
an
your
eggless
finger on top of
recipe.
the cupcake, Ramya? Can you just tap
Can
it?
you?
I want to how, can you actually
Yeah.
tap your finger on top of the cupcake? Yeah, fantastic.
See,
The only problem is I won't get to taste it.
I know, I know.
Don't you want to do this, Ramya, to see how soft it is? Yes. Anita, you want to ask that as well?
Sorry, guys. I can't see you in the screen because
okay.
my husband is actually trying to shoot this.
Never
you know,
mind,
so,
it's okay.
Yeah, yeah. So this is how you have to get like this, okay? And then you all will thank me later for this great tip, okay? So, so those who are baking along with me, have you put all your cupcakes into the oven already? Okay.
Wait for 20 minutes, Ramya, for that.
Pardon?
You have to wait for 20 minutes for them to get it.
So while we're getting the frosting ready, there is a question, Ramya.
Okay.
What type of vinegar did you use? It's a question
I
asked
used
by Rupa.
normal distilled malt vinegar. You will find in most of the shops, even in Asian supermarkets and everything. And even I tried using apple cider vinegar once. It worked out as well, but I never tried rest of the vinegar. So I've tried with apple cider vinegar, and I've tried with this one, the clear vinegar, not the brown vinegar. I think, but someone is going to use the brown vinegar today because I got a message from my friend because she got only the brown vinegar. So
absolutely,
yeah. Okay.
Try it and see what happens.
And any questions regarding so far?
Replacement for egg.
Can you say that again?
What have you used? What have you replaced for egg? What egg did you use?
What kind
I've
of
used I didn't replace anything because even in the recipe with the eggs, they have everything. They have the buttermilk, they have the vinegar, they have the all the baking soda and everything. Okay, only thing I've not used the eggs. Okay, but if you're going to use eggs, the measurements of the flour and sugar, everything will change. So don't try to add just 2 more eggs in this recipe. Then you will tell me, oh, it didn't turn out good. No. So there is different measurements for the recipe with the egg. So if you want recipe with the eggs, and you can just mail me or just DM me in Insta. I can send you a recipe with the eggs. You know. But this is really easier once if you start baking without the eggs, especially this one, you won't search for eggs anymore actually, you know, so this is a good recipe. Okay.
Okay. And if we want to make it more healthier, can we make it with oats or any other flour instead of plain flour?
See, the one thing I get even from a few of my friends ask, you know, some healthy recipes. You know, this is a very standard recipe which you can't alter much, but there are many recipes using plain whole wheat flour with no sugar, with no butter. So you can actually search online, but this is what I do. If anyone comes for an eggless option, I do this, and it always worked out with me. And I have a nice whole wheat banana loaf recipe. And if anyone is very keen, I've already done for another bake along session for another event. If you want that recipe, I can share. You just email me. I can send you out the recipe. That is with absolutely less sugar, no butter. So with whole wheat flour. That's a great recipe. But I suggest don't alter much in this recipe. Because I've never tried it. But if you can search online some other recipes with oats or whole wheat or something. Yeah.
Ramya, there's already a compliment for you from Dr. Prem Sundaram. He says it's like looking at a great British bake-off program.
Thanks, Diana. Thank you so much. Okay.
Right. Moving on, I can't wait for you to start with the frosting.
Okay, frosting. Yes, I'm sorry. I'll just quickly grab the butter because the conservatory is a bit hot here, so I've just left the butter and everything. Just 2 minutes.
Sure. Yeah. Never mind, Nasreen. We can keep them occupied.
Yeah, there's one more question coming up, but do you want to say something more? Anita?
Yeah, I was thinking it's a nice time to talk about the whole reason we are doing this. Basically, we're doing it for Banyan, which is an organization in Chennai, which is about empowering women with mental health issues and offering them treatment, support, and also continuing in their overall sustaining them in society, really, and empowering them. That's important. And this is being done by RISE Foundation. One second, sweetheart. This is being done by RISE Foundation UK, which I thought was basically a collection of men trying to run away from their wives. But actually, they've done a good job. In the last 2 years, they've organized themselves and done lots of talks and did the story of Ram, which was very well received with more than, I think, 200 or 300 participants. And it was primarily geared at children, but it was very educational as well. And recently, with the lockdown pandemic, we've had Swaram, which was a musical marathon done in April. So RISE Foundation has, I must humbly admit, has overlived my expectations about community education and keeping us all very happy. So well done, RISE Foundation. Compliments to all of you for all the hard work you've done. And I'm wishing you every success for the rest of the few hours left. Not few, many hours left till tomorrow, 2 o'clock UK time. Right, Ramya is back. Let's get back.
Okay. So I'm going to do cream cheese frosting is the traditional combination for red velvet cupcakes, and it's really good. It's the best combination to for the cakes. So for a cream cheese frosting, it's a simple ratio. That is 1:2:3. That is butter. If you take 1 cup of butter, you go for 2 cups of cream cheese and 3 cups of icing sugar. Okay, but don't worry, I'm not going to use that much today. I'm going to do with, you can take any cups, but I'm using half cup. Okay, I'm taking half cup of butter. And again, with the butter, it should be at room temperature. So any baking, even for the cake, sponges, every ingredient should be at room temperature. Even if you use a recipe with eggs, the eggs should be at room temperature. Even the buttermilk, I left it out an hour before this session, so I prefer everything to be at the room temperature. So that actually really helps for the fluffier sponge. Okay, so and butter, again, butter is at room temperature. It is not, it should be soft. I'll show you. If I put my finger in, that's it. I'm not getting any
it's not sticking to your finger.
Yeah. Can you see that?
Yeah, just soft. Yeah,
just soft.
It is soft, but it's not too soft. Okay, so it should be, you should have that firm touch. So I'm going to take my half cup measurement of buttercream. I'm sorry, it is a bit messy.
Buttercream is your favorite, isn't it, Ramya?
Yes, buttercream is my favorite, and I specialize in meringue buttercreams. Meringue buttercreams are basically use egg whites, so I do Italian meringue and Swiss meringue buttercream that is more lighter, and it's not not too sweet, you know. It's not like the American buttercream. American buttercreams are too sweet, you know, you can't eat it. But, you know, so I prefer Italian meringue buttercream or Swiss meringue buttercream. So I've taken half cup of butter. I'm going to take, so if you have taken 1 cup of butter, it is 2 cup of cream cheese. And cream cheese, again, it should be soft, but not too soft. Again, the same principle for the cream cheese, because cream cheese can be runny easily. It can get runny so easily. So you have to think that as well. So again, that is actually, this lockdown is helping everyone to become a baker, and everyone is trying a lot of recipes, you know. So I'm going to beat this really well. You can use the balloon whisk, but I'm not going to use the balloon whisk today because it will take some time, because we have very restricted time. So
Yes,
I'm
20 minutes exactly.
I'm going to do, yeah, I'm going to do hand mixture. I think I'll mute. Is that okay? Because otherwise the sound will be too much.
Okay,
Yeah.
all of
So
us.
first beat the butter and cream cheese together. Always, you know, use a spatula to take off the sides and then do the beating. Yeah. Now I'm going to add a bit of vanilla extract. It's optional. You can add some lemon extract if you fancy a lemon flavored cream cheese.
Sure.
You can add even rose water.
Sure.
So I'm adding just half teaspoon, you know, not much, you know. I just want to give the more cream cheese flavor. So half teaspoon should be enough. Okay. And now I'm going to add
icing
so three half cups of icing sugar. So I'm going to add in 3 parts. Okay. So, but this is 1 cup. The second part. And the half cup. Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't overbeat it, because that's the only thing about cream cheese. They can be a bit runny.
So what happens if you overbeat it?
It will become runny, you know, so you can't pipe it actually.
Okay.
Yeah. I can see that because of the temperature here today, it is actually becoming a bit runny.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Usually, if I have time, what I do is I'll keep it in the fridge for some time. Then I whip it again and I roast it. So the cream cheese frosting is ready. So you can, if you don't have piping bags or any nozzle, what I do, if you have a palette knife, just take a cupcake, just take some and just, you know, so it is becoming runny because of the temperature, you know.
Yes. And the conservatory is going to keep heat trapped in, isn't it? So it's going to be even
I know. So I'm really sorry for that, you know.
Never mind.
But I'll show you the techniques for so
piping.
Because I'm a baker, I got all those things, you know. So I have a piping bag and a nozzle. This is an open star nozzle. What I do is this is the way I usually fill my piping bags. Take a tall glass or flower vase, you know, and
these are useful tips for people, novices like us.
Yeah, so this is going to go in. So you have to cut nearly 1 inch. This is an open star piping nozzle. It is available easily in Amazon, eBay, and all the online thing, okay? So it will be like this. Now I'm going to put in the tall glass. And it will be like this. And I'm going to fill the piping bag. It is running, I'm sorry. So what I usually do is I squeeze the top edge really well. Okay. I'm sorry, it is really runny because of temperature. Okay. So and just squeeze.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
So do we need to come all the way from center?
Work very fast
to the.
So you didn't get the finish that usually you get with the open star nozzle because of the runny icing. It is like that. Yeah. So this is a basic tip, you know, always tighten the top, twist the top, okay? So
as you go
then
ahead, yeah.
Then you put the pressure here. I always like to do like this. Pressure here, and then you do the.
Sure.
Yeah.
Ramya, there's a question. How long can you keep cakes? How long can you keep the sponge without the icing?
Usually I would say if it is in an airtight box, you know, probably 3 to 4 days. Okay.
And with icing?
You have to see the shell life, whatever it is going to go into the batter. Okay. If you're using a buttermilk which expires tomorrow, you know, even that affects, because I'm selling cupcakes, so I have to think all those things. But you know, if you're if you want to just bake for your home, you know, I will say 3 to 4 days in an airtight box. And if you leave it in the fridge, probably for a week, you know, but have it at room temperature, then only you will get the most delicious sponge, because otherwise the temperature will affect the sponge as well. It can go dry. It can dry out easily.
I have some questions.
And you have any baking questions or anything?
Yeah, I have. As a client, if I wanted a cup, not just cupcakes, a cake without carmine. Carmine is basically from Cockney insect. It is a red coloring. Would you consider my request? And what are the alternatives?
Definitely, it's a wide subject, and I don't know, many of them don't know what is carmine itself. It's a basically coloring agent, and if you actually read about it, you will get to know actually they derive it from a bug, you know.
Yes.
And
Yeah.
and you will find in most of the
Jellies, milkshakes,
food products,
yes,
especially
coloring
dark colors. And yeah. What I definitely suggest, you know, if you come to me without any colors or without anything, I definitely do something with beetroot juice or some natural coloring. You know, there are very good organic colors which you can do. And I usually, if you check out my Insta page, if you look out all the cakes, whatever I've done, I usually don't go for bold colors. And if someone wants a black and gold theme, because the black cakes are at the trend now, and I don't use normal regular gel paste. I used proper coloring oils, which are more expensive, which don't dye your tongue, which is more safer to use, which is halal, which is vegan. So it got all those things. So I considered all those things because I started baking for my husband and for my kids. So I take care such things for my use. So if it is going to my clients, I really consider all those things as well. So definitely I do that. Definitely I do that.
I have another question as well. I know you do buttercream, but the titanium dioxide is used in fondant. So do you use titanium dioxide at all? Because it's a carcinoma.
No, I don't use
Related
I don't use titanium dioxide. Even most people don't know about all those things. Anita, I'm really glad at least you know all those things. I really appreciate that.
Ramya, I don't use it in my skincare products, so I need to make that people aware basically that it is there widely used in paints and industry, but now it's used in food products as well. And baking is very
You're
important.
right. Even most bakers,
that.
most bakers, they use titanium dioxide for brightening the colors, for enhancing some certain white colors, so I don't use it. And if someone comes for any request like that, I usually tell them not to go for it, so I don't use that. Actually it is a natural occurring mineral, titanium dioxide, but
it is
what we use in the food products are mostly processed and refined. So I don't use that actually. So I use all the food coloring colors and everything according to the UK food requirements and the FDA recommended ones.
Thank you. I've had the pleasure of looking and eating your cakes. So
Ramya, I've been seeing. Ramya, I've been seeing the Instagram, your pictures. The one which was so tempting and so delicious looking was your rasamalai cake. How did you get that innovation? What was that? How did you develop?
So basically, thank you. That is one of my sweet-based cake, because I'm seeing in last few months, I'm seeing this trend going on, the milk cakes. Milk cakes are basically the Mexican milk cakes, So they bake a sponge and they soak in 3 different milks. So it's a very rich dessert. And then I was going through different flavors as well. Then I suddenly came up with this rasamalai idea. I watched several videos and some others bakers, do with saffron and pistachio. Then I thought, why can't I try with the rasmalai ones? So I do with rasmalai ones. It is really good. Actually, I'm doing this weekend for Raksha Bandhan and Eid orders, and it is really good. So I basically do a nice sponge and it soaks in rasmalai flavored milk. So the saffron goes, edible saffron goes, edible rose, then cardamom, pistachios, a lot of nuts. It's amazing. So it's a very popular cake. Yeah.
Bala, can you show some of the cakes Ramya has baked? Because some of them have toys in them. Are those toys edible, Ramya?
They're very innovative.
No, I don't do sugar fondant because for 2 reasons. First thing is it is too sweet. People don't eat it. They just throw away, they rip off, and it looks nice and everything. But if I actually keep those toys on the cake, it will be a keepsake even after the birthday celebration. It will become a memory for the kids. So actually keep the toys. So whatever goes on the cake or goes in the cake, I make sure it is clean and everything. I give a thorough clean before whatever goes over the cake. So I prefer the real toys on the cake or the card toppers or anything. I think I do more of modern cakes. I don't prefer sugar fondant style. So this is more with edible. Edible flowers, real toys, and such things. Yeah.
You have a lot of compliments coming through. But apart from that, thank you for answering all my questions and the questions of the audience. Especially some people have personally messaged me saying it's been useful, some of the questions we've asked about colorings and titanium dioxide. Well done for that. For those of you who haven't seen Ramya's cakes, you have to see. She has a characteristic cylindrical buttercream pattern. Huge cakes she makes with gold topping, and it's all extravagant but beautiful and artistic. So I would recommend going on Insta and seeing Ramya's cakes. And thank you, Ramya. Meanwhile, can I just quickly touch on Banyan Tree? We've already, initial target was to collect £1,000, which we have very, very humbly done already. So well done to all the people who've contributed. Thank you so much for giving from the bottom of your hearts. But to have a mental health problem and be poor is a very sad place to be in. And here is an organization which is working so hard. So thank you for all the people who participated so far and contributed your wealth of knowledge for this purpose. And remember, we are giving out of what we have in plenty. There are people who don't have. So if you can dig deep down in your hearts and think about somebody else, that itself is empowering when you can give from what you have in abundance. So thank you so much for all those who've contributed, and we hope to get more. Over to you, Nasreen.
Thank you very much for everyone who has contributed and presented nice programs, and it's been very educative. We are doing very well so far. Thank you, Ram, very much for your wonderful session. I enjoyed thoroughly, and it's looking very delicious. Sorry we could not taste it. We wish we were there to taste it. And I would like to...
I know. And thank you so much, everyone, for joining this session. And thank you once again to RISE for giving me an opportunity of supporting a great cause. Thank you so much. Thank you.
We would like to thank each and everyone who has contributed and who has donated for this noble.
And thank you, Nazreen and Anita, for
generous. Thank you, Anita.
Thank you, Nazreen and Anita. Thank you so much.
Lovely teamwork. But apart from that, well done to RISE Foundation members, all of you. Coming up next is basically on basic life support. And it is being done by Dr. Rupa Jayaraj and her colleague, Dr. Priya Gautam, and a little doctor in the making, Paul Sundaram. Very pleased, Paul. I've seen you as a child, and now I'm seeing you as a little doctor. So yeah. Handing over to Dr. Annie Jacob and Dr. Selva Panchastram. Bye.
Hello, can people hear me? There is a technical glitch with my video. Just give me a second.
We can hear you.
Yeah, for some reason, I'm getting a prompt saying cannot start video for some reason. Just a second.
Thank you.
or good morning, should I say, depending on part of the world you're watching this wonderful event. Let me introduce myself. I am Dr. Selva Panchaksharam. I'm a consultant in anesthesia and intensive care, working at Kettering General in the UK, and I'll be co-chairing this session along with Dr. Annie Jacob, who is a consultant anesthetist in Leicester. Firstly, I would like to thank the RISE Foundation for organizing this fantastic event, and credit to the organizers for coming up with a wide range of interesting and useful topics. I have certainly learned a lot, and I hope our audience will also be enjoying and learning at the same time. So the next session is no exception, and it's going to be another exciting and interesting session, or should I say, even a life-saving session. We are going to have two topics in this session. The first topic is about anesthesia, the myths and facts. I'm an anesthetist, and I know many people in the general public don't actually know what I do. Hopefully, this session will help to answer some of the queries or questions you may have in your head. And I know our speakers have taken a lot of time and effort to consult the public across the world to come up with the most important questions which they've shortlisted and will be trying to answer as best as they could. The second topic is about a very important life skill for everyone, right from children to adult. Part of my job also involves working in intensive care unit, where I see many patients who come with having had a cardiac arrest in the community. The first thing I look for when I see those patients is, did they receive CPR, cardiopulmonary resuscitation, or in simple layman terms, chest compression and mouth-to-mouth breathing. Why do I do that? It's because it's the single most important link in the chain of survival, and also to ensure patients go home with a normal functioning brain. So I'm excited to listen to these two topics. We will also have a Q&A session at the end of the two presentations. And so if you have any queries, please do post in the chat box. We'll be picking them up throughout the session, and we'll be putting them forward to our speakers. Now I would like to hand over to my co-chair, Dr. Annie Jacob, to introduce our speakers.
Thank you, Selva. Now, our two speakers are Dr. Priya Gautama and Dr. Rupa Jairaj. Both are dear friends of mine. They are both consultant anesthetists working in the University Hospitals of Leicester. Now, coming to Dr. Priya Gautama, her area of interest basically includes obstetrics and airway. She's a member of the Difficult Airway Society, and she's also an esteemed faculty in the Smart Anesthesia course. This course basically provides training in human factors and non-technical skills in anesthesia. Now, as a local anesthetic lead for electroconvulsive therapy, Priya has also developed an ECT app, which basically provides patient education and staff training. Now, Priya is a very keen teacher. She's participated in a wide variety of airway workshops, both locally and internationally. And she's also during the current COVID pandemic, it's important to note that she's showed exemplary leadership skills. So what she's basically done is she's actually developed a COVID simulation pathway in obstetric theaters. Now, what she also did was she devised a household simulation pathway so that in case one of her family members develop COVID, they can follow the simulation pathway. So well done, Priya, and welcome to the session. Now, coming to our second speaker, Dr. Rupa Jairaj. She's also a consultant anesthetist working at the University Hospitals of Leicester. Now, her passion is teaching, especially if it's simulation-based teaching. She is a lead for enhanced recovery in obstetrics at the Leicester General Hospital. Now, Rupa has also got a postgraduate certificate in medical education from the United Kingdom. She's a certified ALS instructor, which is basically the advanced life support resuscitation training. And now we all know her. She's an excellent speaker. She's actually given fantastic talks, not only in the medical forum, but also in non-medical forums. Now, outside the medical field, I must say Rupa has actually played a very commendable role in a local community and also in a church, where she plays an important part in promoting cultural integration. So without any further ado, let us just dive straight into our first talk, which I called as a myth buster. Now, myths in anesthesia can cause unreasonable anxiety among the public. So through a very engaging question and answer session, Priya and Rupa will actually bust some of the common myths related to anesthesia. So over to you, girls.
Thank you, Annie, for your kind words. I'm just going to play a video first.
I'm due to have an operation in a few days' time, and the closer it gets, the more anxious I feel. The three things that I feel most anxious about. I'm due to have an operation in a few days' time, and the closer it gets, the more anxious I feel. The three things that I feel most anxious about, I think, primarily is waking up during my operation. Secondly, waking up and having a lot of pain to deal with. And finally, I think feeling nauseous and sick after I've had my procedure. I wonder if there's anything you can say that will reassure me.
So I'm going to have a cesarean section next week. This is my first baby and I'm really worried. Am I going to be in pain? Is there anyone who's going to be looking after me during the cesarean section? Do I get to see my baby afterwards? I've been reading a lot of things on the internet. I'm really scared. What do I have to expect when I go in?
I'm a young first-time mum. I don't know what to expect during childbirth. I'm absolutely petrified. Am I going to receive adequate pain relief? Is somebody going to be there to hold my hand and support me? I'm just absolutely anxious. I need some support.
Well, if somebody had a cardiac arrest or a respiratory arrest in the street, in the shopping mall, in Tesco, I wouldn't know what to do. Honestly, I wouldn't. I mean, if there was something like somebody could teach me some basics, I would love that. But where would you get these resources from? I don't know. I'd love to know.
Next.
Okay, Priya, thank you, Annie and Selva. So I'm going to ask the questions and Priya is going to give the answers. Priya, the first question, as we have done an informal survey among all our friends and family across the continents, these were the common questions. So the first question is this: there is a common confusion as to whether anesthetists are doctors. Can you clarify this, please?
I'm glad you brought this up as a first question, Rupa. So this is a very useful point to start the discussion with. So to confirm, anesthetists or anesthesiologists, as they are referred to across the Atlantic, are definitely doctors. So we do go through the same rigorous training as every other hospital specialty doctor does. So to start with, if you are in the UK, so NHS, the National Health Service in UK, so anesthesia is the single most largest specialty in the hospital. In fact, among the hospital consultants, every sixth consultant that you meet will be an anesthetist. So that's how widespread the specialty is. So we cover a large area. So we cover intensive care, we cover theaters, So we cover labor ward, we cover accident and emergency, we would cover remote sites where electroconvulsive therapy is provided, imaging is done. In fact, anywhere, community dentals, anywhere where there is a need for anesthesia, an anesthetist will be present. So to train to become an anesthetist, you have to undergo the basic 5-year medical degree in the medical colleges and university. After that, there's a rigorous 2-year foundation year, which goes through all the other specialties. And if it is felt that you need to specialize further, if your interest is in anesthesia, then you need to do an intensive 7-year training program to become a consultant anesthetist. So that shows how long the training period is. So I hope that puts to rest this myth, and I'm glad we have started our conversation with this.
Thank you so much, Priya. That really helps many people across the world. So this is another very common question, as you know. It is common to assume that when you have surgery, you will be asleep. However, so many patients for some procedures are awake and they have the area of the surgery being numbed. It is very confusing as a patient to know what to expect. Can you detailedly clarify further in this regard, please?
Yes, so there are basically broadly, there are 2 types of anesthesia. So one is general anesthesia, where you will be unconscious. So it's a controlled state of unconsciousness where you will wake up once the anesthetic drugs have worn off. So it is under the control of the anesthetist. So once the effects have worn off, that's when you will wake up. All operations can be done under general anesthesia. So, but it may be chosen to provide an alternative, but every surgery can be done under general anesthesia. To give you some examples, long surgeries, abdominal surgeries, laparoscopic surgeries, operations on the brain, heart. So those would be done under general anesthesia. Whereas there's another form of anesthesia, which we call the regional anesthesia. So in regional anesthesia, the patient stays awake. So we just numb the nerves or the whole trunk of the nerve that is coming to supply the area where the surgery is. So one important category in this is what we call spinal or epidural anesthesia. So a good example for this would be cesarean sections. So what we do is we give an injection in the back, and this numbs all the nerves that's going down to the lower limbs. So from the belly button down, so you would be numb for a couple of hours, during which the operation will be done, while you just stay awake. So the advantage is as soon as the operation's finished, you can start eating and drinking. So the incidence of being nausea or having sickness or vomiting, as we call, is going to be much less. Also, what we can do is just give local anesthesia. So numb just the area that is to be operated. For instance, if you're going to be operated on your finger, just the nerve coming to the finger can be anesthetized, which will mean just numbing that nerve. Or you can block the whole, anesthetize the entire nerve root that is coming to the whole upper limb. So which when there is an operation, the whole upper limb becomes numb. So in these operations, they are called regional anesthesia. The patient stays awake and the recovery is much quicker, and the patient's likely to be home much quicker and faster.
Well, thank you for that. I'm sure many of them are very happy to have learned that bit of information from you. This is another very, very common question. People do get confused. So this is our third most common question. Talking about spinal anesthesia, I'm reminded about my lumbar puncture, which my cousin had when he was admitted with meningitis. Are they the same?
They are not the same. So the short answer is they are not the same. Now, to go into a bit more detail, so lumbar puncture is actually a diagnostic procedure. So it involves taking the fluid that surrounds the spinal cord and sending it off to the lab for a series of investigations to come up with a diagnosis. So whereas spinal anesthesia is different, so it's done by an anesthetist. So where we are putting in medicines into the same space. So rather than taking the fluid out, in the same fluid, we are putting medicines in so that the nerves that are supplying the lower half of the body, becoming bathed in this local anesthetic solution that we put in, will then cause numbness in the lower half of the body. So they are different and they serve totally different purposes. And one is definitely done by an anesthetist.
Okay, thank you for that. So let's assume a patient is undergoing a general anesthetic. Can you talk through what to expect on that day?
So this is a very interesting question. So when you're having a general anesthetic, so remember that you're going to be unconscious. So, and it's a state of controlled unconsciousness. So now you will wake up at the end of the operation once the anesthetist has decided to turn or wind down the anesthetic medications, and then it wears off and you wake up. So there's even in the introductory video, there was a mention of concern or anxiety among the public for the possibility of waking up during the operation. So this is very common myth. So it is it is unlikely. So with that, once the anesthesia is on, the anesthetist has got very advanced monitoring system through which they can see what is the dose that is delivered to the patient. So and they will keep it on. So it's unlikely to wake up halfway through the operation. Now on the day of the general anesthetic, so you will be met by your anesthetist who will discuss with you the plan of the anesthesia and the scope of the surgery and all the other details. So there's a popular joke that it's only the anesthetist and the mother who really asks about when you last ate. So the reason we ask is for slightly different vested reason. So because we have a starvation time. So if you've had food, it should be more than 6 hours for any solid food. And if it is any clear fluid like water, it should be more than 2 hours. So the reason this is inquired into is that if there is food in the stomach, as you go off to sleep, that can travel up into your throat and it can result in choking, or it may even travel into the lungs and can cause lung damage. So for this reason, the starvation period is very important. So once the anesthetist has met you, reassured you, then what they do is they meet you again in the operating theatre suite. So you will be in the UK very likely walked to theatre if you're capable of doing that. So you come into something, an area like this, so which is what we call the anesthetic room. So most of us would, most hospitals, I must say, in the UK have anesthetic rooms. So these are rooms where we actually put our patients to sleep. So they are mainly meant to allay patient anxiety. So you will come into this room with very minimal people. So you will meet your anesthetist. So there'll be an assistant to the anesthetist who's called an operating department practitioner. So, and you will meet the two of them. And there's no masked faces. Pre-COVID, I could say that, unlikely to meet masked faces or glaring lights, so that the patient anxiety is kept low. The theatre is just, if you can see the door on my slide here, so the theatre is just on the other side of the door. So it's very adjoining. So as soon as you are asleep, we will be wheeling you into theatre. So once you come here, so basic routine monitoring is put on you, so which will involve ECG monitoring, a blood pressure cuff, and a small peg on your finger to tell us the oxygen levels. So once this is done, so the next thing that will happen is you will get a cannula in your hand. So as you can see in the picture, so which will be connected to a drip. So after this, what we do is once we parameter, we start giving you oxygen through an anesthetic face mask. Now, initially, it is only oxygen that comes, so there is no anesthetic agent that comes through that. So till this point, you can actually talk to us. So we are with you, we are there holding your hand, whatever you want us to do, hold your hand, squeeze our hand, whatever is comfortable for you. We're talking to you and you can talk to us and tell us if anything is bothering you. So at this point, so what we start to do is start giving the anesthetic drugs through the cannula that we put in. So the first medicine that goes in usually is a very strong pain relief drug, so which will allay all anxiety and most likely make you feel a little bit drunk and happy. The second medication is the anesthetic drop, which is usually a milky solution, and that will send you off to sleep straight away. So once you're asleep, the theatre team will look after you. So the anesthetist stays with you throughout the operation. So just to reassure you, every second the anesthetist is present in your vicinity, watching all your heart rate, blood pressure, all the vital parameters, and correcting it and titrating the appropriate anesthetic drugs and anesthetic gases. So you are very well looked after while you're asleep. So we also give you pain relief medications while you're asleep. We give you medications to counter nausea and vomiting while you're asleep, so that when you wake up at the end of the operation, you should be reasonably comfortable. So you will wake up most likely you will wake up in theater, but you're likely to be very drowsy. Most likely your full consciousness will be regained in the recovery area, which is an adjoining room. I hope I reassured to some extent the myths that were raised by the public earlier on.
Oh, that was excellent, Priya. Thank you. That was a very good, thorough walkthrough of the general anesthetic. So comes the next question here. As a patient undergoing surgery under anesthesia, how can a patient prepare and be as fit and healthy as possible? How can they help themselves?
I'm very glad you brought this up, Rupa, because there is a lot as a patient you can do. So a fitter patient equals a safer and a more positive surgical outcome. So there's a long way a patient can go. So if it is a planned operation, they usually have the time to optimize everything and contribute in their recovery pathway. If it's an emergency, we do understand you will not have time. So nothing to worry. So the anaesthetists and the theatre team and the surgical team will do everything that they can to optimize and look after you safely. So if you have time and it's a planned operation, so the best thing to do would be to start off looking at if you have any long-term medical condition. So things like diabetes, blood pressure, raised blood pressure, asthma, so any heart problems, any long-term conditions that you have. So this is the time to iron it out and get it all under control and optimize your management. So this may mean that you may have to do some more tests, which may be blood test or any other test. So this may mean you may have to go to your general practitioner. You may have to visit your family practitioner. So to titrate your medications up or down so that it is all brought under control. So the second thing is your body weight. So there is a lot you can do to contribute. So if your weight is in the if your weight is slightly on the higher side, or if it is more than the recommended body mass index that we say, which is 25. So if it is higher than that, so you have all the time that you should motivate yourself to exercise regularly and eat healthily so that you can drop your weight and bring it in the normal range. So being obese is not going to help you much. So I'm bringing your weight in the correct bracket will take you a long way. So the third important thing that we can definitely do to help is if you're a smoker. So if you're a smoker, it's time to think whether you want to quit, if not at least to decrease the number. So smoking actually causes a lot of burning or damages the lung. So it's the same path that the anesthetic drugs will go through. So the complications from a respiratory point of view, so the complications, the anesthetic, it's like putting salt on a wound. So the anesthetic gases are irritant. So smoking also irritates the same lining of your windpipe. So the same breathing passages are inflamed with your smoking. On top of that, we're giving anesthetic gases. So it's like salt on a wound. So on top of that, other heart and lung conditions are more likely to be exaggerated. Problems will be exaggerated with the anesthetic if you are a smoker and you don't make an effort to drop it. Also, so the wound healing, the surgical wound healing will be delayed if you smoke. In general, if you're a smoker, the duration that you stay in the hospital will be longer. So the other thing is alcohol. So if your alcohol intake is more than the recommended 14 units, then it is a good time to wind it down. So though there are many reasons how it will help, the most important is the way it affects the function of the liver. So during the recovery phase, during the repair phase after the operation, so the repair tissues and the building blocks are all produced in the liver. So this is not going to happen if you are going to have very high alcohol intake. So the liver function is going to be compromised. And if not anything else, the wound healing would be hugely compromised. And finally, dental works. So if you have any loose teeth, caps, loose prosthesis, this may be a time to just visit your dentist and get those fixed. So because anesthesia involves instrumentation in the mouth, and we'll talk about this. So this can lead to a displacement of your dental work.
Priya, I really liked your analogy about salt on a wound with smoking. So I think it's a plug for all the smokers. If you are trying to stop, we always have the NHS Stop Smoking services. Go to your GP or your family practitioner, and that's one of the best things you can do for yourselves. Thank you so much, Priya. And I think you need to take a little breath, because now comes another big question. What risks are associated with anesthesia?
So you are right, Rupa. This is really a big question. I do need to catch my breath and take it slowly. So I have actually made a slide to answer this, because it'll be like a ready reckoner, if not for the public, at least for me, so that I cover everything. So going through the risks of anesthesia, I think any procedure carries some risk. So there's nothing to worry about seeing the slide. So any anesthetic you have, whatever you choose, any medical procedure carries some risk. And in this medical legal world that we live in, so we will have to explain all this to you on the day of surgery, not to frighten you, but more so to cover everything medical legally as well. Some of the side effects, I would say some of these risks are more like a side effect. They are more common. So they are the side effect of the medications that are being used for some other reason. For instance, you are likely to be in pain after operation. So the pain relief medications that we give to relieve you of the pain can cause nausea and vomiting. And the same medications can also cause itching. So those are just side effects, which may not happen in everybody, but that's a possibility. Another very common side effect, most patients are very surprised about, is sore throat. So they wonder why they've been operated on the knee, but they've ended up with a sore throat. So the reason is, as I was mentioning earlier on, so we tend to instrument the mouth. There's a breathing tube that goes down through your mouth into your lungs to administer general anesthesia. So because of that, so that can lead to some inflammation in your throat, and you're likely to end up with a sore throat. This usually settles very quickly in a few days' time. And the usual pain relief medications that are given for your surgical recovery would help you with the sore throat as well. Dizziness, again, very common. So this will be seen more likely immediately after the operation, because most anesthetic agents can lower the blood pressure. Shivering can be a side effect of the anesthetic gases. Sometimes you may genuinely be cold because theater environment is much colder. To prevent infection, we do hold the theater temperature at a lower degree. And finally, as I mentioned earlier on, dental damage. So it may not just be the teeth, it can be even the lips may be cut sometimes. So again, these are because we tend to instrument the mouth. And the risk of dental damage is not very common, though I keep mentioning it. It is about 1 in 4,500 cases. So it's not very common. And it's more likely if there is already a pre-existing dental damage or poor dental hygiene. I think we already had a talk in the RISE webinar on dental hygiene and dental management by Dr. Anu earlier on. So it was very useful. So if we adhere to those, it's less likely to happen. Now, moving on to rare complications, allergic reaction to anesthetic medication is a possibility, and awareness. Awareness is when you are not unconscious during an anesthesia. So again, extremely, extremely rare, very unlikely. With modern anesthesia, so we have very extensive monitoring where we can see the anesthetic gases that's being delivered and the anesthetic gases that is coming out of the body. So we can easily titrate the anesthetic doses appropriately. So it's very unlikely to happen. And finally, I have put death in that slide. That is not to scare anybody, but that is mainly to reassure you, so that it will be mentioned and it is likely, but extremely rare. So if a fit patient undergoes a planned surgery, the incidence of death is so rare. It's about 1 in 100,000 patients who are anesthetized. So which is very, very rare. So it's very unlikely. So you do not have to worry about that.
Well, thank you, Priya. I think that was very useful. And it was actually a teenager who asked me that question to be brought up in this session. So it's very important to know the common side effects as well as the rare ones. And thank you for reiterating that death is extremely rare and anesthesia is very sophisticated now. And I would like to reiterate as well again that it is extremely safe, but we have to, as patients, you have to know that as well. So coming to another question, now all of us, three of us are obstetric anesthetists here. Sorry, Selva. So we have to talk about babies and childbirth and ladies. So for thousands of years, women have delivered babies naturally without any pain relief. So why is painless labor so common now? And is it a fancy concept?
I don't think it's a fancy concept. So the first advocate of painless labor was Queen Victoria in 1853. So she had it for her 8th baby. Now she wanted it for her 6th baby when she was declined. She wanted it for the 7th baby when it was declined, and she got it for her 8th and the 9th baby subsequently. So, but despite having started in 1853, in UK, the current epidural uptake rate is around 30%. So there are still 70% of women who do not get pain relief for labor. So it's slightly better in USA. The statistics are better. It varies within the state, but generally around 70% in USA or even higher, depending on where you are. So, but even then, it is not 100%. You would think that somebody who's going through such a painful process as labor, all of them would take epidurals and it would be 100%. But sadly, our business is not as up as that. So the reason why some women need pain relief and the others don't is because everybody is different. Some women have different pregnancies, so their labor is longer. Some women's pain threshold is different, so that they perceive pain different. And sometimes it's the pregnancy, it's the obstetrician, it's the anesthetist who would recommend. So if the blood pressure is high, what we call preeclampsia, for example, so we strongly recommend that the mother actually has a painless labor with epidural, because every time she's in pain, the blood pressure goes up, which is not good for her and the baby. So for which reason we try to advocate pain relief so that she is comfortable and the baby is also comfortable. Another useful reason is that a mother, when she's not feeling the pain, will not be screaming and she will be breathing normally. So which greatly helps with how the acid-base balance, a very technical term, but just how the carbon dioxide in the bloodstream is kept, which will determine how much blood is going to the baby. So in all sides, it's a win-win.
Thank you, Priya. Thank you for that. And as a female, having gone through 2 labors, I can vouch for the epidural, one without and one with. So I know it was a few hours was being like in heaven. So it was good. So I would vouch, ladies who are listening. Thank you for that. So the next question is another female obstetric related question. Many women after a spinal anesthetic for cesarean section or an epidural for pain relief in labor complain of backache several years later. Are they related? And I've heard this from my family, friends, so many. So yeah, over to you.
I'm glad you brought this up, Rupa. As I was just walking into this webinar, I met somebody who interestingly asked me the same question. And I was just telling her, you just watch the webinar, you'll get the answer. So the answer is no. So there's no evidence to show that a spinal or an epidural causes long-term backache. So, but it is common myth. So the reason being that during pregnancy, so to accommodate the baby, the pelvic ligaments have to relax. So once the baby is born, so the pelvis has to get back to its original position. So the ligaments have to tighten. If the posture is not good, so which is likely to happen in a new mother who is constantly changing nappies or breastfeeding, picking baby from below. So when the posture is not right, so this can result in long-term backache. Acute bruising of the back can happen because of the spinal or the epidural, depending on the number of attempts that have been made. So the bruising can last a few days, but usually settles, but not long-term backache.
Oh, thank you. That was very, very clear. I think we'll still have people asking us this, and thank you for definitely answering that very clearly. Ladies, so whoever is listening, you can tell all your relatives as well. So it is a myth and it's not the truth. So spinal and epidurals do not cause backache. Okay, finally, can you tell me where we can find more patient information on anesthesia?
There's a lot of information on the net, so I can give you some of the websites. So depending on which region you are in, so these are some of the websites for UK, USA, and Australia. If you don't find the answer to your question in any of these, of course, there is Google, the biggest doctor, who will answer everything else.
Okay, this one would be the last question for this session. If the person next to me in the supermarket collapses, what should I do as a first responder?
This is interesting, but I think more than me, it is you, Rupa, who would be more appropriate as a advanced life support provider, ALS instructor, so that you take this question. In fact, I think we've done some draft videos earlier on when we were planning for this. So I think we will go to those videos and you can explain in detail about what to do.
Thank you. So over to Bala, who will actually upload the video. I think it's just a technical glitch. I think they're trying to sort it out. I think it's just a technical glitch. They're going to start again, but it's just a little introduction about basic life support I give. And it's only a 2 to 3 minutes. I talk about the basic life support, and then we go on straight into the videos. And we will be concentrating on how you can respond, how you can call for help, chest compressions, as well as, defibrillation.
Rupa, whilst we're waiting for that video to upload, are we there? Voila?
Yeah, I'm there.
And I just wonder, okay. Why is BLS so important, Rupa? And is it important to train children?
Shall we play the video? So we have
okay, yeah.
Be ready. Thank you. Thank you.
Let's go to the video then.
Yeah. It's only a 2 to 3 minute introduction from me, and then we will be going into the videos where you'll see demonstrations. So just bear with us. Thank you. Is the basic life support session, and I will be teaching you about adult basic life support, not for kids. This is only for the adults. I would like to thank the RISE Foundation organizers for giving me this opportunity. I would also like to thank Paul Sundram, my son, who's a year 1 medical student at the University of Birmingham. He has helped me a lot with the videos, and he features in some of them. As part of his medical course training, he has had BLS training. I would like to have a disclaimer here. This video is to make you more aware about the importance of BLS. It is not a substitute for BLS training. I would encourage each one of you to go and find a teaching session, a BLS teaching session in whichever part of the world you are. This video and this session is based on the UK Research Council guidance. So why is BLS important? In the UK, around 30,000 cardiac arrests happen every year, and 80% of these cardiac arrests happen at home. So if you know how to do BLS, you can save the life of a very close family member or a friend. So what is a cardiac arrest? This is when the heart stops suddenly, and if no treatment is given, the person will die within minutes. So this is where BLS comes into the picture. So you can save a life by calling for help. In the UK, it is 999 and asking for an ambulance. Starting CPR quickly. CPR stands for cardiopulmonary resuscitation. Using a PAD, which is the public access defibrillator, or commonly called the AED, which is the same, automated external defibrillator. And then finally, when the emergency services come, you hand over the person to them. CPR involves 30 chest compressions and 2 rescue breaths, which is the mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. During these corona times, all of you may be very anxious to give mouth-to-mouth breaths. So we have a video clip which shows CPR during normal times and during these COVID times. There is no risk of viral spread with chest compressions. The AED, the defibrillator, is again very safe to use during COVID times, and there is no risk of viral transmission because of this. Okay, so why do we use CPR? We want to kickstart the heart mechanically and buy time until the emergency services arrive. With the help of the defibrillator, you electrically kickstart the heart by giving a high energy shock. Rescue breaths provide the oxygen needed. You may wonder and ask me, how can you give oxygen via a rescue breath? We normally breathe in oxygen via the air, which has roughly 21%. When we breathe out carbon dioxide, as most of you know, and along with it, we breathe out roughly 14 to 15% of oxygen. So this is the reason behind the rescue breaths. But for adult cardiac arrest, chest compressions and defibrillations are more important than the rescue breaths. And that is why the Resus Council UK has avoided mouth-to-mouth breaths during these corona times. So let's dive into these videos.
Oh my gosh, someone's collapsed. Hello, can you hear me? Can you open your eyes, can you hear me? What's your name? Help! Is there any help? Okay, there's no help. I'll check the breathing. Okay, time to call the ambulance. 999, speakerphone. Hello ambulance, I've got an unconscious and a non-breathing patient here at my home. Please could you send an AED, and I'm going to start chest compressions. Oh my gosh, someone's collapsed. Hello, can you hear me? Can you open your eyes if you can hear me? Okay, so they're not breathing. Help! There's no help, I'll call the ambulance. Hello ambulance, I've got an unconscious and a non-breathing patient at my house. Again, please could you bring in AED? I'm going to cover their mouth and nose and then start chest compressions. So as you can see, as I'm doing the chest compressions, I make sure that my one hand is aligned over the other hand, and it is near the center of the chest, slightly towards the left, where the heart would be anatomically. I make sure my middle finger is aligned with the nipple of the chest, and I do 30 chest compressions before doing 2 rescue breaths. I make sure that the depth is about 5 to 6 centimeters, and I do it at a rate of around 100 to 120 beats per minute. And if I do get tired, I can always get someone else to help me and take it in turns.
Until now, you saw Paul giving chest compressions. That is to mechanically kickstart the heart. We cannot kickstart the heart entirely by chest compressions. So now we have to electrically kickstart the heart. So you can see this ECG. The top one is the normal ECG, and the second one you can actually see is very chaotic. So that is called ventricular fibrillation, the second ECG, and the heart is not able to pump normally. So we kickstart the heart with the help of a defibrillator. So until now, we saw how we can buy time by mechanically kickstarting the heart with the help of chest compressions. But this one, the next one, the defibrillation is the most important because we are electrically
kickstarting the heart, and we can save a person's life. So the defibrillator, or the automated external defibrillator, AED, is extremely simple and safe to use. And that is the reason it is kept in various common public places such as schools, football stadiums, shopping malls, etc. It has audio instructions and visual prompts as well as to where the chest pads have to be put on. It will only deliver a shock if it is absolutely needed. You just have to move a little away from the AED when the shock is being delivered to the person. So I just want to stress the fact that it is very safe to use it. As I'm from Leicester, I definitely have to talk about this. Alan Birkenell is a famous footballer. He played for Leicester City and now he's the club ambassador for Leicester City. As part of his many initiatives, he actually gave out AEDs, which is the automated external defibrillator, to 20 schools in Leicestershire in 2015. And then in 2017, when he was at an awards ceremony, he actually collapsed when he was giving the awards. So effective CPR was given, the AED at the football stadium was used, and now he is a man to tell the story of a successful CPR and defibrillation with the help of AED. What a story. He gives out AEDs for school children. 2 years later, one of the AEDs helps to save his life. I'm going to show you the recovery position now for a person who is breathing but unconscious. Okay, so the easiest way to do is like this. So remove the glasses if the person is wearing glasses and keep it safely. Then it's easier if you bring the hands like this and the legs straight, and then the furthest hand you bring it like this, and at the same time bend this knee and bring the patient towards you. Okay, and this one should be, this leg should be like this. So this position prevents anything in the mouth going into the lungs, such as vomit.
Bala, can you play the choking video as well? Thank you all. It's the St. John's Ambulance choking video. Bala, Kavi? Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
If you think an adult or child is choking, ask them, are you choking? Cough it out. If they are coughing, encourage them to continue, as they may be able to remove the obstruction. If they're unable to speak or cough, they need your help straight away. If coughing doesn't work, slap it out. Support the upper body with one hand and help them to bend forward. Use the heel of your hand to give up to 5 sharp back blows between their shoulder blades. Then check to see if there's anything in their mouth. If there is, tell them to pick it out. If back blows don't work, try giving up to 5 abdominal thrusts. Squeeze it out. To give the abdominal thrusts, stand behind them. Put your arms around them and link your hands between the tummy button and the bottom of their chest. Clench your lower hand in a fist, grasp your fist with your other hand and pull sharply inwards and upwards. Repeat up to 5 times. Check their mouth. If they're still choking, call 999 or 112 for emergency help. Use a speakerphone if you can.
Keep repeating the 5 back blows and 5 abdominal thrusts until the blockage clears or help arrives. If they become unresponsive, open the airway and check their breathing. If they are not breathing normally, start CPR. So remember, if someone's choking, cough it out, slap it out, squeeze it out. If it's not cleared, call 999 or 112 for emergency help. Keep repeating the cycle. Start CPR if they become unresponsive, and that's how we treat choking. If this video has been helpful to you, help support St John Ambulance by going to sja.org.uk/donate.
Thank you. That was the end of the BLS session. And I again want to reiterate that anyone in the community, if you have anyone falling in right in front of you, if they are unresponsive and they are not breathing, start chest compressions. If you feel you can't do rescue breaths, it is okay. Please start chest compressions and get the AED possible from the nearest place. And before this, obviously, please call the ambulance. So just wanted to reiterate that it is okay if you feel uncomfortable doing rescue breaths, but please do chest compressions and bring the AED, because defibrillation is the most important thing that will save a person's life, especially an adult. So thank you. This is the end of the session. Selva and Annie, we are willing to take questions, Priya and I. Willing to take questions from
Thank you very much, Priya and Rupa. Those are really fantastic presentations, very informative, very useful. And thanks to Paul as well for his nice demonstration. That was very nice. So we've got a few questions in the Q&A box, and also others have asked. First, I would like to ask Rupa a very common question that we get asked. Many people misconceive heart attack as cardiac arrest. Can you tell if they are the same? If not, what is the difference?
So they're not the same. Cardiac heart attack, or what we call a myocardial infarction, is just the artery getting blocked. So the patient obviously develops chest pain, and then there is damage to the heart. But a really massive heart attack can lead to a cardiac arrest. And that's why we encourage, if you feel a person is really having a heart attack, please do try and get, especially in the outside, try and get an AED as well. And please actually have a look at the patient, keep monitoring the patient, ring up the ambulance. So it can lead to a cardiac arrest. A heart attack can lead to a cardiac arrest, but they are not the same. So it's a block in the artery.
Thank you, Rupa. Annie, would you like to ask some questions relating to anesthesia? There are some questions which have come up in the Q&A box as well.
Yes, yeah. So Priya, I know you're very health conscious, and I noticed in your nil by mouth slides, the diet you put in was very health conscious. I probably would have put a pizza on it, and Dr. Prem Sundaram would have shuddered, I think. But anyway, my question is, how did the COVID pandemic impact on our specialty?
It had a huge impact. So as COVID had a huge impact on all medical specialties, anesthesia was no different. But anesthesia took a bigger hit, I would think, because as I said in the beginning, we are a very widespread specialty. So there were a lot of areas, a lot of multidisciplinary working happens with anesthesia, which is probably, I don't know, good or a bad thing, how you see it. So which meant that we had to engage and develop pathways in accident and emergency, intensive care, labor ward, all theaters. So that was one thing. And the second thing was all these various pathways had to be developed within a very short period of time, which was, there was a lot of time pressure. So as we know that it suddenly arrived and everybody had to gear up to it. And the third thing was, because we're such a large specialty working in such a widespread area, the time that had to be invested in training all the members we engage with or we interact with. So all the theater staff, all the other midwives, intensive care nurses, everybody had to be brought to the same page so that everybody was following similar things. So which was a big challenge. And not only that, so this is on the simulation training side. The other big thing was logistically, many things had to be changed. The layout in intensive care had to be changed. The layout in theaters, we had to bring doors where the doors didn't exist. So screens and partition rooms so that we could create clean donning areas where we would dress at, and then dirty doffing areas where we could safely clear ourselves of the contaminated objects that we come in contact with. But in short, everything has been geared up in such a way that the hospital has been made into a safe area, so where patients can safely come, staff can safely come and be looked after well. Now, anesthesia, I was sort of expecting this question, so I had actually made a slide. I don't know if I can get to it. So yes. Now, anesthesia, as anesthetists, we have a special skill, so which have been harping a bit through the talk, which involves putting a tube into the mouth, which goes into the lung. Now, this is what we call intubation, and this is a very vital skill, a core skill anesthetists would possess, and this was something which was very, very essential during the COVID environment. So, because this is the first step before we can connect a patient to a ventilator, which is on the pictures on the right side. So any COVID patient who needs to be looked after in intensive care to start on ventilatory support will have to go through this. So they have to get this tube down, which will be performed by only an anesthetist. And the problem with this is this. Now we've all heard of this aerosol generating. So you can see what it means. So the load of virus that rests in the nose, the throat, and the mouth is extremely high. So when we perform this procedure, we are actually spraying this virus out everywhere around us, particularly the operator who is in very close proximity, putting them at high risk. So which means that we need a special gear, which is what we call the PPE or the personal protective equipment. So which is this. So this has become the bane or the joy or curse, I don't know what you would want to call, of our life. So we can't do anything these days without this gear. So we have to be covered in all this from top to bottom. And I think Selva will probably be able to chip in a bit more on this because he works in intensive care. And I'm sure he has had a lot to go through, being the ITU lead and the PPE lead and the COVID lead in Kettering General Hospital. Selva, do you want to say anything more?
Thanks, Priya, for your kind words. And I think you've covered most of the things, actually. A lot of it, the challenge was at the beginning about preparation, getting all the equipments to make and create an ICU bed, which you know is not a simple task. And also the challenge of working with full PPE gear, working long hours when you get exhausted, and actually even a simple procedure would be 10 times harder. You know, despite our best efforts, sometimes patients passed away, which was quite hard. And the fact that we had to communicate that to relatives, breaking bad news over the phone when they're not able to attend was quite challenging. But what we could say is perhaps we've learned a lot from this experience, and I think we are probably better placed now if there is going to be a second peak. So I think it's also a good moment to, you know, this is a fantastic feat for us to appear on front of the Time magazine, which usually is taken up by famous celebrities. I think for the first time, anesthetists have appeared in front of the Time magazine. So that's quite a proud moment. So I think we've got time for very quick rapid fire questions from the Q&A box.
Can I just chip in? I've just seen one or two questions in the Q&A. So one is from Gama, so who was asked whether, you know, exactly when the patient goes to sleep and when they wake up, can the anesthetist actually have a fun time in the middle or something similar to that? So the answer is sadly no. So we have to stay in the middle to make sure that patient's kept alive. So we basically control the heart rate, blood pressure, oxygen levels, and everything. And in fact, titrate the anesthetic agent based on the vital parameters. So we can't leave. So every second we are with the patient. I hope that reassures him. And one more was whether the anesthetist will be in recovery as well. We may not physically be every second with the patient in recovery area as we are in theater, But if there is any issue in recovery, we are immediately available to sort it out.
And the recovery nurse stays with the
Yes.
patient. So,
Thank
yeah.
you, Rupa.
I think we've come to the end of our time. So we'll conclude our session now. So Selva and myself would thank you, Priya and Rupa, for an engaging discussion. We thank you, our audience, for taking the time out to be with us for a good cause, that is the Banyan Foundation. And last but not the least, we thank our organizers, RISE Foundation, for giving us the opportunity to participate in this webinar. Hope you all continue to have a very good time in the following webinar. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you all. I think the next topic is on how to avoid sports injury. So looking forward to that. Thank you.
Thank you, friends. Keep supporting the Banyan charity. Whatever you give today is going to go to Banyan charity. Please keep supporting, spread the awareness. There are a huge number of topics coming all over the night till 2 o'clock tomorrow. Various countries in different parts of the world. There are speakers coming from Malaysia, America, all parts of the world. Please try to look into the program. There might be something interesting for you. Keep supporting it. Huge amount of lectures. Next, we are going to have a talk on sports injury with lots of teenagers participating in this. I'm sure this will be an excellent talk. Friends, stay online. We're just getting ready with the next panel. The next panel is a very big panel with lots of teenagers with interesting questions. Here they are.
Good. Thank you again for joining the next session of webinar. Again, I think this is kind of a exciting time because this part of the talk is going to be mainly supported by all the junior RISE members. I think I'll just wait for Kavi to just bring up the video. 1 second. Yeah, that's fine. Good. So I think I will probably, without much delay, I would probably like to introduce my friend, kind of a mentor in my sports, an excellent and enthusiastic cricketer, and also a very talented, skillful consultant orthopedic surgeon who works in Georgia Late Hospital in West Midlands, Dr. Ravi Mahajan. So welcome, Ravi, to this session. I think I'm joined by 2 other panelists here, and there are quite a few other panelists who are joining remotely. So I think let me introduce Rahul. Hi. So Rahul is a quite keen, enthusiastic cricketer once upon. Now he's moved on to football. Is that right? Yes. Okay. And Harish, again, I think he's quite a fitness freak as well. Okay. So the way we are going to structure this is I will probably start off the session with asking a few questions, and I think we will try and make it more interactive. I would probably take a moment so the other panelists could introduce yourself. Daniel, if you could unmute yourself and introduce yourself, please.
Hello?
Daniel?
Yeah, okay, so I'm Daniel and I'm 15 and I play hockey and I do sports like athletics sometimes. So I'm quite keen on long jump and just generally running.
Brilliant, okay. And I think the next panelist is Sonia. Sonia Naidu, daughter of Sridhar Naidu, very well supported member of RISE. Sonia is a very keen sports enthusiast. Sonia, I'll probably let you talk about your experience with sports.
So hi, my name's Sonia. I'm currently 13 years old and I go to Leicester Grammar School. I really like sport. I do girls county cricket. I also enjoy playing hockey, netball, and I do karate as well.
Do you play for your school team, isn't it, on hockey? Or...
Yeah, I play for my school team in hockey, netball, and cricket, and I also do county cricket.
Brilliant. Okay. Okay. And then Siva, I know you are a tennis lover.
Yeah, I'm Siva. I'm also 15 years old. I do like tennis. Yeah, I enjoy tennis. I play a bit of it. Yeah.
Good. Good. Okay. And do you go for coaching as well, or?
Yes, I go locally in Oadby. I go for tennis classes. Yeah.
Brilliant. Okay. Fazal, thanks for joining. I know you guys are not in Leicester. I would probably like to hear from you. What do you enjoy the most from sports?
Yeah, hi, I'm Fazad. I'm 15 years old, currently at Leicester Grammar School, and I enjoy playing tennis quite a lot. And I play for Knighton Tennis Club.
Brilliant. Okay. I think without much further delay, I think what we will do is I think our youngest member is here, who just joined. So, Roshan, do you like, what sport do you like?
I'm a keen football player.
Okay.
I'm 12 years old and I attend Leicester Grammar School.
Okay. Do you go for football coaching as well?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm sure I think you guys have got plenty of questions to bombard Ravi uncle today. Okay. But I'm probably the only man who represents 40 plus. Okay. The more prone and vulnerable group for sports injury. But I think without much further delay, I'll probably start off the session, if that is okay, Ravi. But just before that, I think please support Banyan's charity, who we are trying to support. And I think please donate generously for them as well. Ravi, I think this is kind of an area which majority of people kind of know but do not know much. Okay, I would like you to describe a little bit overview of sports injury and just talk about a little bit science around it. I'll probably, I know you've made a presentation, so let's let me just share that. Just a sec. Okay, I'll let you take you through this. This
sports injuries has been coming up to surface for last few years since the sports have become not only part of leisure but profession, and it is taking significant part of our life. And as it comes to the sports, no sport goes without mentioning of Sachin Tendulkar or Roger Federer, and they have their career actually spans over a period of more than 22 years, and for each, without much of an injury. And if you see other sports people, actually they have succumbed to significant injuries and lost their career. And why so? If someone could go into the details and find out why these two can survive so long at the peak of their career, and it's very easy actually to prevent these injuries. And I really want all these youngsters to understand that it is not only easy to prevent these injuries, but actually work towards excel in the sports career. And we can start with the understanding of how the muscles, tendons, and the joints work, and then we can apply that in the process of what you do with your sports. So sports injuries are, it can be various. Sports injury can be head injury, it could be shoulder, it could be knee, it can involve any part.
Just a second, I think there's some difficulties in hearing us, so I'm just going to check whether we're all okay. I'm sorry to interrupt.
Saran, we can hear you very well, but when Ravi talks, we couldn't hear. Sorry.
That's fine. I think
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I think they should be.
Yes, we can hear you very well, Ravi. Thank you very much.
Okay.
I think that's better. Thank you.
That's good. Okay. I'm just going to. I'm sorry about this technical glitches.
Yeah, Ravi, if you don't mind, can you start from the beginning, because
Yeah, we start from.
Sorry for that, Ravi. Thank you.
Yeah.
Just one second. Okay. I think this is probably the session the most people are here. Okay, that's good. Yes, we're almost getting there. Okay, that's fine. We should be good to go. I think. Vasu, can you hear us? And guys,
I can hear you very well. Can Ravi say hello?
Yeah.
Just
Hello. Can you hear me now, Vasu?
We can hear you very, very well, Ravi. Thank you very much for sorting it out. It helps a lot. Thank you.
Okay. I think that's good. We'll probably start again. Apologies for the small glitch.
So starting all over again, the sports cover so much of part of our life nowadays. It's not only a leisure, but it's a serious kind of profession for most of the people. And I think the role of sports in relieving the stress is very important nowadays. And that's why relieving the preventing sports injuries, dealing with them has become equally important. And when we talk about sports injuries or anything about the sport, it doesn't go without mentioning Sachin Tendulkar or Roger Federer. I mean, these guys have played at the peak of their career for more than 22 years without much of an injury, and that's amazing. people have lost their careers. Some people have lost their lives for sports injuries. And once you look into the depth of how you can prevent the sports injuries, you'll find it surprisingly easy. If you understand how the muscles, tendons work, how you can prevent the injuries, you can really excel in sports. For that, first, for all these people, I'll first start with how normally things work in the body. Like if you are doing a normal walk, you're walking inside the house, walking on the street, you don't get injuries, but you get injuries in sports. Why? You're doing everyday work, taking care of yourself, taking care of family. That's not something that gives you injury, but while doing sports, you can get injuries. And the reason behind it, imagine you're walking. If you decide to walk in a slightly funny way, in a really short time, you'll have pain. You decide to walk in a slightly imbalanced way, you can get injury. Or you decide to walk too much in a short time, you're likely to get injury. So that's exactly what happens in sports. If you deviate from your normal technique, if you try to do too much, which your body can allow, or if you lose the balance, that's what causes the sports injuries. And for these teenagers now, the way muscles and the way arms work and the legs work, if you understand that, you can actually project yourself to prevent these injuries. So muscles actually will be gliding on each other. They're attached to the tendons. Tendons are attached to the joints. Tendon will pull the bones, and that's how the arms move. But the most important that these three structures together, they give a sense of position for us, or a sense of balance. In any sports, for example, a badminton or tennis, the way you land, even in like cricket, in bowling, your last step, how your balance is. So your sense of position is extremely important, and that's where all your hard work should go in, and that's going to prevent your sports injuries. And in the next few minutes, I'm just going to help you how to improve your sense of position, how to improve your work with the muscles and the tendons, and that's going to prevent your injuries. Okay, so these are the key elements which we're going to talk for next few minutes. Correct technique, warm up, and most important, you must know your limits. Okay.
Good. Okay, I think that's a kind of a nice starting point. Okay, I'd probably ask. I think clearly these youngsters has brainstormed and made a few questions prior to the webinar. So I think I would probably start off with people asking questions for themselves. Which I think, Harish, would you like to ask the first question? Okay.
Why do people get sports injuries?
And as I said, there are three main reasons why you get sports injuries. One is when your technique is wrong. Imagine you are hitting a forehand in tennis, and if you're holding the racket absolutely in the wrong way, that's going to put abnormal stresses through your wrist, through your elbow, and through your shoulder. And in few minutes, you're going to have injury. So wrong technique. Second is if your balance is absolutely wrong. For example, you are at a bowling crease, you want to throw the ball very fast, and you're off balance. That means you're using your arm to generate the power rather than using your legs or the core to generate that power in the ball, and you get injury. And the third most important is if you have lost your proprioception, or if you lost the sense of position, that means you're off the balance, and that's why you get the injuries. And I find with teenagers, the most common cause of injury is they probably push too much. You have to understand what your body is allowing you to do, and you shouldn't really overdo it. If you can't throw the ball from a boundary, don't do it, because you'll just end up injuring yourself.
That's a good way of looking at it. I think, yeah, so I think, Sonia, I'm sure that you have got a few questions as well. Would you like to ask the next question to Ravi Uncle, please?
Yeah, so the next question is, are kids or children more prone to getting sports injuries than adults?
There's certain kind of injuries which kids probably will get more than adults, because they're more into jumping around or contact sports. However, I would say statistically the children are more safe as far as adults are concerned, and that is simply because they have the tendons are very pliable, the ligaments are well sensed, they have the bones are soft, and their cartilage is very thick as compared to adults. So they can sustain lots of trauma before actually getting significant injury. They have lots of resilience, if you want to say that. And when you keep growing, the soft tissues and the joints and the bones, they start to stiffen up more, and their function is overall compromised, and you tend to get more injury if you push off too much, especially if you're not warmed up.
Okay. So does it answer your question?
Yes, that does answer my question.
I think what sort of warm-ups do you, or what sort of precautions you get advised if being played for school hockey team?
So in school, we normally do some before we actually do games and stuff, we do some running, jogging stretches, and then we do some drills with the ball, and that's a good warm-up for us.
Okay, I think we're definitely going to touch a lot about that. Okay, I think you got another question as well, Sonia. So
yeah. So my next question is: are there any particular sports injuries that are more common in females, rather than males?
This is a very good question, I would say. Females are certainly more prone to have injuries. If you see the number of injuries as a whole number, there may be less in women. But if you see statistically, 100 women and 100 men playing together, the women are more likely to get injury, and there are reasons behind it. Because of the higher estrogen level, their joints are more lax. Secondly, they have less muscle mass as compared to males. They have, with all due respect, they're relatively more fat around the muscles as compared to males. So their functioning of the muscles is not as great as male. Another thing is they have wider pelvis, so the alignment of the legs is different. And there's another triad which is found among athletic women is poor nutrition. They can have sort of hormonal imbalance and low calcium or low vitamin D, leading to weak bones, and they get stress fractures and injuries to the bones quite easily. If you see the football, the male footballers and the female footballers, the incidence of the knee injuries, significant knee injuries, is very high in women. And that is because the way their knee is structured, and also the way their knee is aligned because of the pelvis. And therefore there is a very well designed technique for warm up for women, so that they develop their core and lower body to avoid these injuries.
That's interesting. Okay.
They should also touch on their nutrition and rest of the things.
Okay, good. I think Ravi, I'm fairly certain that I think during my introduction, I should have mentioned this more, but I think Ravi specializes in shoulder injuries and elbow injuries, is right?
Yeah.
And he has definitely had a huge contribution in Indian junior team. In terms of, I think he's personally operated on a few of them. I think you have a very close working relationship with the Indian junior coaching team as well.
Yeah.
I think with not much of delay, I think Fazad has the next question to ask, something in that order. Fazad?
Yeah. How does shoulder injury happen?
Okay, I think shoulder injury is very common, and in fact, you take any sports, tennis, badminton, cricket, rugby, and you'll find people coming out with shoulder injuries. But the most common cause of shoulder injury is using the arm when you're not in a balanced position. They say in cricket, if you're throwing the ball, you throw with the legs. What that means is you need to be well balanced on your legs. You need to have good strength in your legs and the core to throw the ball. The moment you're off balance and you're trying to generate that much of pace in your ball, you're using your shoulder muscles. And shoulder muscles, those small muscles, not designed to do that, not designed to generate that much of power. And that's why you get the shoulder injuries. And it is a sudden explosive action. If you see, if you're hitting a smash in a badminton, and if the shuttle is slightly behind you, your shoulder is extended to generate that power, not anatomical, not a good functional position for shoulder. Similarly, if you're throwing a ball, if you're front chest and throwing the ball like that, it's not going to go far unless you're sideways. So if your technique is not correct, you're more likely to have shoulder injuries. Again, if you're off balance, if your legs and the core is weak, you're likely to get shoulder balance. And the most important thing, which I would really like to touch upon today, is if you're not warmed up enough. Because in normal day-to-day activities, we don't use shoulder too much. It will be desktop activities, and suddenly you start raising high above, you start rotating the shoulder, the soft tissues have not warmed up, they are not stretched enough, and that's when you rip them apart. That's why this warm-up is extremely important. Without warm-up, I won't actually go close to this one.
I think I would like to play the video which is from one of the Indian cricketers, junior cricketers, isn't it?
It's just asking.
Yeah. Okay. So I think
Hi, this is Aditya Naik,
I'll probably
professional
let Ravi
cricketer
introduce him.
and coach in Maharashtra. Sir, I would like to ask you how to prevent shoulder and lower back injury while bowling.
I know Aditya for last few years now. He played under 19 district level, went on to play quite a serious cricket, coaching quite a few youngsters in the district level. And he was pulled down simply because of his shoulder injury.
Okay.
And I worked with him for quite a few years. And with the regime that warm-up regime that we have developed, the one which was tried in American Academy as well, has definitely helped him.
Okay. Good. I think our next question is from Rahul. Okay. So I think just moving on from shoulder, I would like you to just probably ask the next question for Ravi uncle.
Okay. So my question is, how do knee injuries occur?
There are basically, I'll explain the structure of the knee first. So the knee, the thigh bone has two condyles, and the leg bone has a very flat kind of bone. So it's not a ball and socket kind of joint where we have in the hip. So the ball is not stable. So this joint is supported only by the ligaments on either side, and there's a cushion in between. And these ligaments are vulnerable to injury. Now, knee joint is a hinge joint. It is supposed to move only in one direction. The moment you try to move in any other direction, these ligaments actually just fall apart. So the abnormal rotational force going through the knee, or direct impact. Imagine your foot is planted firmly on the ground and you rotate the whole body on your knee, your ligaments are going to avulse from there. Or you're standing with your firm feet on the legs and somebody directly lands on your knee, and that's when you get the ligament injuries. And these can be from simple sprain to a significant ligament injury. With structurally, the knee is slightly different than the other joint, that it has two matrices within, which gives sort of a cushion. And when you have the rotational force going through, you can crush these menisci, and then you can have the meniscal injury.
Okay, that's good. I think with that, I think I probably, you have already answered this quite a bit. Okay, this concept of proprioception, which is what you call as position sense. Okay?
Yeah.
What exactly is it? How do you explain this to a common person or a teenager? Because that's a medical professional, people might understand like proprioception, but what exactly it is and how is it important?
Let me explain it this way. If we close the eyes and if we put the arm there, we know where the arm is. If you're walking in the darkness, if you know the path, you are unlikely to fall. But if you're walking in the darkness and you don't know the path, you don't know there is a step, you're more likely to fall. So there are sensors within the muscles, ligaments, and the tendons, which actually tell our brain where the joint is, where the leg is. So when you're focusing on something else, we are still aware in what position the ankle is, in what position the knee is. And if that sense is compromised, then you are more likely to land up in the imbalanced position. And that is why you get the injuries. And that is why the sense of position achieving through the training is very important. And also the sense of position gaining back after the injury is equally important. And all the significant injuries to the knee, which happen in football, the ACL injuries, they can be very well prevented. The regime developed this after research for lots of years, and they had trialed this in a controlled randomized manner, which is a very high level research. And they have found that these ACL, which is a significant injury, can be prevented in more than 50.7% of the people. So that's a significant, more than half of the population will not have that injury if they do this kind of warm-up.
Okay. I think because I'm just, I thought we've already halfway through this webinar session. So I think what I will do is probably ask Daniel to ask the next question. And we have got an interesting session coming up, part of it, which will take quite a bulk of time. So we'll move on. And Daniel would like to ask.
Right. So I remember back in primary school learning about Achilles, the great hero from Greece, and his heels were vulnerable. So I think that's why the tendon in the heel is called Achilles. So I would like to know more about why injuries in the Achilles tendon occur and just generally about it.
Achilles tendon is called as our first and the second gear when we walk. When we propel, the Achilles actually pushes the whole body from the ground. So it is a very strong. It is the largest tendon and the strongest tendon in the body, and that's why it sees a lot every day. It moves the ankle and the joint underneath the ankle in a certain direction. There are two ways why your Achilles tendon can get injured. In a young fit person, it is usually a sudden explosive contraction of the calf muscle. You suddenly start running too fast and it suddenly pulls the Achilles tendon and you can have the rupture of the Achilles tendon. But more commonly, it is seen in people above the age of 30, 35, where the tendon starts wearing off. It's a gradual wear and tear process where the number of cells reduce, the quality of the tendon goes down, and it has not healed well from previous injuries. And now it has become like a worn out rubber cord. So if you see a worn out rubber cord, if you pull it suddenly, it's going to rupture and it loses its tensile strength. And that's why in the Achilles tendon injuries are more commonly seen in people who don't do warm up or those who suddenly try to do explosive actions. And that's when the Achilles tendon injuries happen. So that's why this warm up regime is extremely important. And I'm just coming up with it again and again, simply because I want all you guys to understand that this warm up is something that's going to not only prevent you from getting these injuries, but going to excel you in your sports career.
I think, Siva, I think you've got probably a very relevant question from your sports of your liking.
Yes, so I enjoy playing tennis, but I hear that playing tennis for a longer period of time can cause tennis elbow. I want to know, what is tennis elbow? If what I said is true, and should it put me off from playing longer periods of tennis?
Now, tennis elbow has nothing to do with tennis. Tennis elbow is sort of a chronic repetitive injury to sort of these groups of muscles, like outer and top groups of muscles around the elbow. And it is sort of the way it happens is you have initial injury, the injury doesn't heal well, you keep using the arm, and the rest of the intact muscle fibers keep pulling on the injured part, and body tries to heal it with trying to sending more blood, trying to create inflammation there. And so that area remains inflamed pretty much all the time. So every time you use your arm, particularly use those muscles, you get the pain. And especially in tennis now, if you have the tennis elbow, that got a problem in your elbow, and if you're using the racket, you're using those muscles constantly, so you probably feel it quite often while playing tennis. But it is in everyday activity, it could be quite disabling. Simple wringing of the clothes can be very painful, lifting a cup of tea can be very painful. And the reason one might get in tennis is probably because of the wrong technique, or using the wrong technique in a really repetitive way, or again, as I said, using the arm in a non-balanced position, and you can injure, and that's where it starts. So it is all about having the correct technique, playing the shots in the well-balanced position. And if you have the injury, now this is the time. If you have the injury, you really want it to heal before you go back, otherwise you're going to just aggravate it. I can show you the warm-up video.
Yeah, I think because it will be quite useful to see, because I think yeah, you're prepped for this, isn't it? Yeah. So I think we will probably play a video for you guys. Volume should be right.
Minimal.
Absolutely. Okay. Fine. I think we will just going to show some videos of warm-ups. Let me just bring the.
So this warm-up regime is designed to improve the range of motion in the joint. It causes stretching in pretty much arms, legs, and the back as well. It gives you strengthening in the arms, legs, as well as the core, and it's going to improve your sense of position. And that way it's going to prevent lots of injuries, and it will also improve your performance in the sports.
Okay. That should play. Just a second. Let me move this.
So to begin with, very gentle jog, just to get loosened up. Don't start running too fast. That's where the Achilles come in picture. Forward jog, backward jog. And to be aware of anybody standing behind you. Sideways jog is important. Keep the knees bent and in a good balanced position. This is probably the most important part of the warm-up. How you stretch your back, it's going to stretch the legs as well. You elevate your arm, try to squeeze the head between the arms. Pull your upper body as high as you can. So you are actually pulling yourself like a rubber cord. And you bend forwards as much as you can. Keeping the tension in the upper body, try to pull yourself further down. Maintain that tension in your body and then come back. Go back to the extension of your spine. Throughout this motion, you are maintaining that tension in the body. That's going to pull your muscles around the shoulder, also in the upper back. On either side, that's going to stretch your obliques and also the side of the abdomen. When you change the grip, you bring the fingers together. Again, you pull the arms as high as you can. You're pulling actually your axilla, you're pulling your shoulder blades up. Go down. Try to push yourself down, feel the tension at the back of your go back. Now here, having a very good balance on your legs, very important. Because if you lose the balance on your legs, then you can injure your back. When you go on either side, you really have to be in a correct plane. Don't go forward or backward. Feel the grip. The other way around now. Again, go down. Feel that tension in the upper body, like a rubber cord. Squeeze your head between the arms so that you maintain that tension in the arms. Again on either side. If you do this once, you will see that your face is completely, vascularized. Then we start with the upper limb. So this is the shoulder. The forward flexion, we stretch it back so that the front of the soft tissue is stretched. Then you raise the arm from sideways and try to pull so that the side soft tissue is stretched. Throughout this, you are maintaining the balance on the legs because that is what you want to learn and transpire in your sports. Now the rotation. So this is the outward rotation. Try to push it a bit so that you feel that the tissues on the front are stretched. Do this on both sides equal. Then we move the shoulder inside where we're touching the back and try to climb high on the back. Maintain that position. You feel the stretch on the back of your shoulder. So we have stretched all the four sides of the shoulder. The blood is nicely flowing through the shoulders. Then we do the rest of the arms. Now from here onwards until we finish the upper arms, keep them at this level. That's going to give you nice tone in the rotator cuff muscles as well. Just open up, close the elbows, close, open up the fingers. up, wrist down, maintaining shoulder at that high level, at the shoulder level. That is where your rotary cuff is that tone. Like the fist going up and down. Then your do the same routine, arm sideways position. Open, close elbows, fingers. You're moving the wrists up and down. Stretch as much as you can. It's going to prevent any tendons around the wrist. Now we have maintained the arms at that high level for literally a few minutes, and you feel around the shoulders. Stretching the back and the legs. We're still on a stretching part. Very important to get good balance on your legs and go correctly bit at the center, so you maintain the center of gravity. Don't twist your back too much. Now here it's going in a balanced way, going towards the other knee. So now the one knee gets stretched, also the back gets stretched. They come to the neutral, go to the other side, go down. So stretching the back and the other leg as well. Keep the heel on the ground, don't bend the knee. This is how you generate the sense of position in your joints as well. Now we start with the strengthening. Now we have stretched the joints, we have stretched the back. We are going to generate some strength in the legs and the back. The squat, sit on a chair. The knees should not go beyond the toes. So you are just putting your bottom behind and bring it up. So using your quadriceps and your hamstrings, also the calf muscles. Do it few times. Again, maintaining good balance on the legs. You suddenly find when you have this good balance, there is good force in your forehand or backhand. We're doing the lunges now. The opposite knee touches the ground. The knee in action doesn't go beyond the toes, and you push against the ground to raise from that position. So using the quadriceps, using your whole body as a weight. Try to do this more rapidly as you get used to it. You get that sense of position, you get that, improve that balance in your core as well. Then we're going to walk with these lunges. Touch the knee to the ground, and the other knee should not go beyond the toe. Try to do this rapidly, maintain a good balance. Keep the back upright so your core gets the strength. Wide stance, good balance. Here the knee is bending in the direction of the toes. So don't twist the knee here. That is why it's turning the toe, and the knee is bending in the direction of the toes so that you don't get any injuries. Doing this few times is going to stretch your other leg as well and get the strength in quadriceps. Coming to the legs and the ankle. These small muscles we don't use too often. He has now turned the foot inside using the inner calf muscles. Now turn the foot outside using the outer calf muscles. Training this is important because you develop that strength in the calf around the ankle, and you also develop that sense of position. So your injuries around the ankle minimize. Walk on toes and then walk on your heel. So all the groups, muscles around the calf, they become pretty strong after these ones. This will do if you don't have any pain in your Achilles tendon. This is how you're going to strengthen your Achilles. The single heel raise. Your calf muscles and the Achilles tendon is actually lifting your whole body weight. That is what it does every day. And you're gradually training it. That balance and sense of position is important. Now this gives you a further sense of position as you are assessing the height, distance and jumping safely, landing safely. This landing is very important. get that balance. And last but not the least, now the last part of the warm-up is to develop agility. So you run, it's a quick jog. If you remember, we did a very slow jog to begin with. Now we are warm enough to do the very brisk jog, front on and sideways. And if you see, this takes around 12 minutes or 13 minutes if you do it religiously, but do it correctly. That's going to give you the stretch, the strength, and also the good balance.
Brilliant. Okay. I think I find this very, very useful. I think so is probably our audience as well. I think if you just want to wake the computer up, I'm just going to go back to our presentation quickly. Meanwhile, I think we could probably talk a little bit about, do you have any other burning questions to ask, guys?
No.
Okay, fine.
Yes.
Yeah, I think go for it.
Well, I would like to know, how does a balanced diet and hydration help prevent sport injuries?
It's a very important question, isn't it? People
I was going to touch this topic if you had not asked about this. The science of nutrition has improved tremendously in last few years, and they have done good studies about this with results, and there are people who are absolutely strict about this. If you see a professional sports people, they will absolutely structured diet. That is because it absolutely helps. Let me give you an example. If you are gonna play a game, you want to maintain your glucose level in the blood so that you think better. You're not hypoglycemic because you used your energy. You want that constant source of energy. So you want to have that kind of food that's going to release slow energy, and that's going to give you over a long run. For example, if you have red potato instead of a normal potato, that's going to give you a slow release long-term energy. So you're likely to perform better. You're likely to feel less tired. So there are foods which you should take before your sports. During the sports, you should maintain your hydration. I'll come back to the hydration, and let me finish with the food. And after the sports, because you used your muscles, there is some breakdown of the muscles, and it's purely protein. So you need protein supplement after your sports, which you can take either. If you're vegetarian, you can have a vegetarian protein, which are various seeds like quinoa seeds and other seeds available, which have very high amount of protein, which you can have in milk, or you can have protein supplements which are safe, or you can have eggs. So you need protein supplement after your sports. You need good slow energy release food before the sports, and the hydration throughout. And the hydration is absolutely important because as you play, you lose your water and salts through the sweat, through your exhaustion. That actually lets your blood pressure drop a bit. Your heart is working a bit too much. Your conscious level is not as great as it was before you started. Your performance drops. The muscles are not well perfused, and the function of the muscles goes down. You tend to get cramps, and that's why the hydration is very important. If you play a tennis game for say 2.5 hours or so, and if you weigh yourself, you'll see that you have lost literally a 1 kg weight. That is all the fluid that you have lost, and you need to replace that fluid before, during, and after the sports. And you really don't want to be drinking too much of fluid in a short span. You really be taking small sips, because your heart is pumping, and your pulse is racing, and you don't want to throw too much of fluid, because you can have esophageal spasms because of that. So you should really be sitting comfortably, have few sips of water, another few, and before actually go back to your sports. So this is very important aspect of the sports.
Probably, is there a recommended amount of fluid intake, roughly? Because we'll say, I think as from my science, I'll probably say at least we say 2 liters, but for a sports person, I take it will be much big.
I would say, to be very precise, you weigh yourself before and after the sport, that much fluid you need.
Okay.
So if it is 1 kg, you need at least 1200 or 1500 ml of fluid to cover that span. And your normal requirement is obviously different, that you need 1.5 liters, 2 liters, depending upon your body weight.
Okay. I think we have got probably, sorry.
I have another question.
Yeah.
So what I want to know is how does warm-up help you, and how do you make it as effective as possible?
That's a very
yeah, it's probably the crux of the talk. This is the most important thing. If anybody wants to take home message, this is the one. The warm-up helps you in 3 ways. One is stretches your soft tissues, so brings you in a position where you can actually play. It gives you strength in your say legs, calves, and around the arms. And third, most important, is it gives you that sense of position. It improves your balance. If you see, you play football, if you want to kick the ball very far, you need to have a good balance on one leg when you're kicking with the other leg. Now imagine if you have absolutely strong that leg on which you are standing, you can actually kick very far. Okay, so you need that balance, and that actually come. So all these three things come by a good warm up. And as I have shown you on the video, it covers your up arms, it covers your core, and it covers the legs, and that's what gives you the whole body warm up. And I think you should practice this before and after the games.
Looks like nobody's exempt on warm up. So I think we've got probably another 10 or minutes left. So there are quite a few questions which has come up from the audience. So I think I don't think that we'll have time to cover everything, but at least we will probably cover a few of those interesting questions. Obviously, the boys has also made a few more questions, but to start with, I think Vijayanatha has asked about women who like to jog regularly. How do they prevent knee problems? And do we exercise to strengthen muscles of the knee if you're doing jogging?
Jogging will give you, I'll answer the second part of the question first, whether it will strengthen the muscles around the knee. I would say you will get some strength, and you'll get more of a sense of position and the balance in the knee. Jogging will help you more for your cardiovascular, and I think it gives you more of a sense of well-being, and your the balance in the legs and your anti-gravity muscles are getting better with jogging. But I would like to point out here that jogging on a hard surface, jogging on uneven surface, you would like to be careful there. I won't start jogging too quick suddenly. I'll actually do that slow jog to begin with.
Okay.
I will do at least part of this warm up before you're jogging, because the position of the legs and the balance on the legs is so important. And if you're jogging around where the cars are in, you need to have that balance. So part of warm up followed by jogging. And I would say you still need some other exercises for the knee.
Yeah. Okay.
I hope that answers your question.
I think obviously, I think we got a specific session on jogging and marathon running, so we would probably address it even bit more on this. I think another interesting question is about injuries and how long you should rest post injuries. I think this is particularly important for people who are very sports enthusiastic. If they get a sprain or a kind of joint problem, they don't rest enough. Is it a common problem?
It is absolutely common, and simply because these are young enthusiastic people. They want to go back to the sports. They have very high pain threshold. The pain from the injury settles down quickly, but they're still not good enough to go back to sports. And it is difficult for them to understand that I don't have a pain, why can't I go back to sports? Now, why you shouldn't go back to sports before the injury has healed completely? As I said, the sense of position comes from these muscles, ligaments, and tendons. Because of the injury, there is a healing process going on, which is more of a scarring and a fibrosis, which doesn't have a great sense of position sensors in it. If you don't let them heal in a good position, if you don't train them to understand your sense of position and balance in your arms or legs, you are more likely to injure yourself, and quite badly, when you go back. That is one. Two, because of the injury, say for example, if you got the knee injury, the thigh muscles waste very quickly. So your thigh muscles are not as strong as they were before. So you have lost the sense of position. You have got weak muscles. So you, in a very simple terms, your leg is a little bit wobbly as compared to what it was before the injury. And you don't expect it to come back without a proper rehab. And I would say a significant tendon or a muscle injury, 6 weeks at least for it to heal completely. Train for another 6 weeks. You're looking at 3 months before you come back to a serious kind of sports. And I find it very difficult to keep these guys tied up and keep them away from the sports.
Okay, so better to warm up, hydrate
yourself.
yourself.
Of course, avoid rather than stay away for 3 months.
Okay, I think we are pretty much 5 minutes away from finishing this session. So Unless otherwise, I think I can't find, I think there's quite a few interesting questions, but we probably would like to conclude at this point of time. I'm sure, I think you've got a take-home message for everybody. Would you like to just take us through,
I think out of all this discussion that we have done today, there are a few things I really want everybody to take home. One is the warm-up is going to improve the performance in your sports and is going to avoid your injury. So you're going to have a better sports career for a long duration. Okay, the strengthening that we do during the warm-up, or if you want to do more strengthening, that is going to improve your performance, avoid your injuries, and that is going to again lengthen the duration of your sports career. And as I said, the nutrition is very important. As I said, in women getting injury, they have a significant problem with the nutrition as found in research, and having a proper food before, after, and hydration during, and recovery time from the injury. Please don't go back too soon. So the way to prevent the injuries is good training before the season, good warm-up, the cool down as well, a proper technique. We didn't really touch that because I'm not really a coach for any of the sports, but learning from a proper coach, an absolutely correct technique cannot be replaced. Followed by a good nutrition, having absolutely proper equipment, and obviously you do need breaks between the games. So you don't really want to be playing T20 2 games every day for 7 days. No, you won't be.
Okay.
So I hope that helps.
So there's no shortcuts, basically.
No shortcuts.
If you want to play sports, take it properly, seriously, and warm up properly. Guys, I think we are kind of coming to close of the session. So I think I'll probably go through quickly our panelists. Daniel, do you have any more questions or anything or comments to make?
Yeah, so some of my friends, they wear knee support, and like I'm wondering, is this useful, and other external support, is it useful?
There are two ways of these supports. One is where people it's a thick cloth sleeve that goes on the knee. I don't see any sense in using that. It gives you a false sense of security. Your knee has such a strong ligaments around, it holds your whole. Imagine you standing on one leg, your knees supporting the whole body weight, and that thick piece of cloth, that's not going to support that. Secondly, that constant touching sensation can give you sort of reflex wasting of the muscles. So I won't wear it for a long time. If you feel better for short time, that's fine. The second type of the braces, where they have very hard kind of hinges from either side, which stop the knee from going in any other direction but the direction it is desired to, and it is usually used by people who already got ligament deficiency or ligament injury. Somebody had ACL injury, repaired but still a bit lax, they will wear that knee supports with hinges on either side, which will prevent the knee to go in a excessive kind of motion. And those are required, those kind of hinged knee braces will be required in people who got those deficiency, and those will be properly prescribed by orthopedic person or orthopedic surgeon rather than just wearing them from the shelf.
Okay, great. Okay, that's a very interesting question, Daniel. Thank you for that. I think we are kind of running out of time, so I may have to close this session. Sorry, I think definitely people have got more and more questions. I think it looks like we can probably do a whole session on this. But thank you for Sonia, Siva, Fazat joining us, and Daniel. And I would like to thank Roshan, Rahul, and Harish for making this session more interesting. And we can't thank you enough, Ravi, for just be a part of this initiative from us. And thank you for contributing your wealth of knowledge.
It's wonderful to be part of RISE.
Thank you so much. I think that kind of closes our session, and I think please support our charity. Keep it coming. I think I can still see quite a lot of participants watching this. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just wait for the next session. We have got very interesting session coming now. Please keep supporting our donation link. The money goes to Banyan Foundation. We have already crossed £1,500 in such a short time. We were initially planning to collect £500, but due to your enormous support, we have raised the expectation to £2,000 and we have already crossed 1,500. Thank you very much. We are really humbled by all the support you have shown to us. It motivates us to do more and gives us more responsibilities. Keep supporting RISE Foundation Leicestershire. Thank you. There is an excellent program ahead of this. I'm sure when you see the program list, you will find it. Variety of topics, each from different disciplines. Keep watching RISE-24. We are just getting ready with our next panel. It's a big panel, very interesting topics. I'm very sure you'll enjoy. Very important to understand about sleep in children, children's mental health. We have got the best experts from our own Leicestershire in the next session. Please hold on. After that, we have got more sessions which have very, very didactic, interactive topics. We have got topics on the smartest climb, which is a motivation talk, very, very important for children. Then we have got, before that, we have got risk analysis in trading. We have also got life in university, fully run by youngsters who are just entered university. That will be the highlight of our RISE-24. Please support at that time. And after that, we also have beneficial habits of school, marathon running, automation. The whole night is going to be a very, very informative night. Hopefully, we will get the slides ready in a short while. Thank you. Keep supporting us. Keep supporting the Banyan Foundation. We will run this program non-stop till 2 p.m. tomorrow. There is wide variety. Whatever topics you are interested, there are variety of topics. Please keep supporting us. RISE Foundation humbly thanks you for all your support. You have shown the greatest support beyond our expectations. Thank you very much. Keep supporting us. Keep supporting us. The next session is going to be with the 3 main specialists and 2 moderators. I know there is a huge expectation from this topic. It is a very, very vital topic, very needed topic, and I'm sure you will all enjoy it. We're just getting the AV glitches sorted out. Please hold on for a few more seconds. Thank you. Thank you very much for bearing with us. RISE Foundation started with so many good hearts putting their efforts together. But the one thing, the glue which stuck us all together is Subbu Ganesan, Subramani Ganesan. He is the hero who united all of us. Let's meet him along with our Vice President Bala. Let's start the session now. Thank you.
Hear us. Hi. Shall we make a start, or are we still waiting for Hari?
Ready, you can start.
I can't see Hari. Is he joining us later?
He is here, Vinoda and Jovia. Please, you can start the session. We are all ready here. Please start. Thanks for moderating the next session. It's Vinoda and Jovia. Please, we welcome you for moderating our session.
Thank you, Vasu. I have to mention, Ravi, that was a really great talk on sports injury. And welcome everyone to the next session of RISE-24. My name is Amala Jovia, and I am a consultant psychiatrist for adults with learning disabilities working in Leicester in UK. I'll be facilitating this session along with my sister who is sat next to me.
Hi, I'm Binota Abraham. I'm a psychiatrist in Mansfield, United Kingdom. I'm very happy to be part of this.
I'm sure you've been enjoying the webinar so far and hopefully have learned something new. For the people who have just joined, a gentle reminder about our fundraising for the Banyan, an NGO for homeless women with mental health problems based in Chennai, India. We hope that you can donate generously for this humble cause, and our sincere thanks to everyone who have donated already.
In this session, we have 3 very interesting topics delivered by 3 experts in their respective fields. There is also a question and answer session at the end of the 3 presentations. So please feel free to post your questions for the speakers.
Our first speaker, Dr. Subbu Ganesan. He's a well-known face in the local Tamil community. I think a lot of people have mentioned the name already. So he's very well known for his artistic skills, whether it's singing, dancing, or drama. But his full-time job is as a doctor. He's a consultant pediatrician working in an NHS hospital in Leicester in UK. He is a specialist for children with neurodisabilities, including autism, ADHD, cerebral palsy, and his key interest is in epilepsy and sleep disorders. With more than 15 years of experience in this field, he is going to talk about some common sleep problems that occur in children and its management. Over to you, Subbu.
Thank you, Jovia. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
All right. Thank you, Jovia and Vinoda. And it's a nice introduction. And thanks, Rise, for this opportunity. I'm going to just rush through my slides in the next 10-12 minutes because we have 3 speakers on this during this talk. And I'm going to talk about sleep problems in children, which is very, very common in my practice. And good night sleep is just as important as regular exercise or a healthy diet. And if you have a very poor sleep or sleep disruption, which can lead to negative effects on our physical, emotional, or mental health being. Bala is going to talk about this in 10-15 minutes time. And there is a strong literature evidence that over the past decades, both the quality and quantity of sleep has declined. And there is a literature evidence that number of children getting very poor quality and quantity of sleep, and it is worsening, and it is multifactorial, but there is a strong evidence that it is due to social media and also electronics, which again Bala is going to talk about that. And could see that you have various pattern, various positions of sleep, and you can see co-sleeping in that. Different living organism, in the source of cat and panda, they have their own sleep patterns, and anything, all these will help. And this will give you some glimpse about the number of hours or years you're in sleep, which means that you could see that is almost 25 years you're sleeping, which I mean, if you're living for 80 years, you could see you're going to spend 1/3 of your lifetime sleeping. This slide, it is showing that why do we sleep, how it helps. It is very helpful because it is just like recharging yourself, and it helps to sort of especially in children, it helps for growth, and it is going to consolidate your memory. For example, if whatever you're learning during the daytime, it is going to consolidate yourself to keep it in your memory. So sleep is very, very important. And you could see that newborn, they may sleep up to 18 hours a day, and the number of hours, it decreases when you grow. For example, in adolescents and young adults, it drops to 7 to 9 hours. And circadian rhythm, it is a biological process, what we call this as a biological clock. It is sort of it is a part of the brain system. And what happens if you don't have enough sleep? You could see that it causes irritability, a bit of behavior issues, and it is going to sort of affect your functional capacity as well. And I need to mention this, it's a safety issue as well. You could see on the picture how much it is of a problem in children. And there's evidence that 1 in 4 children have a sleep problem at some time, and 1 in 3 adolescents have this problem, and it is ever been increasing. And it is on a higher side, I would say, is almost 40% of the children with special needs, which means that if they have a physical disability, a developmental problem, issues with their behavior, issues, the diagnosis like ADHD or autism, they more often have these issues. I would like to point this, I will point out 4 things you need to note from this picture. And number 1 is light is very, very important, and it is a very important stimuli. Dim light makes the retina in your eye to stimulate the hypothalamus. This is what I call this as a biological clock. It controls the wake sleep switch. So that activates that. Again, in turn, it is going to activate the pineal gland. Melatonin, it is a hormone, very, very important for your sleep. It's secreted here by this gland. Okay, what are the factors affecting your sleep? There are 3 different factors. Number 1 is the special needs, various disabilities, which I have mentioned. Whether you got any short or long-term illnesses, issues, behavior issues, diagnosis like ADHD or autism. Children with autism, they have significant sensory issues. These are the some factors related to children. And family factors, you need to have a friendly sort of atmosphere in your bedroom. And the environmental factors, you could see that the housing space you have and the arrangement in your bedroom, these are very important. Okay, so what we do in our sleep clinic, if someone comes up with a sleep problem, we take a thorough history from the parents, and we usually send sleep the diary and also sleep information 2 or 3 weeks ahead to get more detailed information about child's sleep. And it's a crucial bit of information that will gives it what time the child goes to bed, whether they had a very good physical activity during the daytime, whether the parents followed the bedtime routine, including the social story, and if the child goes to bed, how long for the child to get to sleep. After sleeping, how many times they are waking up from their bed, and whether they have any breathing issues or any snoring during the sleep, any movements. So some children, they have restless legs. All these are vital information. And another crucial question to ask is at what time the child gets up in the morning, whether they have any daytime sleepiness. These are crucial information we ask in our sleep clinic. And based on all these information, along with the children's other disabilities, we come to a conclusion whether the child has got any sleep issues, whether it is normal or abnormal, leading to a sleep problem. You'll be surprised if I say that there are more than 60 conditions that is related to sleep disorder, and we have an international classification for that. I'm going to show that in a minute. And examination is a crucial part, and we come to a conclusion based on our history taking examination. If needed, we'll arrange for investigations like what we call as a polysomnogram. What in simple, it is a sleep study. And role of medication, I try to avoid this, and if I have time, I can mention that during the Q&A session. And melatonin, it is a common form of synthetic medication we use in our sleep clinic. And this is a international classification of sleep. I have mentioned the common things like behavior insomnia. This is very common condition for especially in children with ADHD and autism. And you have sleep related breathing disorders, what we call this as a obstructive sleep apnea, which means that children will continuously snore, they'll be having a sort of gasping, and they can stop breathing during sleep, which means that they will regain their respiration after a while. But it is it is common in obese children. And you have a circadian rhythm, which is very common in teenagers. Another thing you need to know that is a parasomnia. It is a commonest terminology used for someone with having night terrors, sleepwalking, and talking. And management point of view, you can see that we need to have a very good bedtime routine. And children should avoid sweets or drinks at least before bedtime. And need to follow a morning routine as well, and it all helps. This is a sleep diary and questionnaire we commonly use in our practice. And the green one is we use it in different languages. And it's a picture sort of so the most common issue is poor parental understanding of the sleep and sleep issue in children. So we show this diagram and show the parents how there are 4 to 6 cycles that happens throughout the night. And always all of us, we follow starting from awake period to light sleep to deep sleep, and comes back to the next cycle. And this is my last slide. Sleep is very essential for good health, and it is a necessity and not a luxury. And thank you all.
Thank you, Subbu, for your very informative discussion about sleep and sleep difficulties. Particularly the use of pictures was quite effective and entertaining. I'm sure a lot of parents with young children would have greatly benefited from your talk. Thank you.
Okay. So now we will have questions at the end of the session because we've got 2 more speakers to finish their presentation. So we'll be now moving swiftly to our next topic, which is the impact of social media on young people's mental health and well-being. who better to talk about this topic than an expert in this field, Dr. Balamurugan Nambi. I have known Dr. Nambi for a very long time. I've known him from my medical school days, and he's also a very good friend of ours. He is working as a consultant psychiatrist in child and with children and adolescents in an NHS hospital in Nottingham. He has more than 12 years of experience in this field and has a wealth of information to offer. Over to you, Bala.
Thanks, Jovia. Hi, Hari. Can you hear me? Hi, Jovia.
Yes, I can hear. I can hear you. Hi.
Thanks, Subbu. Saturday, 10:30. I don't think it's a better time to talk about sleep than Saturday, 10 o'clock. It was good. As Jovia mentioned, yeah, I'm a child psychiatrist. I work in crisis team at the moment. Why I choose this topic? I deal with children presenting with self-harm and suicide on a daily basis. I would say more than 60% of children who present in casualty, direct or indirect, triggered by social media. That driven me to have some research on this topic. Connectivity is quite routine. We are digitally connected to around the world, quite fast speed and bandwidth. On average, everybody spend nearly 2 hours a day on social media. I don't think you eat or do any exercise for more than few minutes or few hours, but 2 hours on average on social media is quite a long thing. We don't even realize how much time we spend on social media. But what the internet does, bringing the shopping or socialization, everything onto a small screen. What I'm here to talk about, that social media has long-term unintended consequences to mental health. What is social media? Why I put this slide, one of the child, I think it's 8 or 9-year-old, asked me whether YouTube is a social media or not. Yes, YouTube is a social media. Any website or application that helps you to create, share content, and participate in social networking, it's all called social media. I think you can see that now. The average attention span for a human being, it was 12 seconds in 2000, and it had reduced from 12 to 7 seconds in 2020. Goldfish, that's attention span is 9 seconds. I was thinking how they managed to calculate a goldfish attention span. Somewhere they're able to do that. That's great. But our attention span is gradually coming down. Internet and social media has played a big role on that. But why you need attention span? If you don't have a good attention span, you're not going to perform well in education. So the children's performance is gradually coming down. But there are many other factors which can contribute to your reduced attention span. But social media plays a big role that as well. Social media and mental health. Why we are talking about mental health linking with social media? Social media become part of everyone's life more than younger generation. They call themselves digital natives these days. From 2000, I think the social media like Facebook, Instagram, those kind of started to peak in their popularity. Since that, it changed the way how we connected to individual and society. The higher being so, the social media become a space where we form, build relationship, shape our identity, express ourselves, and learn the world to around us. So intrinsically, it linked your mental health on a daily basis. So it's our responsibility to understand what the social media can cause damage to your mental health, particularly to the younger generation. Another survey found highest incidence of social media use is age between 16 to 24. But the age 16 to 24 is quite crucial in an young person's development, particularly the emotional and psychosocial development is quite peaking at that time. So the highest incidence of social media around that time, it has some growing evidence for negative impact, which I will cover as we go. Social media isn't all bad news. I'm not sure about that. But one thing I know, I don't think social media is going anywhere. We have to learn to live with it. And being a teenager is quite hard. I think the pressure they faced on online is quite unique. And so we must put some safeguard for the younger generation, how to cope with the social media. I had a quick look because the growth of internet, again, 3G, 4G, 5G, I don't know what's coming up the future. The daily use of internet has risen rapidly for the last decade. In 2006, it was only 35% of people using internet. Now it has become 82%. Access to social media in 2007, only 22%, at least one social media profile. In 2006, it has increased to 89%. Facebook and Twitter, Instagram are now used by 1 in 4 people in worldwide. Facebook is the most commonly used social media platform with around 30 million UK users. Second comes Twitter, which is 50 million UK users. Social media addiction is affect nearly 5% of young people. As I mentioned, as you grow older, the percentage of people using on social media is gradually coming down. But age between 16 to 24, you can nearly see it's nearly 90% of people using social media. Okay, how social media affects the brain. In Harvard University, they've done some study and found that self-disclosure on social networking light up some part of the brain. Essentially, what they're trying to tell, when you get a notification or when you get some comments on your social media, you will get the notification on your smartphone. So immediately there is a part of your brain which get quite light up. That will increase the dopamine. When the dopamine goes up, you feel more happier. So when you feel happier, you want to get the attention again and again. You can see in the picture, dopamine decrease, you pick up the phone, looking for some comments, putting some picture, and then you get some comment, dopamine goes up, you feel happy. So this goes like a cycle again and again. So when, like example, people, when you talk about yourself, you get more dopamine release. There was studies saying that nearly 40, it used to be only 40% of people using social media, but as I said, it has increased a lot these days. Once you increase talking about yourself, the dopamine is going higher and higher, then the habit become an addiction. That's how the social media pushed you develop into the addiction these days. A lot of times social media, it's like you want to show off what you've done in a holiday or going to park, people putting all sort of pictures these days, getting some comments. That's how they keep their boredom going on. And if you have some mental health problem and if you try to use social media as a coping strategy, then you're most likely going into addiction, basically. Nearly only 80% of the time people are talking about themselves. If you talk, like I mentioned, if you talk more about you on social media, the chances for getting dopamine rush is quite high and then gradually get addicted to social media. So to recognize that you have a problem, there are 6 questions. If you answer more than yes to 3 of these questions, you may have a developing social media addiction. First one is, are you spending a lot of time thinking about social media or planning to use social media? Do you feel the urge to use social media more and more? Do you use social media to forget about personal problem? Do you often try to reduce use of social media without success? Do you become restless or troubled if you are unable to use social media? Do you use social media that has a negative impact on education or job? So this is quite interesting. In China, some people who have addiction, they're even using nappy. They don't have to leave their online world. That's really quite a worrying thing, actually. Okay, we talked about how the social media affect your brain. Let's talk about the negative effect of social media on your brain. Anxiety. Anxiety is like feeling worried, tensed. You always feel restless. And 1 in 6 people in the UK suffers with, particularly the young people I'm talking about, they suffer with anxiety disorder at some point in their life. There was a survey done. Among that group, nearly 4 out of 5 people, they said social media exaggerate their anxiety problem. But when the anxiety hits you, it have a large detrimental effect on young people. They may find difficult to leave home. They may find difficult to attend class. They may difficult to perform at work. Heavy use of internet, I mean more than 2 hours per day, report poor mental health and psychological distress symptoms in young people. The highlight reel, what is highlight reel? Most of the time, the young people scroll through the social media. They see their friend or acquaintance, neighbors putting a photo, some holiday, going to the park, like I mentioned, and they try to compare their current life with their artificial one, or the person who put the picture or comments on the Facebook, it's not the reality. It's more like a highlight. You can't compare your normal life with the highlight of someone else's life. So that compare and despair attitude lead you to more and more anxiety difficulty. Then we are talking about the new term like a social currency. Everybody need to have a personal brand, as particularly the young children these days. How many followers, ghost followers, likes. So each likes and comments attributing values to self and others. It's more they're talking in a currency. That's what they call as a social currency these days. Then you have this kind of heightened kind of pressure that lead to you always want to be quite self-conscious. Your self-esteem will come down. You always want to be perfect to cope with the other pressure from your colleague. So that lead you into develop some anxiety difficulty. So social media feeding anxiety and increasing feeling of adequacy. That is one of the survey done by Anxiety UK. And I took some information from the online forum where children and young adult access to it. It clearly mentioned it has increased my level of anxiety and social anxiety. I'm constantly worried about what others think of my posts and pictures. Depression. How depression present in young children? It's slightly different than adult population. The common symptom we encounter is irritability, and they don't feel happy. They lose interest in the normal hobby. Concentration comes down. So there are a lot of other ways depression can present in young children. There was nearly 80,000 children and young people in the UK suffer with depression. There is growing evidence that social media use increase or worsen the depression. Like I mentioned, if you use social media more than 2 hours per day, it has independently associated with poor self-rating of mental health, increased level of psychological distress, and suicidal ideation. The intensity of online world, what does it mean? Kids constantly contactable. I think those were times when you finish your school, you don't see your classmates until the next day. But these days, you will continue to have contact with a peer group after 5 o'clock, 10 o'clock, even longer than that. So they're constantly facing pressure from unrealistic representation of the reality. And they have to deal with this online pressure that may be responsible for triggering depression or exacerbating the existing condition. Again, another feedback from one of the young person, 14 to 16-year-old, what they say about social media and depression. Their social media resulted in me not eating properly, losing a lot of weight, and becoming very depressed. I finally recovered, which was hard for myself to be bullied online again in year 8. Overall, I would say social media caused me many issues, has caused me to be depressed many times. Okay, I think Subbu talked about in depth about sleep, but I just want to say the teenager 14 to 17, you need to have at least 8 to 10 hours sleep. But are they really having 8 to 10 hours sleep? I'm not sure. Okay, sleep and mental health. Sleep and mental health is tightly interlinked with each other. If you don't sleep well, you feel tired. When you feel tired, you find difficulty cope with your daily life. Then automatically that will lead to feeling low self-esteem. And then you feel worried and you get stressed. That will lead to more like a lack of sleep. So it can go like a recurrent cycle. One can worsen the other problem. Okay, and increased social media has significant association with the poor sleep quality in young people. Subbu talked about melatonin. But what now happens in a daily life, which he mentioned that every day when it gets darker, the melatonin level goes up, your alertness will come down, then there is a signal going to your brain saying that it's ready to go to bed. But the blue light or the light coming from the gadgets, mobile phone, telling your brain that it's not the sleep time, so that will keep you awake. And as you if you continue to use the cell phone or gadgets in the late night, you would have the late onset. You're not able to get to sleep. That doesn't stop there. Even if you get to sleep, then you tend to wake up quite often. And 1 in 5 young people say they wake up during the night to check messages. And so they are 3 times more likely to be constantly tired at school than their classmate. And it's not that you wake up seeing the social media. What content you seeing on the social media, that is a big part as well. Emotionally, example, if you see a sad message, obviously it makes you sad and you're not able to get to sleep. And socially, if you go to WhatsApp, there might be some group discussion going on that may keep you awake. Cognitively, you read something that play in your mind a lot and that will stop getting into sleep. So it's not accessing to social media. It's the content what you read, again, has an impact on your sleep as well. Again, I think she was only 14 or 15, what she said, The time you can spend on some of these apps, they can be very addictive. I lose time to revise, can't do homework, can't interact with family and friends. These are all real stories. It's quite worrying. She was only 14.
So just a reminder, two minutes to go.
Okay. And body image, that is again quite common. I encounter with adolescent girls. They are always unhappy with their body image. They constantly compare their photos with the Facebook. And next is the cyberbullying. It can affect you in many ways: depression, illness, anger, isolation. It can impact on every part of your life. And the next, fear of missing out. That is a constant pressure for the adolescent. They always want to be keep in touch with everybody. They don't want to miss out any social functions or gathering. So again, increasingly, the young people are reporting FOMO. They call FOMO. It's causing them distress in the form of anxiety and feeling inadequacy. There are some positive effect on social media. Yeah, you can access to health experience. When particularly people with mental health problem, they can connect to each other. The health literacy can go up. Emotional support, particularly during the pandemic, we all connected to social media, which supported each other. But there are some ethnic minority or LGBT, they do form a group and they have a sense of community. Self-expression is a normal development. Some people good in express themselves in the social media, so they get some good identity and creativity and their passion to the world. It may increase their employment opportunity. Yes, they can form this is how we talked about Facebook. This is a safe book. Think before you post, only connect with friends, don't share your password, keep your settings private, don't hurtful to other. I think parents and teachers, they have to learn social media as well these days. Stop. What can we do? Yeah, clear time not to use mobile phones or anything at home. Technology free zone. Leave your phone somewhere else, not in the bedroom. Don't use the phone as alarm clock, and move social apps to the second screen. What solution as everybody can do? I think adolescents prefer to have a warning. If they use heavy usage of social media, they need to get a warning and they can automatically log off. And I think if the social media is saying that if there is a photo in Photoshop, some small icon or watercolor, that will prevent some body image issue. And I think the social media use should be taught in school, cyberbullying, mental health problem, where to seek help, those things. And yeah, this is a digital generation. Truthfully, social media making us unsocial. We don't have Wi-Fi, talk to each other, all kind of things. I don't think anybody will want a child to talk to a psychopath or someone taking cocaine, but they may be the people on the other side talking to them. You see all the adolescents looking into them, they don't look up. When you ask them to look up, this is not the way. And summary, this is which we are already said. And my reflection, yes, live life and enjoy upfront, not on a screen. Don't live for others. Social media is more of a symptom of this thought structure rather than a cause. Life is all about preventive strategy. Social media has been described as more addictive than cigarette and alcohol. So the dopamine was raised by cigarette, alcohol, gambling, but there is an age restriction there. Why there is no age restriction for social media usage? Social media is being like a nosy neighbor to nosy neighbor. That's how I see. You're talking about the dark side of the people, not dark side of the social media. You don't blame a television for a bad TV show, but for social media, we are the product. The more we talk about the social media, the more awareness we get and less defensive, and it may change the people's behavior. 6 best doctors in the world. I just want to finish my presentation. The next video, this is one of my favorite videos.
Don't educate your children to be rich. Educate them to be happy. So, when they grow up, they will know the value of things, not the price. Note, if you just want to walk fast, walk alone. But if you want to walk far, walk together. 6 best doctors in the world. 1. Sunlight. 2. Rest. 3. Exercise. 4. Diet. 5. Self-confidence. And 6. Friends. Maintain them in all stages of life, and enjoy a healthy life. God loves you.
Thank you. So social distancing for social media, that's my message. Thank you.
Thank you, Bala, for a very insightful talk on a very prevalent issue. You touched on bits of various mental health issues like depression, anxiety, dopamine, social media addiction. I think as parents, for parents, it's important to recognize the early signs of social media addiction in children so that they also be up to date, get up to date with their knowledge and awareness about the latest technology and internet. Thanks again for your wonderful presentation.
Thank you. So we have saved the best for last. Our last speaker is Dr. Hari Subramaniam. He's a consultant psychiatrist working in Leicester in UK. Dr. Hari needs a special mention for his close association with RISE Foundation, and he has supported RISE Foundation's educational activities since its inception. So thank you, Dr. Hari, for that. So he's a specialist in managing mental health conditions in older adults and dementia. With more than 20 years of experience in this field, he's going to talk about issues around finding a suitable care home for elderly people. So over to you, Hari.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Bala. Thank you, Subbu. Thank you, moderators. It was very interesting topics. Mine is a slightly offbeat one. Bala, sometimes, despite all the 6 best doctors, sometimes you still sort of need. People do have chronic illnesses, and sometimes they do develop chronic illness and need care. So I'm going to talk a little bit about care and care homes. Can I just check that my screen is being shared? Can people see my screen?
Yes.
Can they? Okay, thank you. So essentially, mine's going to be slightly distant from the topic, which has been spoken before, which is really now about in the unfortunate situation that despite all the other sort of interventions, chronic illnesses progress and people do need care, then I'll be looking at some of the issues surrounding choosing care and care homes. So to start off with, I mean, I think if we just look at the statistics of care, we all know that the UK life expectancy is increasing, and for the babies born in 2018, the average life expectancy was 79.9 for men and 83.4 for women. So essentially, a lot of us are going to live long and very long, and less than 1 in 5 and just over 1 in 5 of men and women respectively are going to live to 100. So, you know, we're really talking of a long period of older life. And what happens is when people get old, they also have a lot of disability and chronic ill health. So we're going to live with a lot of chronicity for a long time. Roughly about 40% of people in England, they only receive care from their family and friends. And, you know, family and friends can support them, but only to a certain extent. And 3 in 5 of us, and that includes all of us, 3 in 5 of us can be anticipated to become carers at some point in their sort of lives. But only 1 in 5 of people receive any help from local authority or local council. And about 13% of them will have to fund it entirely from private sources. So the burden of care is quite significantly high. And if you look at what the general sort of resource, from a resource aspect, what is going to be the burden in terms of pounds and shillings, the average state weekly pension is only about 143.80 pence or something for a week. So, you know, we're not talking of people being paid loads and loads of money. We are talking of something like about 7.5 grand a year. And most of the pensioners, they are on state pensions. And in about 60 to 70%, the state pension has to be supplemented by income that has been received from other sources, such as private pensions or occupational pensions. One of the issues that come up when patients come to us is, and when they have to go into a care home, is to decide whether or not somebody is called what is called a self-funding. So essentially, self-funding is when the council decides that they will help you and there is a threshold bar. And the threshold bar as currently, and this changes all the time, depending upon what the government sets the threshold bar to be. Currently, if you have any savings more than 23,250, then you're considered self-funding. So most of the people who own a property and when they go into care home will be considered as being self-funding. How much does care cost? Well, social care can be very expensive, and knowing how much you will have to pay is important, because only then you can plan your budget. If you pay for carers when they come to look after you at home, then that's called home care. And typically a home carer will cost you about £20 an hour, but this depends upon where you live. So if you have, as a rough approximate, people can have something like £650 a week. But in very occasional cases where there's a lot of chronic ill health issues and you need a lot of care, then this can cost as much as £1,600 a week. So that's a lot of money. So if you cannot be looked after at home, then you've got to be going into a care home. And so that then involves being looked after in a care home. Now, there are broadly two types of care homes, some that are called residential homes and some that are called nursing homes. The difference being nursing homes have access to 24-hour nursing round the clock. So by definition, they will be much more expensive. Residential homes have staff that can help with daily tasks such as getting dressed or helping you with meals. But if you also have nursing interventions that are required, then it's almost a nursing home. An average residential home costs roughly about £600 a week. An average nursing home costs about £840 a week. Some of the patients that go to nursing care from my old age dementia wards or psychiatric wards, especially when they've got behavioural problems, are in the range of about £1,400, £1,500 a week. So that's a lot of money. And if you have serious health problems like dementia and chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, then it sort of increases the cost significantly more. You may be entitled for some care costs and benefits. So people may not necessarily realize this. This may be useful for people who may be listening to this. There may be some carers in it. If you're caring for somebody and they haven't availed of things which is called as attendance allowance, then I think it's worth applying for that, because things like attendance allowance, etc., they're not means tested. And if you do get help, then that will help to pay towards the cost of your care. So it's worth bearing in mind that you want to try and explore all possible options to maximize the benefits, which can then go towards funding the cost of your care. So what are the things to consider when you have to choose a care home? Well, first of all, when do you know the care home is a good option? The care home may be the only option if you're struggling to live alone, even with help from family and friends. And sometimes when you have a needs assessment, and the needs assessment clearly suggests that you need a care home, and that is the best choice, or you've got complex medical conditions that needs monitoring day and night. So then these are some of the indicators which suggest that you will need to be thinking about moving into a care home. But apart from care home, there could be other ways to support people. Not everybody needs to move into a care home. Sometimes there could be other options which can help you remaining independent. This includes things such as making changes to your home and adapting your home. So for instance, putting things like stair lifts or handrails, and there will be some budgets which social services might be able to access it for you if that is what is required. Using household gadgets and equipment. So things like helping with cooking and cleaning and getting dressed and those sorts of things. Sometimes you can fund towards hiring what is called as a care worker who comes and lives in your home or lives in your home for a significant period of time. And if you need something more than that, then there are options called supported living. So where people live in sort of a warden-controlled accommodation, or where there is some support around the clock, 24-hour support services are available. And occasionally there are independent housing options, but they have got access to extra care. And there is the consideration of what is called as retirement villages. These are coming a big way, wherein a lot of people with similar sort of situations live together, and there is a rights support that is being provided for them in these retirement villages. So how do you understand what are the different types of needs? So as I said broadly, there are residential and nursing homes. Residential home is mainly about accommodation and personal care. So things like help with washing and dressing, or sometimes help to go to toilets, etc. They can give basic medications, but they can't give medications that need supervision. So anything that needs intramuscular injections, or anything that needs more than just a oral medication that is being dispensed, residential homes might struggle. They do a lot of activities, and they do things like day trips. Now, of course, because of COVID, there are restrictions, but usually there's a lot of activity that will be organized through care homes, residential homes. Nursing homes, by definition, are for people who are more impaired with significant nursing needs. Apart from this, there are some specialist homes. I mean, there are homes for people with learning disabilities, as Jovia might know. So these are specialist homes for people with learning disabilities. There are sometimes you can have specialist homes for neurological conditions. So these are a specific category for which specialist nursing homes cater for. Yeah, so as I said before, it's about £600 a week, an average residential home, £800 a week, an average nursing home. But if you've got behavioral problems, if you've got challenging behaviors, you're easily talking something in the range of £1,500, £1,600 a week. So how do you pay for it? Yeah, as I said, you have to pay for your own self-care if you're your own care if you're self-funding. Occasionally, you will get help from your council, which is some of these benefits are means tested, some are not. So you do what is called as apply for the needs assessment. So every person who lives in the community, and specifically this is for older people, every older person is entitled to what is called as a community care assessment. So social services have a duty of care to assess people's needs, and they do a community care assessment. This includes things like what can the person do for themselves, what sort of help and support they need. But this will also include financial assessment. And at the end of this, depending on what the assessment is, they will help you decide what support they are able to offer and what support you might have to fund yourself. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people have to get financial help from family, but as a general rule, the council won't look at the relatives' finances when they have to assess you. But if the family is able to help pay or contribute to the cost of home, then this is called topping up. And when you have a top-up fee, then you can obviously perhaps go for a home which is something a bit more than what the council will fund for. I talked about these. Yeah, so basically, how do you decide a care home is right for you? So of course, the needs is important, but there's also important things like, where is it? Location. Is it close enough to a shop? Is it close enough to family? And also, it's important to bear in mind that when one of a spouse goes into the care home, the other spouse is also older. So it needs to be borne in mind whether they can still drive, whether it's on a bus route, and those sorts of practical things are very important to think about. Cost is, of course, important, but also things like how often they can be visited, how often family can visit, how often the spouse can visit. And then some people have specific religious needs or cultural needs, so it's important to identify those factors when choosing the homes. So what are the signs of a good care home? The staff and managers have the right time, they've got the skills, they've got the experience. Whenever you go to them, they're not busy, they're not constantly rushed off the feet, they've got time to talk to you. The buildings are clean, rooms and bathrooms are clean, there's a wide range of activities, there's a decent range of food choices, and there is fast and easy access to health professionals. And I think this is a very subtle sign that's worth bearing in mind if ever you go into a care home. Just see whether the care homes allow easy access to GPs and dentists and other health professionals, and often it's a sign of a good care home. And of course, you ask for feedback from residents, and you want to see whether there's any cultural and religious needs, etc., that is being met. So yeah, how do you research? Well, look at the website, get a brochure, visit the care home, visit them at different times. Sometimes go at unusual times, perhaps less busy times, but go different times so that you can assess it differently. And before commitment, many times some care homes will do what is called as respite. So you trial it out for a few weeks in order to decide whether that suits you or not. And then, of course, the CQC reports are all available online. This is a slightly different take on it. I mean, I think many of us at this stage will probably think that what I've just said before doesn't apply. But as I said to you before, a lot of us will soon be in that bracket. A lot of us will know people who will be in that bracket. So it's important to start thinking. And as we know that care is going to be extremely sort of expensive, it's important for us to start planning for our own later lives. So things like look at working patterns, look at your pensions, look at what sources of funding you will have in your retirement, review where you want to live, and maybe perhaps think in terms of a step down approach, perhaps sort of going down in stages. And then of course you've got a plan, and there's not enough planning that you can do. So you really need to start early, think about wills and powers of attorney, and think about how you can sort of start planning to fund for your care in later life, because it doesn't always apply to others. It does sometimes come to us too. So I think it's important to bear that in mind. And on that less cheerful note, I think I will stop.
Thanks, Dr. Hari, for your excellent talk. Though it's a bit daunting, it's been an eye-opener for a lot of us, I think, because most of us, we don't think or talk about it as we think the old age is too far in the future. I think there needs to be more dialogue in this area within the families, particularly as most of us have aging parents living with us. Thanks again. I think we've got 5 more minutes. We may not have adequate time for the question and answer session. Maybe we can have 1 or 2 questions. So, Subbu, there is a question for you. If that's you can ask, yeah?
Yes, please, yeah.
It's come from Rupa and Paul. So, please advise to students and teenagers who struggle to sleep well before an exam. So, how to combat the exam anxiety before the exam day?
I think it's related to anxiety. Do you want to answer?
Yeah, I would say, I think sleep problem just before exams, I think I would say it's more like an anxiety rather than I would say any major sleep problem. I think it's how you prepare before your exam that plays a big role. And I think you're bound to feel anxious before your exam. If you don't feel anxious, that is quite abnormal than feeling, but it can impact on your sleep. But you need to have, I would say, you need to have a regular kind of preparation, and you should prepare yourself on the just before day exam. You don't need to revise too much. Don't think about exam too much. Do some meditation, listen to some calm apps and headspace, calm yourself. That may be a better way of dealing with anxiety and go to exam. But if you don't sleep well, you may not perform well in the exam day. So I think you need a lot of practice before the exam.
Thank you. It's easier said than done.
Yeah, I always say in medical college that I'll study for the next semester from day 1, but still I will leave to the end of the last day and we all feel anxious. We gone through that anyway. So I think we need to practice a lot.
Son, in my experience, I used to do listen to music and also go for some dancing session as well.
Okay. Thank you so much. I think there is another question. I think they are a bit connected. Either Balana or Subbu can answer this. So this is about teenagers and screen time and how does it affect the sleep initiation? And also Anita has asked about light at night.
The light at night, I think we mentioned, like, if you light at night, throw the melatonin away from your brain. If you expose the kind of Subbu mentioned about the retina and the bright light, particularly the light from the gadgets are more strong than the other lights. And if it go through the retina, it will stop the pineal gland to secrete the melatonin. And if you do not have enough melatonin, the sleep, the onset, latency, that will be delayed. So you may feel tired, but you can't get to sleep because you already exposed yourself to the daylight. So the body is sending the wrong information. It's not the night time. It's not, you don't need to slow down. So then that is a constant battle. Then you're not going to get sleep, but the next day you'll feel even more tired. I think night at light, I think probably the melatonin is the key.
Okay. Thank you so much. I think because of time constraints, we'll have to close the session now. Thanks again to our wonderful speakers, Dr. Bala, Dr. Hari, and Dr. Subbu. It's been really informative session. Thanks to RISE Foundation, we both feel very privileged to be part of this wonderful event for a great cause. And a gentle reminder again to contribute generously to our chosen charity, the Banyan. Thanks to our lovely audience for the support you have shown us so far, and please continue to stay with us. We will hand over to the moderators for the next session, which is about risk analysis in trading. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vinoda and Jovia. Subbu, Bala, and Hari, you highlighted many things that we take for granted. Our next speaker is Munish Aroda, who will be speaking to us on the topic of risk analysis and trading. This session is being moderated by myself. I'm an architect planner with specialization in finance and procurement presently. My colleagues Arvind and Kaushik will be joining me in this session. If Arvind and Kaushik can say a few words about yourself, and then I'll talk about Munish.
Hi, this is Kaushik. I'm in the food industry. I'm one of independent auditors. I work for certification bodies, which does a lot of food safety inspections. And I'm also a consultant in the industry supporting food businesses. That's me today.
Thank you.
Hey guys. So my name's Aravind. I've just finished my first year studying economics at the London School of Economics. As part of my degree, I do look at financial markets and risk. In addition to that, in my free time, I have started to kind of invest in the stock market myself. And as part of my part-time job, one of my roles or tasks is to analyze the financial models and financial positions of companies, in which I do look at their fundamental valuations.
Thank you, Arvind. So just to give a little bit of background about Munish, I've known Munish from our time together in college when both of us were studying Masters in Planning at the School of Planning and Architecture in Delhi. Munish studied transport planning whilst I studied urban planning, but Munish was very popular and was well known for his modeling and analytical skills. And if we had any problem with either of those, we could always approach Munish and he was very helpful. One key thing which I noticed was his room was a hub of activity. This is a hostel room. And any visitor to his room were always offered three things: fruits, cut in a specific manner, namkeen, which is a kind of Indian savory snacks. And the biggest thing was ghee. There was can loads of ghee in his room. It was almost like being in Vrindavan, minus the gopis, because girls were not allowed in our hostels. Not surprisingly, Munish was very popular, and he's married to our batchmate, Taruna, and they are proud parents of two bright kids, and they live in San Francisco. Arvind will talk about Munish's professional life. Over to you, Arvind.
So Munish started his career in transport planning after graduation, but within 6 months moved to Risk Management Solutions India to undertake his first role as a modeling analyst in the risk management world. For his distinct work in building inventory models, data analysis, and strength in high-performance computing, Munish was moved to the San Francisco office in California, USA. Whilst in the US, Munish has diversified in many verticals of risk management. He's also taken a headlong dive into the world of trading for his personal finance management, which brought its own set of risks. Munish is a budding entrepreneur and is with us today to share his wealth of knowledge from his own experiences. I just want to clarify and emphasize that Munish is not a chartered financial analyst or a certified financial advisor. All the information being presented are his own views. And just before I pass over to Munish, I just want to thank everyone once again for tuning in to this live stream organized by RISE Foundation. And I encourage you all to keep donating to the Banyan, which is the charity that we're supporting that looks to address mental health issues and help women with existing mental health issues in India. Over to you, Munish. He's on mute. Munish, we think you're on mute, so if you just hold up for a minute or two.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Perfect. Okay. So congratulations to all of you for putting together this webinar. I have been following this webinar since morning. I attended a few sessions, some in, some out. Even my 9-year-old attended the sports injuries webinar. You know, he wants to be a basketball player. So I'm very excited that I got this opportunity, and thank you to Gama. I mean, he invited me to this one to talk about something that I feel very important about. I mean, not 100% finance professional, but over years, there's one thing I have realized: no matter what profession, what trade, which part of the world you are in, personal finance management is a fundamental skill, and it should be learned by anyone and everyone. Like we are talking about health, like we are talking about our, you know, hygiene. So personal finance is all about your, you know, finance management, and you have to make sure you make your money work for you. It's not just working for another company and coming home. It has to be beyond that. You're earning money, you're saving money. Is the saving money working for you? So there is this passion over years developed, and that translated into, you know, what I'm going over today with you. I'm going to share my screen. Let me know if you guys can see my screen. Can you see my screen? Can you guys hear me, and can you see my screen? Yes.
We can see you, Munish. We can see you. We can hear you. Thank you.
Perfect. Okay. So let me talk a little bit more about myself. Thank you for this, great introductions. I will cut to basically my passion is over years is all about computer science and how we can combine computer science with the world that we do. I mean, in fact, I was in a way my career with computer started where one of my dad's students opened up a computer center, and without telling my dad, it's in early 90s, I went to that computer center to just learn what it is there. And then my dad got the bill. So that's how my journey started with computer science. But computer, math, finance, predictive modeling, this is where I live. This is the world I live in, and it has become a passion. I have been managing my own personal portfolio without any external financial managers. I did have my ups and downs during that, but I've learned in a hard way. And that, you know, we like to learn in a easy way. I have learned in a hard way, but I think, you know, that learning experience is what I'm here to share with you guys. I have also evolved my own trading system, and that's where the budding entrepreneur comes in. I'm looking forward to at some point, you know, make that trading system make available publicly through a business. That's the desire at some point in life. But I'm trading today. As I said, everyone should learn personal finance management, irrespective of their industry and trade. And I'll keep saying that, you know, till I'm on this earth and till I'm living. Again, a reminder, I'm not a CFA or I'm not a certified financial advisor. If you guys are gonna, what my goal here is today is to provide you that basic education that I felt was super necessary. And had I had that education, you know, when I was a teen or when I was in my universities, I probably would have been 10 years ahead in where I am today. So I'm gonna go over some basics of that and then talk about some risks and what the risks are and what we talk be there. Some quick facts, two quick facts. So we talk about long-term investments and we talk about trading. I want to highlight two things, and there is a lot that happened. You know, if you have friends who were near retirement, they were equally impacted who were investors, so were the traders who were just young and trading. So there are these two facts, you know, in America, since the Great Depression, the financial crisis wiped out almost $8 trillion in household stock market wealth and $6 trillion in home value, right? It was all about the home crisis at that point, but that's an important point. As many as 10 million Americans are believed to have lost their homes, according to St. Louis Federal Reserve. Similar thing, you know, that was one type of crisis, housing crisis, and we think that doesn't happen. That may not happen, but there are other crises, there are political crises, there are, you know, pandemic crisis that we are living in COVID-19. So during Brexit vote, you know, as per the Guardian, 1.5 trillion of the UK wealth got wiped off in 2016, says the report. So that just to let you know how important it is. I mean, these are big numbers and we might feel, oh, that's at the national level, but people who get affected by this, it could be one of you, or it could be one of your friends, or it could be one of your family. So it's important for us to understand the risks that we take when we are not investing or we are investing. Both of these situations have risks. Let's talk about the goals today. So what I want to achieve today is, one, I want to go over the basic terms that are important to get your head wrapped around. Some of them you may not encounter anymore because we have a habit of talking basics. Then we will learn about the risks that are associated with you as an investor, as well as the investments you are making. There are risks on the both sides. Also, we'll learn a core concept of risk measurement, and this goes back to our 10th grade learning. When we learn statistics, we don't realize that that's one single concept, how that single concept becomes so important later in our career. And I use this concept over and over for last 16, 20 years that I've been working. That concept is very solid and it helps with a lot of situations where you don't want to go like too advanced in analysis. I do want to talk about the two types of analysis, how to forecast the future stock prices. Then I will go deeper into two specific indicators that I personally like and that have worked out well for me. And then if there are Q&A, then we'll get into that. Okay. So let's start the journey with learning a few basic terms. Let's first understand. So whenever you're going to talk to a financial advisor, right, or you're going to read some more deeper articles, they're going to talk about word security. So the word security is an important word to understand. What do they really mean when somebody says security? I have an Investopedia definition on the screen there. That is, security means fungible, negotiable financial instrument that holds some type of monetary, right? And those are load of words. Fungible, financial instrument, they're still very generic. Like financial instrument is very generic. So what do they really mean? So think about if you're lending a $50 UK pound or $50 bill, US dollar bill to your friend, it doesn't matter if the same bill is given back to you after a few days, or if a different type of bill is given back to you. As far as you get the monetary value of $50 back or 50 UK pounds back, that's okay. And that particular instrument that is called a fungible, right? But then if you lend a car to your friend and you give your Toyota Corolla to your friend and he brings back some very old 90s car, I don't think you're gonna be happy with that, right? You want exactly the same car, and that's what makes it non-fungible, right? So that's what a fungible versus non-fungible is. Then there is a financial instrument. Financial instrument can be in many forms, right? Financial instrument, it is used to describe a monetary asset. And such assets can be real money, or it can be documents, or it can be a combination or some legal agreements. It can be any form out there. So you're aware. So why do we call it security? What happened? So initially in 15th century, when people were pledging some sort of guarantee for exchange of a debt or exchange of some promise, so they will pledge their property, and that was called security. Then in 17th, that term got more popular with when you were looking documents that are evidence of a debt. And then eventually, over time now, any document that has some sort of financial value, that is called security, that has an investment worth there. I hope everybody got that concept clear. So then I'm going to move to the next one. So securities are of two types. When we talk about security, that not necessarily means stock, that not necessarily mean dollar amounts, that not necessarily mean your property you lease. It actually has further two types. One type is where you have a ownership interest, and we call those securities equities. And then other form is where you are getting an interest for loaning money or loaning any of your financial asset, you're getting an interest. And that is called a debt. So you have to be very clear when somebody is saying security, they might be calling about a debt-based security, or they might be calling about equity security. And that has to be very clear. Stocks, for example, are equities. Means you do get some sort of an interest in the company for which you're buying the stock. While if you are going to a bank and getting a certificate of deposit, and you're getting some interest over time, that would be your debt-based security. So if that's clear, now there is a third very interesting form, especially in the stock market. So and a lot of my talk that I'm gonna do is, with a focus on the stock markets. There's a third very important form is the derivative form, and derivative forms are usually more riskier than the fundamental forms, but at the same time, they allow you to do some things that you would not, some of us may not imagine. For example, if stock market is dropping, there is a derivative called option. Those options can allow you to make money even when the stock market is dropping. And that's an important concept. And you have to really understand the options from the get-go in order to make money. Otherwise, most of the people without training, without learning, would lose money when trading options, right? So derivatives is another type of instrument that's very interesting when it comes to the securities. All right, I'm going to go to the next one. So what is risk? I think risk, we always, when we say risk is always has a negative connotation, that you're going to lose something, right? A simple, and that's the simplest concept that you can think of risk. In the financial world, we may talk about, low risk, high risks, and then we may talk about risks that otherwise, may be positive risk for us. So there are those pieces that happen in the financial world. But I think for personal management, it's okay to continue. If you're trading in stock markets, it's okay to continue understanding that's something you're going to lose on. And that's going to keep that fear mounted, means it's going to impact your investment habits out there. Right. So there is one quote that when I was traveling during my master's from Delhi, like I lived about 8 hours away from city of Delhi. And I would go to see my home. So one of the travels back to Delhi, I bought a magazine. I had at that time habit of buying, magazines on the station, and I felt now I feel like an executive. So I'll go and buy a 10 rupees or 15 rupees magazine. So I bought this magazine about computer media, and I was reading about Sabir Bhatia. Sabir Bhatia was the gentleman who owned Hotmail and then sold Hotmail for a fortune to Microsoft. He had a very important quote there, and that quote stuck with me for the rest of life. And I like to talk about that quote when it comes to risk. That quote is, if you're not taking risks in your life, if you're not taking risks in your life is at risk. So that's a very important quote, and there is a whole discussion about what he really means. What the crux of the article was that you really need to be vulnerable in all aspects, and he was talking about the how he took the business journey and where he went with. I think I don't want to say that with those two facts that I showed you in the early, or a connotation of risk associated with you, that you totally stop investing, or you do not even participate in these financial markets. I think what that allows, what this allows you is you need to become more savvy about learning about risk and investments, and then you need to understand them from the basic fundamental lens before you take that journey. But that shouldn't drive you away, and you should keep that money in your banks, because guess what? Come 20 years, that saving that you're parking on the side, it may not be ready, like it may not be fully inflated as the inflation might have been in the, which means you are not going to be poorest among those who were investing and who were keeping it inflation neutral investments in their portfolio. Right, so it's important to understand the risk. Now, risk is, the point I made about Subir Bhatia, it's also evident in the next slide, which is, if you take a low risk, you have a low return, right? But if you take a larger risk, you do get a high return. Simple example is, if you're investing in the government securities or government bonds, right? Those are very safe. Your money is safe because there is government-backed guarantees that come in picture. But at the same time, they only provide you a little investment return there, right? You'll get about, for example, if I put my money, I save my money in my bank in America here, I'll only get 0.5% interest rate, or even lower, right? And that's nothing as compared to all of us who came from India. The interest rate in banks in India used to be 10%, 11% during the late 90s. Even I think early 2000, it was around that. Now it's come lower since last 6 years or 7 years. But on the other hand, if you're investing in corporate bonds, or you're taking more riskier equities like stocks, you do have a high risk that that company may go out of business, and hence you will lose every penny you invested. But think about Apple, think about Google, think about all these big the companies that were smaller, like Amazon at one point was unprofitable. They were losing money, and their stock was penny stock. But those who invested at that time, after 20 years, it's a $3,000 stock now, right? So that's the return that comes in. So it's important to understand that if you are taking a risk with your personal finance, the return is going to be guided by how much risk you take there. Okay, I'm going to move to the next slide. So I've been talking about, okay, you should take risk. You should understand, what the risk is really means for you or for your investments. I think I felt important that we talk about a little bit. First, there are risk factors that are directly associated to you as an investor. And I'm not going to go deep into every risk, but these 4 key risks we talk a lot about, right? Number 1, your personality. Who you are is going to define how much you take a risk and what return you get on your personal finance, right? So your inclination and willingness to perceive, understand, and take risk has a direct impact on how you will manage your personal portfolio. Second, your lifestyle. It impacts the time that you will spend to monitor and respond to the changing financial and economic conditions. Right, there are markets. I mean, we are in pandemic. Back in March, the whole market tanked, but now we are sitting at a weak recovery. There is a talk about we again might go down, and there is a W-shaped curve for the stock markets. So these conversations, what do they really mean for you? You need to understand. You cannot be. It cannot be friends here say, "Oh, he said it's a W growth. Let me go and take out my portfolio." or it's going to go all the way up, let me go invest. It cannot be like that. So your lifestyle, I mean, how much time you spend on exercise, how much time you spend on eating, how much time you spend with your work life, you do have to spend time with your own portfolio and do certain activities so that you are on top of the risk factors. Third part, your age. If you are closer to the retirement age, you may need the funds right away for your health crisis, for certain other reasons, right? But if you are, young, you're out of university and you're still working, it's a great time at that point to start thinking of some riskier investment. So that risk appetite again changes. If you need money faster, you don't want to go into riskier investments, because riskier investment do require you to wait longer. But if you are like, have enough time to wait for your returns, higher riskier investments are good area to explore. Last one, the knowledge. Without knowledge, I mean, it is same as riding a bicycle. You go through training. If you're playing a sport, you go through training. Similarly, for your personal finance management, it's important you go through training. If you are in university today or you're in school today, you need to make sure you take at least one fundamental class in financials. That's my personal point of view. I push my both sons. I have a 9-year-old sitting and listening to my talk, and I'm like, you need to listen this now. There's no better time to listen about finance in your life ever. Some concepts may not be clear now, but they will become clear as you grow, right? So knowledge is an important piece. So you have to keep relearning. I have relearned actually my statistics probably 5 times. In fact, for this session also, I had to go back to, I use standard deviation every day. Now we hit computer, one button and standard deviation is out. I had to, what was the fundamental concept so that I can talk about it, right? So you have to relearn, you have to make sure your knowledge is solid on an everyday basis. And one I do talk about, so as a data analytics profession, I do, monitor and review a lot of predictive models that are associated with insurance or financial analysis. The piece that is important that directly relates to knowledge is you need to build physical intuition. If you are using some sort of a statistical metric, you need to develop a physical intuition. And you can only develop that intuition if you build that base core knowledge about the basic concepts. What it means is when you go into your personal finance, you have to have the same thinking process of building the intuition. What would it mean if it's going to be a W trend for the stock markets? So have a physical meaning of that. What do that really mean, and why? Then there are factors that are associated with your investments. Now, on investment side, there are 2 types of risk factors. One are systemic risk factors. The systemic risk factors means the word means anything that impacts the system. When the whole market went down during COVID-19 in late March, that is a systemic risk. 2008 home crisis, that is a systemic risk. Brexit, that's a systemic risk. Versus localized risk, where certain most of the stocks have recovered, but still a couple of industries like travel. If you look at travel stocks, you will see they have not fully recovered yet, and some of them are still at the same levels they were back in March, or some of them are 50% higher. But not like to the same levels before the COVID-19 happened. So those becomes now that systemic risk translated into a localized or specific industry risk for a few of those industries there. Now, in systemic risk, when we elections, for example, in US, every 4 years elections happen, and I have been following how the risk changes when the elections occur. The risks do actually go higher during the election years, right? The policy changes. Suppose there is a special act. So after 2008 crisis in 2011, 2010, there was a Dodd-Frank Act, posted in America, where all the financial institutions have to have certain level of tolerance built in. So that itself pushed the stock down for a shorter periods of time. So policy changes, government actions. So if you have been following news on Facebook, Microsoft, or any of these big fours, they were being reviewed by White House earlier this week. And before that conversation, all the stocks were down. And as the conversations finished, the stocks were up. Now they were very localized, but that government actions also created an impact. And if those are the 4 stocks on the in the portfolio of the indexes, that basically pushes the overall market down. So you have to again build a physical intuition what's going on there. Then there are macroeconomic factors. Every month there are unemployment news that come out. So that builds a cyclic drops and cyclic ups in the market. But then if the unemployment constantly keeps going, higher unemployment rates, and that would also bring the stock markets down. Because one sector always have an impact on the other sectors. You have to maintain that understanding. It's economics. It cannot be that one thing went down and everything else is going to stay. It's like a wall, or if you think about a thread, if you just put that thread, take a rope and you do that, what we call it, give it a jerk, and that rope would have a wave that would go along all the way to the next end. That's the same thing that happens with the macroeconomic factors. If one factor is worse, it is going to have an effect on the other, and that effect translates through the temporal, through the time, how that effect transfers from one type of sector to the other sector. And then there are other factors like social unrest, catastrophes, pandemics I talked about, and then sector credit defaults that occur. When it comes to the specific risk, product recalls are the common ones that would send the stock down. Regulatory changes, actions that are very specific to that company's business or that particular industry would send the stocks have high volatility. Management changes. So if you had a CEO that had a history of bringing that company, and suddenly that CEO either is gone or has been fired or has stopped looking after that company, company stocks have an adverse effect on it. But then the next CEO comes in. I mean, Intel is a great example. If you followed Intel, Intel went through that, some time when the CEOs were changing at Intel. Competition growth, and then industry disruption. Uber is the best example, Uber and Lyft, where they made an industry disruption. And so if you look at these stocks for companies like Hertz, their stocks are no more, it used to be a $60 stock. It's right now bankruptcy during this COVID-19. So that's the type of impact that disruptions can bring on your stock. So you have to stay on top of this, even if you're doing long-term investments or you're trading. You have to really understand what these risks are and how they may change your outlook on the security you're investing in. Okay, so once we understood that, I'm going to go to my favorite topic that affects my life daily. That's about the risk quantification. And how do we do risk quantification? Obviously, this 1 hour I cannot teach everything. All I can talk about is understand the risk quantification materials that are available on web. The web used to be, I will have less reliability on internet 10 years ago because there was a lot of mixed views there. But over time, there are some solid websites that are emerging, and your best website to go to is your trading site that you belong to. They will have an authentic, help files that would allow you to understand the risk quantification. But I think this is an important concept to learn when you go into risk quantification. I think standard deviation, let me take you back to your 10th grade, matriculation statistics, if I would, because I do not know out of the audience if everybody knows what standard deviation is. Some of us do who are in the quant field. Standard deviation is nothing. It's just a statistical measure that helps you measure the spread around your mean, right? Suppose you have, I have an example here. Suppose you have a grade 10, and in grade 10, you have only 10 students, and you want to know what is the mean score in that class. That's a concept that everybody understands, right? We'll take the average by summing up all the numbers along this row from 1 to 10, the first white row. And then we will divide that by number 10, and that will give us a mean, that is 76.8. But the important concept there to understand is, yes, it is 77, but how this mean score varies, right? One is I can eyeball. These are only 10 items I can eyeball. But if these are 100, if these are 1,000, if these are million items, then how do I know about it? And that's where standard deviation helps you understand what it is really is. And I'm going to help you build a physical intuition around what standard deviation is. It allows you to, what you do is you take this mean, you subtract this mean from the individual score that you had, and then you square that number. The squaring is necessary because sometimes you could be getting a negative, you could be lower than the mean, sometimes you are higher than the mean. But what you want really is to measure the volatility is, or the spread around that mean is a single number. To get a single number, this is a mathematical step that is taken where you square this, you sum up all the squares, and then you divide it by number 10, and then square root of it, so that it is back to a number that you can make sense out of, right? Now, what this is telling you is, and I'm going to give you some tips here. What this is telling you is that although the mean of the class is about 76.8, the score of that class varies between 19.1 and plus 19.1 and minus 19.1. But I'll take you further. You may eyeball and say, well, if I add 76 plus 19, that is 95. That's really 100. So it really doesn't make sense. Or if I take 19 out here, this is about 60, this is 50. What is there? So there's an important concept which is used in stock markets, and I want you to know that 95, if these numbers are following a natural distribution, which we call a normal distribution, and you can go on the web and read what normal distribution is, then the 95% of the times, whatever the score that would occur in that population would be 2 times this number added to this number. Meaning, if you add 76 plus 2 times of this, that is about 38, and subtract 38, then 95% of the students would fall in that score range. And that's an important concept. I'll talk about that concept later in stock markets, how that plays in stock markets, how that one of the indicators gives you exactly the same theory, and how it works well in normals when the market is trending normally. Okay. I'm going to assume you guys got what I was talking about in the standard deviation. It's an important concept, so stay rooted. Now, I'm going to bring some examples from whatever so far discussed. To get you that understanding of risk versus return, here are 2 giants, Apple, Microsoft. In 2019, and I'm sorry, I didn't make it, it still should say 2019. So in 2019, if you invested Apple $170, that $170 would become about on average $258, right? I'll explain what these charts are in a minute. But if in Microsoft you invested $108, they would only become $147 on average. So what you're seeing on the chart is that concept that I just talked about. This gray line that you see here is the mean of all the prices, of all the close prices of Apple during. So daily price, then it's averaged over. So for each quarter you are seeing, so it was 170, 195, 209, 200, 258. They had a great year last year. Samely on the Microsoft, same thing. They had a great year last year. But if you were risking $170, let me take a spin on what I said earlier. If you were risking $170 in the first quarter, your return would have been 51%. But if you were risking lower money, right, you were taking a lower risk, which is $108. Now your risk is of losing that money is 0. That Microsoft goes bankrupt, you're only going to lose $108 there. So that's your risk maximum. So here your value at risk is $170. You're going to lose $170. That's about $62 more than what you would have invested in Microsoft. So do not take this concept and start investing right away or make an investment decision like this. There's a lot more to it, but this is to just get you a flavor of lower risk, lower return, higher risk, higher return. Okay. All good. I'm going to move to the next slide. Now, this is an example of systemic risk. I think by the definitions I go over, you probably guys understood this. What I'm doing here is on the x-axis, you see the months, and I'm only displaying years, but this is a month level scale on the x-axis. On the left side, you see is as a Standard & Poor's ETF fund. So that particular stock, it's a stock symbol SPY in US, and that stock I measured that stock in terms of what is their standard deviation, the concept that I just talked about, in different years, right? I'm looking at every month, for every month, plotting, then I'm looking across a year, I'm looking at in this year, how did this particular ETF worked out. The ETF means exchange traded fund. What exchange traded, what ETF usually does, not all of them, but what some of the popular ones do is they take the index that drives the stock market and they invest in that index, right? That's the simplest way I can describe it. And whatever the movement that happens in that index is the movement that happens in the price. So it allows, so they are priced lower and they allow the entry for the general public to participate in the market. That's how that's what ETFs do. So that's what this particular SPY ETF is. I can go into more technical definition, but I'll leave it to the financial gurus to talk about that, or you can read it on web. But what the point I want to make here is, when you look at this scale, this only goes from $0 to $26. What this is saying is, in this first crisis, so this is when the bubble burst happened and there was 2002 market crisis, this SPY ETF, the variation in the price across the year was $12, right? Which is higher than any of the years that it was around. The second red bar is 2008 crisis, and it was about $18 going up and down. We know it went a lot more down there, right? When you see there, it went a lot more down during that time. But the variation was about $18, the standard deviation when you're looking across the entire year, right? And that's where the concept of other concepts come in picture that allows you to now look at the variations to a different level and not just married to that number. Hence, I gave the disclaimer in the prior slide. And now in pandemic, you see this drop, this V-shaped recovery for this particular ETF. It's about $26. That's the average daily movement that happened on this stock. Okay. Now the blue ones are election years. So I was comparing election years with the crisis years to see how the crisis years volatility was different. And then the gray bars you are seeing in the charts, they have their own connotations on the back, but they are all different years, other than the years that I highlighted. So this one is 2002, this is 2008, this is 2016 Chinese market crash. This is 2020, the time that we are living. Just to give a flavor of how we measure the systemic risk. This is the entire market moving at that time on daily basis.
Munish, sorry to interrupt. We got about 10 to 12 minutes.
Sure. Now let me get into investment versus trading. What is the difference, right? If you are investing, you're usually looking for larger returns over a longer period of time. That's what an investment is usually about, right? It's usually in a strict definition. When you look at the long term versus short term, it's usually a year or more. But if you're looking at trading, trading usually is all about taking smaller frequent profits. At that time, you have to be frequently participating in the markets. Okay. Since I'm out of, like, it's only 10 minutes left. Is it? So I'll try to speed up Gamma there, right? Perfect. I think I want to highlight one point here. In either case, it is very important to know when to enter and when to exit the market. That's my learning over years, right? I gave you an example. If you're near your retirement, if you were in 2008, you would have lost everything that you saved for your retirement. That's one example. Same is in COVID-19. But if you wouldn't have waited, you would have again lost pretty big amount of your nest egg. Now I'm gonna swift through these because these are more involved. So the pieces to know is, when you're predicting a particular stock, you have two options available in the market to look at forecast the price of a stock. You can either do it using fundamental analysis, right? Which looks at the company's business results and financial statements and trends, like where this business is going to grow, hence what the price of this business should be in a year down, 2 year down, and 5 year down, and so on. But technical analysis, what it assumes is your market price of your security or market price of your particular stock, right, already accounts for all of that. Hence, what is the demand and the supply of that stock is of that particular securities in the market is what reflecting the true value of that particular stock. Makes sense? So that's the difference. These are two schools of thought. I'm sure if you go deeper in financial, there are probably other point of views. But for us, personal investors who are just managing our personal portfolio without trying to get too technical, these are two solid concepts to work with. They are very, very useful, very powerful. And when I invest, I do some investing. I do some trading. When I'm investing, the knowledge that I have to go for fundamental analysis pushes me to look at different indicators and different technicals that I need to look at for investments. But if I'm trading, suppose I want something like, I know this market is a volatile market and it will make me more money, I then go with the technical analysis. I don't even pay attention to the fundamentals at that point. So, you know, there is a whole material aware. I don't know if the material is going to be made available, but you're welcome to read this, or my suggestion would be go to Investopedia, and that can give you a little bit more in-depth understanding of what a technical analysis is and what a fundamental analysis is. But do read that. I will encourage you all to definitely go and read that. Now, in technical analysis, I'm going to switch a couple of these slides and go directly to commonly referred indicators. In technical analysis, the space is much larger because it takes statistics and mathematics and studies the signals over the volume and price, right? So there are many ways you could do that. As many research initiatives and innovations are happening in the world, there are many ways to look at. But I can talk about these, 4 or 5 things that are very useful. And even if you get one right, it does work as far as you have a certain system that you're working with. One, price trend itself over a time period. That itself has some sort of an indication. So you will hear about moving averages. Moving averages give you a lagging indicator that you can work with. Then there are something called support and resistance levels. Support means, the stock might go up after this. Resistance is it would not go beyond that point. That's what a support resistance is. There are oscillators that neutralize all the price effects, and it always gives you a set number between 0 and 100 or minus 250 to 250. That always they will rate the stock again to tell you some signal that where this stock is relative to the market. And then some candlestick patterns, which is commonly known as Japanese trend patterns. So that's another way to look at. I want you to aware that if you talk to a fundamental analyst, they will talk about all the limitations in technical, and if you talk to a technical, they will talk all the limitations on the fundamental side. But as far as you understand, trading is great for short-term investment, short-term profits, and investment is useful for long-term gains. I think that's a solid fundamental to work with. Here are 2 charts I would love to talk about. One is Bollinger Bands. I talked about standard deviations, and I promise I'll show you something in the stock, why it is important. These Bollinger Bands are exactly the definition I talked about in standard deviation. These Bollinger Bands over a 20 days, right? They give you 2 standard deviations from the mean price. So this candlestick pattern is showing you where the stock actually was, right? But then this middle line is showing you what the average price is over the 20 days. And then it is giving you the bounds around that. What that means, if you guys learned from my prior slide, 95% of the times, if the stock is normally distributed and following the natural pattern, 95% of the times, the projected price is going to fall within that range, right? But it's always trending up. So you do want to go to this particular, I use stockcharts.com. It's free. You can put your ticker symbol and you can see what the Bollinger Bands are telling you. And if you're making intermediate type trading investments, it's a great tool for making that investment, right? But then it also fails, and the answer lies in 5%. The answer lies in 2 things. Not all stocks follow normal distribution. So that's one thing, right? And then at the same time, not all stocks would have the same trajectory growth. Obviously, by now Apple is my favorite stock, right? Because I'm using a lot of Apple examples in my piece here. This one is an oscillator example, relative strength indicator. It is a very useful indicator to tell you whether the stock is at an oversold level or if it is an overbought level. So this bottom line would tell you the support, and the top line would tell you the resistance. Now you see these links here. There are still times you might have a stock coming to the red line and you may sell it. You may still have stock that will go above that line. right? And this one is calculated over a period of, again, there is a period involved. This is calculated over a period of 2 weeks, about 14 days, 14 sessions, sorry. It's calculated over a period of 14 sessions. But this knowledge of this indicator combined with this indicator would allow you to make some at least wiser investments, if not, perfect investments, right? Perfect investment, I always, my own thing today is, for perfect investment, you need to go to the financial advisor who is certified, who studies it, who has a fiduciary responsibility and give you the right advice, right? But if you are like me, who is analytics guy and who want to make some investments and keep that personal portfolio growing with and have a confidence in yourself, I found these to be very, very useful for my investment patterns. Lessons learned. Do we still have time, Gama, for that? Few minutes?
Yes, there are a couple of questions which have come from the audience, so we may want to raise it, but if you can run through your lessons learned, that'll be really, really good.
Okay. So these are lessons learned over last 14 years of investments. So one, you do need to evolve your risk profile and assess your risk appetite. That's very important. If you don't know who you are and you are going after money, it's going to fail you. And I have failed. I failed miserably in 2012, 2013. And then I have risen back, from that failure. But I learned this, again, as I said, through hard way. Then build your investing intelligence and do your homework. Don't, right? I'll talk about the don'ts, but do build your investing intelligence and do your homework. You should research the company thoroughly that you seek to invest in, right? And then follow that company. Every company in US, if you go to their site, it's mandatory regulatory wise. They have a section called investor relations, and under investor relations, they'll basically post every SEC filing. They'll publicize every news, everything that is going to impact the stock. It's mandatory for them to disclose it in time. I usually would go and look at for my investments, I go to those stock companies and look at their quarterly earnings and how the business is doing, what they're disclosing. I pay a lot of attention to that. I will spend time there. Invest slowly, take out profits slowly. That's a very important advice that I heard from Jim Cramer on TV, and I've been following that for the last 7 years. It has been wonderful. It's all about, you should not invest right away. Suppose you think Apple is going to go up and you take all the money that is available to you and push it in Apple, right? And it may have an adverse outcome, right? Apple has been doing great for some. If you did that in March, Apple also went down. You lost the money, and the fear kicks in, right? So that I'll get into the don'ts, how to go through the fear. Then last one, explore, learn, relearn, learn. And I cannot emphasize, without relearning investing and trading fundamentals, it's very riskier step that you're taking. Do not take those steps without learning, but also don't refrain from them. Do push yourself to learn them. And then diversify your portfolio. Do not invest in one company. Always invest in multiple sectors. Think about sectors. So there's an energy sector, there's a life sciences sector, there's a technology sector. Technology is booming at this point. If I go all in technology, I may lose tomorrow because we don't know what's going to happen tomorrow, right? That's the irony. So that brings me to the don't. Nobody knows what's going to happen tomorrow. They can tell you what could be the trend based on what they know today. They will not be still able to tell you if tomorrow the CEO of Apple resigns, that's going to bring the stock down, right? So don'ts are, there is no easy money, quick money, or get schemes. Somebody tells you that, run away from that. That's what I would tell you. And I am surprised when you see these interviews where people invested in a company where the signals were all over and then still they lost their nest egg. There's several commercial TV programs where they talk about these things. Anyone who sells you a recession-proof investment, he's lying. Don't believe him or her. Avoid investment or trading decisions solely based on emotions. Like I talked about the fear. If you were standing in March, the fear would have kicked in for sure. It kicked in for me too. But there was a very important advice that somebody gave me. When you're going from San Francisco to UK, right? And you're in a plane, there is a turbulence. You don't open the door and jump out of the plane, right? You don't do that. You keep sitting in that plane and praying to God that let me get through this turbulence. So it's the same thing that you have to follow when the fear kicks in. You have to remember that advice. do not jump out of the markets because markets are tanking. Do have certain other things to go with. Then avoid rat race buys, avoid news buys, avoid friend telling you buys, and avoid putting all your money solely on. Okay. I think I'm gonna stop here and then we can get into questions. Sorry, Gamma.
Apologies, Manish, but really thank you. Thanks a lot for bringing this topic up on a Saturday evening. I think definitely it's been of a great interest to everyone who's been watching this today. Especially for myself, my own learnings. I'm into forex trading for the last 6 months. It's good to see the other view in terms of stock trading and how the thought process goes. Over to some of the questions from some of our participants here. I've got a question here which says, how does ETFs compare to investment trusts over 10 years?
Well, if you would have looked at it pre-2008, ETFs would have been very, very lucrative. If you ask me, I'm a stock trader. I don't even look at anything out of stocks. For me, high volatility, high risk taking is what my appetite is, and I go after high risk investments. Anything ETF or investment trust that you're talking about, like REITs, real estate investment trusts, they are great in the booming markets, but they still don't generate the return that you generate on the equities like stocks. So that's my point of view on that, Ashik.
Thank you. Over to you, Arvind.
You are on mute.
Yep, sorry. Yeah, we've had a question from Daniel Sundaram asking, as a 15-year-old, would you advise investing into the stock market or investing into myself through things such as online courses?
Both. Not either. So I have my son, he is right now doing a trading investment game where it's a Warren Buffett game available on Investopedia. I'll encourage all of you, if you're a 15-year-old, go there. That game gives you $1 million and you can start investing actually next day onwards. When the markets are open, you are investing in the real markets, but you are then getting an experience. So do both. There is nothing like having a real experience in investing, right? It's like you can get an MBA, but unless you have really lived through these downturns and upturns and perfected your own risk appetite, that learning itself. So it's both together that helps you.
Thank you, Manish. There's nothing that keeps us awake than money. It makes the world go around. It keeps it awake. It was a very, very interesting topic, very difficult, but you made it very, very simple to us. I would like to thank you on behalf of RISE and also Banyan for sponsoring us. Please go ahead and if there are any more questions, please put it up and Munish will always answer. And I'll give you a link so that Munish can be contacted directly. Munish is available on Twitter. Thank you very much. I would like to now invite Arvind to take over because he's leading some of the next talks, which is about the life in the UK and also at universities, and also a session which compares Indian education with that in the US, in the UK. Over to the young Turks, if I can call them that.
My pleasure, Gama. Thank you.
Thank
you, Manish.
Thank you, Manish. I think let's just get everyone in.
Yeah, I'm going to play the video now.
Yeah, okay.
Can we have the message, please?
Thank you, audience. We are starting the next session very soon in a few seconds. Very interesting session. Please stay with us. Thank you. The next topic is life in university in UK. And there is comparison with Indian system also. It is all run by teenagers and young people. Please stay with us. It's a very, very interesting topic. I'm sure there'll be lots of useful information. Please stay with us. Keep donating on the link for Banyan. Thank you. RISE-24. We have selected the right topics for this time. We have got life at university by younger generation people. After that, we have motivation talk from Gautami Subramani from United States of America. Then we have got beneficial habits to develop during school, followed by marathon running, then automation, then mountaineering, renal health, kidney health in high blood pressure, journalism, growing vegetables, loads of topics to follow. I think our panel might be ready. Let's see if we can start now. Thank you very much.
Okay, are we good to start? Yeah.
Yes.
Is Rohit here?
He's on mute, I think.
And is Sheena here? Okay, so let's start. Hey everyone, just before we begin, again, I'd like to thank you all for tuning in to this 24-hour live stream organized by RISE Foundation that is supporting the Banyan charity that aims to address mental health issues amongst homeless women in India. Thanks to your support, we've currently raised over £1,500. Okay, so let's get straight into the first part of our talk, which is kind of discussing university life. So amongst us, we've got 4 university students, and we thought it'd be really beneficial to give sixth form students listening a kind of sense of our university experiences and any advice. So I'm just going to introduce myself. My name's Aravind. I've just finished my first year studying economics at the London School of Economics. On to Paul.
I'm Paul. I've just finished my first year doing medicine at the University of Birmingham. Sweta.
Hi, I'm Swetha. I've just finished my first year at the University of Leicester studying biological sciences. On to Rohit.
Rohit here. I've just graduated from UCL. Did a degree in information management for business. It's quite an interdisciplinary degree with courses in corporate financial strategy, programming, marketing. 4 years have just gone by really quickly. So got a lot to say.
Okay, that's great to hear from all of you. I think, Rohit, we're going to have to bring you all the way back, because I think it makes sense to really start off with probably the most daunting thing about starting university, which is Freshers Week. So for those of you who don't know, Freshers Week is the first week of university, kind of before lectures and any academic kind of teaching begins, it's catered towards socializing and making friends. And I think there's kind of a huge pressure sort of on that. There's a big expectation. So I'm kind of interested to see what your different experiences were in terms of how you guys made friends and what you did to really kind of settle in and make freshers as enjoyable as possible.
Who wants to take it?
Yeah, whoever wants to take it.
I reckon oldest goes first. Go on, Rohit.
For me, I remember just trying to go to as many different events and different things as possible. I think when you're that first week, you meet a lot of people. So whoever you're with in halls, like that's your accommodation. That's important. So if it's a flat, you're going to be limited to about 4 or 5 people, and you're going to be close to those 4 or 5 people. But if it's a halls, there's like hundreds of people, and you can like branch out a bit more. And your people on your course as well is somewhere you could look for friends. But societies, so sports teams, I look there as well. But yeah, that first few weeks, the key thing I would say is watch your bank account, because I know everyone just throws away money. Like you just buy so much shit that you don't need, and like yeah, you just need to watch what you're spending on, because it has an effect later on, further down the year. But,
so we'll move on to like budgeting a little bit later on in this discussion. I just want to stick towards like kind of freshers a little bit more. So one advice I'll give to kind of people listening, students listening who might be joining university, is I'd recommend that you definitely join the freshers group chats that you see on Facebook and WhatsApp prior to joining university. I think you become a lot more comfortable with people a lot quicker if you're already kind of used to talking to them, you know, even prior to sort of meeting them in person. Adding them on social media, it's kind of something. It's a very easy kind of talking point, right? So you can recognize their faces if you've seen them post on social media. In fact, I think that's what I did a lot of times to kind of break the ice. I'd go, hey, don't I follow you on Instagram? And then if I did, we'd talk about that. If I didn't, then I'd kind of go, yeah, okay, right, you can follow me now. And then we kind of got talking that way. And I think social media is a really great way to remember people's names as well, because you can start to associate a name with a face, and it makes the second and third interaction where you may have forgotten the person's name a lot less awkward, because you can quickly check social media to kind of remember their name. Paul, Shweta, did you have anything to add?
Yeah, I'd like to add to that. So freshers, yeah, is definitely daunting if you want to make new friends. Especially most people, they would have been in secondary school, probably 7, 8 years of their life with the same friendship group, and suddenly you're just put out in the open. So I'd recommend really getting to know your flatmates on that first night, because getting to know your flatmates as a group makes it easier to meet other people as groups as well. And you meet so many different people, and doing that on your own independently can be quite tough sometimes. But when you meet as a group, it's nice, takes the toll down on you even less. You feel so much better. And one thing I'd say is the friends you make in freshers aren't going to be the friends for the rest of your life. I mean, I think a few of my friends I've made are from freshers, but once you become confident, you know more people, you find out who your true or real friends are, who you've got the most interests with, and you mostly get that from societies, I think. Sweta, do you want to add on that? Because you're living from home, so your freshers might be different from ours.
So obviously I didn't have roommates who I knew beforehand, so freshers was a bit different. But I mean, there's like in freshers, like there's day and night events, and the thing is you don't have to attend all of them, so you just go to the ones you're comfortable with. And especially because you're moving out of school and it's a new environment, but literally everyone feels the same, even if you don't think it, they do. And it's like, it's just fun really, like just food and like games. And I think just knowing that, you know, because everyone's new, just being able to talk to people for the first time, and especially societies, I found those really useful, because you're basically meeting people with the same interests as you, which obviously is like a much more easy conversation starter.
Yeah, I'd completely agree with that. And I think just to look a bit more, I think into one particular thing that might be a bit nerve-wracking for certain students is this idea that freshers is all about drinking and you can't really socialize if you don't drink alcohol. Personally, I didn't find that was the case. I was sober for pretty much all of freshers, and still loved my experience. What do you guys kind of think about that topic?
Yeah, like Sweta said, there's loads of different events in the day as well, like barbecues and other things that you can do. So yeah, alcohol is definitely not a must, and people shouldn't feel pressured to drink. And you can socialize still with, like, at prees. You can still join people and be there. You don't have to. You don't have to drink alcohol for sure. But I would also advise not getting these wristbands that they sell. You know, ones that say, "Oh yeah, you have passes to all the events. Like, pay £100, £150, whatever it is." Because a lot of people don't actually go to all the events, and it changes day to day. So you can often buy tickets, and people often resell them on Facebook, or like last minute, like dropouts. So you can always find tickets when you need them. So don't buy those wristbands.
Mm-hmm. Paul, Shweta, do you have anything to add? Paul, you're on mute, by the way.
Yeah, some lighting difficulties here. Yeah, so on the topic of freshers, I reckon it's, yeah, well, about you said about the alcohol, there's no pressure at all. It seems like that. I think actually, 20 years ago, or probably 30 years ago, what I know from my friends' parents who went to uni here, they said that actually freshers were way more about alcohol then, and that's what it was, you know, sort of about. But now the amount of events you have during the day are mostly sober events. And in fact, you're more likely to gain something deeper or more meaningful relationship in sober events than you are from just on a night out or pub crawls. On the topic of that, my dad has written, "Is there bullying of freshers when you start uni?" Questionable. Basically, I'll put it like this: if you go to a sports event, there's some challenges that freshers will have to do. If you don't want to take part in them, just don't go. But it's actually your choice at the end of the day if you attend these events, and life goes on from there. Sweta?
Yeah, like Paul said, like none of these events are compulsory. So if you don't feel like going to them, you don't have to. It's just like a kind of like a test run in terms of like talking to new people, because you're probably going to meet even more new people in your course, especially like my course has more than 300 people. So like there's so many different people there. So don't worry if you don't meet new people or make friends during freshers.
Yeah, yeah. So we've got one other question from Vasu, Uncle, which is asking, did you all enjoy moving out of house, like time away from your parents and you know, a lack of restrictions? I mean, I can answer that. I personally loved moving to London. There's just so much more to do than there is in Leicester. I think I benefited from fairly lax and parents, you know, who didn't really apply many restrictions on me anyway. So in that sense, there wasn't that much of a difference. But I did enjoy kind of like the challenge of being more independent and kind of having to look after, you know, after myself a bit more. Do you guys have any, you know, things to add to that?
Rohit, you've had quite a nice story.
Yeah, that was good. I would definitely like to recommend people looking into year abroad opportunities within your course, like maybe like a sandwich course, like a third year out. It's a great opportunity to go and like experience something totally different and meet essentially a whole new like first year. You're having a whole new first year. You meet like so many people, and yeah, I would definitely recommend taking a year abroad or an elective if that's an option. But in terms of moving out of the house, I know a lot of people who felt quite restricted at home, and then as soon as they got to uni, they kind of let loose and took it too far. So I think you got to find the right balance, and just remember what you. I'm seeing more questions popping up.
Yeah. I think well, let's just answer them because they're all they seem to be related to freshers anyway. Sharon, Uncle, has asked, do you have any ragging here from your seniors? If so, how severe, and is there any monitoring from the authorities to prevent this? Like Paul said, I think the majority of like the ragging you see are during the sports initiations. And you do hear some like incredible stories about the things they've put freshers through. I mean, some people will like quite happily kind of be ragged and take part in the initiations, but like Paul said, it's completely up to you whether you attend these events.
Yeah, definitely.
And then we've got another one from my mum saying, how comfortable do you feel discussing your difficulties or problems that you experience once you're out in the world? And I think that is something important. I think when you go to university, there's the pressure to be independent can sometimes force people to kind of shut off from others and not really reveal what's going on if they're finding things stressful. I think once you move to university, you start to confide in your friends a lot, your kind of flatmates. And I'd just like to emphasize that if you are going through any kind of mental health issues, there are like actual professionals hired by the university to kind of support you through your time at university.
Yeah, on the topic of mental health, I think that's quite a big one actually. Obviously, the government recently has tried to incorporate more help in the NHS for mental health. There's a lot of help available, so you usually have for each accommodation when you're in halls for first year, they usually have like hall mentors who will be in the lead of a few group of people. And during Freshers Week, they came to each flat, in Birmingham, they asked us all how we felt, are we making friends, do we all work together? And they're always there. As I'm also doing medicine, it can be an intense course sometimes. And we have loads of medic counselors and volunteers who help.
How do I?
They're sort of there 24/7 for us to talk to whenever we need to. So yeah, mental health is a really important one because it can sort of make or break you in university, and it's always there to trust in them. And always, as always, guys, trust in your parents. They're always going to help you no matter what. But yeah, anyone else on that?
Yeah, I mean, I think before I came to uni, I didn't realize how much support there was. And every month we have like these sessions once a week, and they're basically like with a group of people from your course who you probably haven't met before. And even though they seem like really cheesy sessions, they're actually very like in-depth but light-hearted, and they basically just kind of make you slowly open up about if you're like finding things hard, whether it's to do with like studies or other things, and you can share what you're comfortable with. And they do kind of like mini games, and you also have personal tutors who basically you can say anything to, and everything will be kept confidential. So there's like a lot of support available.
Yeah, on this topic, Vast Uncle's actually just written, Indian parents can be very anxious sending children away for the first time to uni. How did you manage your parents' anxiety? Well, yeah, obviously, I think that's for any parent. They will get, a little bit sad because they've seen us grow and mature over the 18 years, and then suddenly we're like, oh, we're off now. I feel like it's firstly about gaining that mutual trust with your parents. So they used to call me, they used to call me every day, not I used to call them. I tried to pick up as much as I could, but I just tell them how my day went, what I've been doing during the day. That gives them a bit of closure and reassurance. And then sometimes they'd be like, what are you going to do? And there might be a night out. And then as always, they'd say, be careful, call us if anything. So I think having that big trust together, just telling a little bit, obviously you're not going to tell everything, but telling as much as you can, and just letting them know you are okay, because that's the biggest worry of any parent for their child, I reckon. Does anyone else want to add to that?
Yeah, I think for me, I used a WhatsApp family group chat, and before initially they were calling me a lot, and I worked out before them calling me, I would send them a message telling them what I was going to do that week, that day. And if I make the first move, it kind of reassures them rather than them hearing nothing and they're calling, getting no response. So just let them know that you're doing fine, and that should help everyone.
What just happened? என்னோட Zoom போச்சாங்க. I can't.
You're on.
Hello. I can't see right. Okay, we're having some technical issues, but we'll persevere on. We're getting a lot of questions, and I think there's a chance that we might answer them just over the course of the other topics that we've got. So I think it's best if we go another 10 minutes, kind of just following the schedule, and then the last 5 minutes we can devote to questions again, right? So okay, moving on. I think Rohit, you already kind of touched on this, but we have. You mentioned that freshers and that kind of first couple of weeks can be very, very expensive and take a toll on your bank account. Would you have any advice on like how you can kind of manage that and kind of reduce the damage, as it were?
So firstly, I would recommend trying to open a student bank account as soon as possible, because I kept on applying and making appointments, and it made it a long, drawn-out process. But get it done as soon as possible, and then try and work out what you're going to do, like for food, and plan like how much you think you're going to spend that week. I'd advise, because otherwise you're going out and you may be buying drinks, or you kind of lose track. And don't hold back too much, but just keep an eye on it. I think it's a given you're going to spend a decent amount of money during that time. But yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe there's budgeting apps on the phones nowadays. I don't know. I haven't really used them that much, but yeah. What do you guys think?
Well, yeah, I mean, students are known for being skint, literally having no money and stuff, but it doesn't have to be that way. One tip I want to say is students get a lot of discounts on basically everything. Literally anything I buy, or even when we go out for food, you can literally get out Uni Days app, which everyone has, and show your discount. You normally get 20% all the way up to 50% off on things. In fact, Aravind and me, we were in town a few days ago. I used my good old student discount, and my t-shirt was only £2.70 in the end. So yeah, I'd reckon using your student discount a lot helps you save a lot of money. And yeah, basically helps you a lot. Anyone else want to add?
I think
actually carry on, Shweta. You go first.
I think because I stay at home, like I don't have to worry about money for accommodation and travel and those things. But I think so budgeting is not as big of a deal for me. But still, like if I'm in uni, sometimes between lectures I buy snacks, and they're kind of pricey as well. So it's kind of just even day-to-day thinking, just trying to not spend as much just because you're in uni.
Yeah, I think one thing I'd say is really look into what the perks you get with each student bank account is, and really make an informed decision. So I went with Santander because it came with a free rail card, and I knew I was going to be making a trip to back to Leicester every 3 weeks at most. And the additional thing I noticed was that the interest rate offered was a lot higher than HSBC across your full 3 years, whereas HSBC kind of had like a teaser rate where it was high for 1 year and then kind of plummeted in your second and third year. And then apart from that, I'd say if you do really financially struggle, then there are scholarships and things available, hardship funds and things like that, which I think you should consider applying to. I think it's a lot of hassle to begin with, but then it means that you're financially secure and stable for the next 3 years, and it's just one thing you really don't have to worry about in the future.
I think we haven't got much time, and there's loads of questions. So
yeah, I think it's best if we move on to questions again.
Yeah, there's loads of questions. One of them was about sort of a day in the life of a uni student. So yeah, the transition from schooling to university. Yeah, so basically a lot of it is independent, I would say. Time management is a skill you really have to develop, and you get taught a little bit of that in A-levels, but not really. So most of it is you making mistakes on the way. during first term, which I think is probably sort of the best way to learn. It depends because on the course you're doing, the contact hours, you have your social life, the lifestyle. If you're a gym lad like Aravind or Rohit for that matter, it just depends on the lifestyle you want. And something that you have to come to terms with, that you have to say yes to some things and no to some things. And I find that the first term, I enjoyed my first term a lot, not actually that much work, but then second term I realized I'm a little bit behind, I need to do a bit more work. So it was more of the library than the club. Go on, Aravind, what do you think?
I think it also depends on the kind of learner you are at school as well. I think if you're already a fairly independent learner, during your time at sixth form, then the jump won't be as bad. I think what you said about time management is incredibly true. I think you've really got to we've got to really have a focused hat on and be productive, and make sure that you don't fall too behind, because then it's just a slippery slope where it becomes harder and harder to kind of catch up, especially as topics get more and more complex. And yeah, you do have to kind of think about what you kind of want to achieve out of uni, and also kind of what things you want to prioritize. So some people in first year will kind of put studies on a back burner and fully enjoy their social life. That's one way of doing it. It's not the way I'd recommend. I think really trying to balance everything out is probably the way you want to go. Yeah, and then we also got a question about how you balance like studies and a social life. Personally, I think it's just making some tough decisions about events to attend, and really trying to be as efficient as possible in terms of doing your work, so that you have more time to really chill out and socialize elsewhere.
I think Rohit is the most experienced. Do you want to give your experience, Rohit?
Yeah, I think for me, my first year was worth 4% of my entire degree. I know some people's is not worth anything at all. Others is like 10 or 11%. So I would definitely say, and even the universities, the lecturers, they know that everyone's coming from school, everyone's just making that change. They relax with the work and the grading. They don't force anything on you in that first few months. So I relaxed quite a bit for my first year, and maybe only the latter term before exams I kind of picked up things. But yeah, I would say first year is all about like trying a lot of new things, and there's a lot of questions here about peer pressure, and I think there's peer pressure wherever you go, but it's not something that's overpowering, and you just got to know yourself. And I never was in a situation where I felt like the pressure was influenced my decision greatly. You always got to stay true to what you had in mind before, and yeah, everyone's going to be asking you to try new things and do this and that, but I think you're going to make these decisions prior to the situation itself. There's also a question here about issues around assimilation with other races, especially in a place like London. There's so many different types of people from literally every corner of the world, so there's definitely no issues there. But I know there might be certain issues in certain areas of the country, but I think in this day and age, I don't think it's much of an issue right now.
Swaiter, you've got a personal question. If you're not staying in residence, does that affect getting friends or affecting your social circle? What would you say to that?
I think in a way, yes, because if you're staying in residence, there's like a small number of people you know already. But I mean, as long as, like I said before, societies, because I think when you talk about common interests, it's more easy to make friends. So I think by attending those, then it's okay. And just like being able to talk to people. And I think for me, if like I was back at school, like I wouldn't go up to anyone by myself, but it's kind of, I had that mindset, and literally everyone's just talking to everyone because no one knows you, so they don't have any preconceived ideas about you. So in that way, it's kind of easier to make friends.
We got another question about well, first of all, thanks Shweta for that, but we got another question asking about, would you advise people to get a job during first year, or to take a year to settle in before trying to get internships or part-time jobs? Does anyone have any input on that?
Personally, I feel like if you're fine financially and you're stable, I don't think finding a job in that first year is that essential. Maybe some summer work could definitely go a long way. So internships or even just paid work in the summer, that could work after your first year. But finding a job may be quite difficult to balance everything in that first year. There's so much change. So yeah, I definitely wouldn't recommend or say it's essential.
I think I'm gonna have to add a caveat to that. Like, I think if you can enjoy your first year, especially if like the work opportunities aren't really related to the degree you're studying, I think. But if it's something, for example, like I work at a kind of startup consultancy / venture capitalist firm, which is kind of directly related to the field that I kind of want to get into post uni. And I think in first year, the kind of freedom you have in first year and the lack of pressure academics wise compared to second and third year meant I had the capability to work and study, and I personally really enjoyed it. But admittedly, it does take away a bit from your capabilities to socialize, because it's one more thing to juggle, as it were. And then I think we might have time for one more question before we transition towards the second part of our talk. Rohit, you're getting a lot of questions about year abroad and whether it was valuable. Do you want to shed some light on that?
I think if there's one thing that people can take away from this, is that definitely look for opportunities abroad, because your host university will often pay these extortionate fees for like America or Australia or anywhere. Normally the international student fees are very high, and I paid £1,500 out of the 9,000 that you normally pay in the UK. So even my UK fees were hugely reduced. There's a lot of opportunities for loans and scholarships as well. So your third year in a 4-year degree, or your second year in a 3-year degree, I think. I definitely recommend it, because I felt like I went to an entire new university and it was like I started all over again. But I still had my friends from home, and I kept in regular contact with them, and it was very fine to come back and get back into the swing of things here in the UK as well. So I definitely recommend looking into that before you apply for your course and choose what you want to do.
Yeah, just one more question I'd like to ask, because I think this was quite important. Ruth just asked about issues around assimilation with other ethnicities and races. I think it's quite important because obviously a lot of us here, a lot of our parents are migrants here, and essentially we are, a lot of minorities are now in UK, and it can be difficult in university, especially geographically where it is. I'm sure like London and, for example, Birmingham, even Leicester, very diverse places, but in other places, maybe up north, more coastal areas, it's less. The main thing I can say about this is there are a lot of societies that are dedicated to cultural, religious sort of things. For example, I joined my good old Tamil sock, and now two of my good mates there I'm living with next year. And it's that relatability that you get, which you might not always get, but it's really nice to see you've got someone with the same culture or religion or race or any identity with that sort of thing. So I didn't see any problem with that, but as I'm sure it's the university stage is changing a lot in that respect now. And I'm sure you'd all agree.
Yeah, definitely. I think we're going to have to round up this section just so we can move on to the second part of the talk. I just want to thank you guys, the other panelists that is, for helping with this first part. I'd also now like to introduce Sheena for the second part of this talk, which is about comparing the schooling system or education system in India with that of the UK. So Sheena, if you just want to give a brief introduction about kind of your school career.
Thanks, Aravind. My name's Sheena. I'm currently in year 13 at Leicester High School for Girls. And most of my school career has been in the UK, but I studied in India for 3 years from year 8 to year 10. And I did my GCSEs there.
Okay, well, that's great. So before we really get into the deep or like into the depths of things, I think it's just useful if we explain kind of the
Are they frozen?
Yeah, it's frozen.
A levels or your BTECs.
Sorry, could you again?
Yeah. Repeat the last 30 seconds.
Yeah, okay, sure. So your first set of public exams that you sit in the UK are called GCSEs, and you sit that in year 11 when you're age 15 or 16. Then you do 2 years it's either doing A levels or BTECs, which you sit age 17 or 18. And then after that, there are kind of 3 main routes, I'd say, that people take, which is either going, pursuing a bachelor's degree at university, doing an apprenticeship where you kind of learn and work at the same time. And then the other choice is going straight into a job. Sheena, do you want to talk about, the Indian side of things?
Yeah, so in India, you sit your first public exams in year 10, whereas in the UK you sit them in year 11. And you sit your second set in year 12. No year 13 in India. And in some schools, in matriculation schools, you also have to do an additional exam in year 11 as well. So that's quite different. You're muted.
Yeah, for those of you who don't know, I'm using like a Mac for the first time ever. So when you were in India, what public exam did you do?
So I did IGCSEs at an international schools, but there are all sorts of different syllabuses in India. So you've got IGCSEs, you've got GCEs, you've got CBSE, matriculation, there are all sorts.
Mm-hmm. And based on like your knowledge, like a quick disclaimer, where we are focusing this kind of entire discussion on a couple of case studies, so it might not be representative of the entire education systems, but yeah. So how did you find that the IGCSEs compared to how does it compare to like an English style GCSE?
Well, it was more or less the same, because I think the specification is from Cambridge. The board is Cambridge IGCSEs. So well, the specifications are more or less similar, but it's just the schooling experience that differed a lot for me.
Right. So I think one thing that really is quite different is when you transition from the GCSE stage to what is the sixth form or A-level stage in the UK. In India, I understand there's kind of a stream system of subject selection. Do you want to kind of walk us through how that works?
Yeah, so when you go to your 11th standard in India, which is the equivalent of starting your A levels, there are like streams of subjects that you get to pick. So you have the business stream, and then there are 2 different science streams. And streams are basically like a group of 5 compulsory subjects that you have to do. So whereas in the UK, we get to do 3 A-levels or maybe 4 if you want, and you get to choose the subjects that you want to do, provided it like meets the subjects you need for the course of your choice. But in India, you have the business stream, so that's English compulsorily, and then maths and business subjects, so accountancy, commerce, and economics. And then you've got your science streams, which has English again, and you've got maths and your 3 sciences, or you have the option of substituting maths for computer science, or substituting biology for computer science. So it's very different to how we choose subjects in the UK.
Yeah, so for example, I personally had like a lot of flexibility when choosing my A-levels. I did maths, further maths, and economics, which are very related to economics, but then out of nowhere I took French, which I guess you really wouldn't be able to do in India.
Yeah, I've had a similar experience. So I started off doing 4 A-levels, biology, chemistry, maths, and further maths, but then I ended up doing an AS in further maths. So that's basically only learning the first year content of a 2-year specification and doing an exam.
And so, like, do you think that one system is like better in terms of subject selection? Do you think one system is better than the other?
So personally, I wouldn't want to do 5 subjects and not have a choice, because there are certain subjects that I don't like but are compulsory. But I think the stream system is like tailored so that you can, it's very employability based. So if you choose the business stream, those are the subjects that they kind of overlap with whatever job you want to go into, and they also cover a bit of like your first year at college/university, because in India they refer to university as college.
Right. So, okay, and I guess moving on from subject selection, why don't we kind of talk about a typical school day in both places?
So they're more or less, the overall structure is more or less similar. So Aravind, you're probably familiar with how we have assemblies and form time in the mornings. In India, we also have the same, but in assemblies, they often start it off with like the national anthem and like pledges, which we don't really do in the UK. And then aside from that, the structure, so timetabled lessons with breaks and lunchtime in between, are more or less the same. However, here what we normally when we're changing classes, the students go to the teachers, but in India the students stay in their classes and the teachers move around instead. So those are the similarities and differences, I think.
Right. So for the most part, it seems that it's largely the same sort of experience. But I think it's important to note that sort of experience stays the same up until you sit your GCSEs in the UK, and then I think, is it safe to say that the school sort of lifestyle completely changes when you move into the 6th form, when you start doing your A-levels?
Yeah, so here, once we moved into 6th form, we have we get 3 periods. This is in the UK. So basically sessions where sometimes other students will have lessons, but you don't have a lesson, so you can do your own individual work and read up on stuff. But in India, you don't really, well, in my school, you don't get 3 periods. They're all lessons, so there are no free timetable slots.
Do 3 periods kind of, do they exist at all in India? Like, do they exist in kind of some exam boards or kind of some exam setups or school setups?
I know that because I've been to a CBSE school and an international school. In CBSE, you don't get 3 periods at all. But in the international school, I think my peers, after they finished one of their subjects, they did AS levels in a subject. After doing that, they had freeze, but you can't really say the same about every single school.
Yeah, I think there's a lot more free time almost in UK schools. I remember when I was doing my A levels, I had 9 free periods a week. And then some schools I know in Leicester will allow you to go home if you don't have a lesson. So, which I think is pretty unheard of in India. Moving on from kind of the kind of school day, why don't we kind of look a bit more into, you know, what a classroom environment looks like in terms of kind of discussions you have, the degree of interactiveness between a teacher and what have you?
Well, when I was at the international school, which was from year 8 to 10, my class size, there was only 12 of us. And so there was definitely a lot more room for group work and doing projects. And it was a lot more interactive with the teacher because there was only 12 of us. However, I did a few months of year 11 at CBSE, and in my class there was 50 of us, and it was mainly we just sat there listening to the teacher and taking notes, and there was no group work, no presenting, and it really wasn't interacting. It was just like listening to facts, and most of the time it would just go in through one ear and come out the other ear, not gonna lie.
Hold on, sorry, we're having more technical problems on my end. Okay, so to carry on, do you think in terms of the style of learning, do you think like one system is more catered towards creativity and understanding of content than the other? And do you think kind of that reflects in the style of your education and your classroom environment?
Yes, I think that's partially to do with like the difference in syllabus and specification because um, in the UK, your exams are more like application based, and so you can't really go into an exam just like memorizing facts. You have to understand the content to be able to apply it. Whereas in India, the exams themselves are just like spitting words out that you've memorized onto an exam paper. And like even in math, there are aspects that you have to memorize, like you have to memorize how to derive all sorts of things, and it's just difference in syllabus.
So do you think kind of this system of a teacher teaching at the front of the class and you taking down notes, do you think it's almost done in such a way that it's made to make rote learning, you know, maximize the chances of you making rote learning effective, as it were?
Yes, most students like they start rote learning and like mugging up, which is memorizing facts from a really young age, which is why for like the NEET exams, the NEET is basically the medical entrance exam in India, and also the JEE exams, which is for engineering. Students have to go to like tuition centers from as young as year 6 in order to learn how to study in a more application-based manner.
So, is that kind of like, I guess that's kind of like a byproduct of the degree of competitiveness that you find in India?
Just due to the sheer population, because I think last year for NEET there was like 1 million students all competing over just a few thousand medical seats. It's just so competitive because of the population.
Yeah. So I think it can really be a shock to kind of hear this as a UK student, because for us, I think that kind of degree of preparation for a public exam or an entrance exam just doesn't exist, and I don't think we've ever been exposed to that. I think you're considered like extremely hardworking, you know, even if you're preparing like 6 months or 3 months in advance of a public exam. Like I remember Paul and I were regularly going to the gym and kind of putting, you know, not entirely committing towards exams even 3 months before our A levels, and like we attended like a Tamil community party, like like genuinely a week before at one of our GCSEs started. So it is quite weird to kind of hear how it differs in India, right?
Remember, you came to my house the day before my geography GCSE.
Yeah, precisely. So the kind of intensity of study, I say in the UK, it probably isn't nearly as high as it is in India from what it appears like anyway. And then, okay, moving on to even further into like the classroom environment. Tell me more about like your peers and what they all aspired to do and kind of what they were like.
Yeah, so whilst the majority of us, me included, we went for like science related subjects and medicine and engineering, there were definitely like, oh, am I allowed to say this? But like the business owner kids who have family businesses to inherit, so they were a bit more like relaxed with their subjects and stuff. And then there were also a lot of children wanting to do architecture and like design related courses, but they didn't really get any kind of support from school for that. Like even with their drawing and sketches, they'd have to do that by themselves in their own spare time. There was no like support system from the school helping them. So as a result, I think a lot of children do just go for the mainstream career opportunities.
So quickly talking about kind of careers advice, as it were, in and how it differs in the UK and India before we get into any questions. Most schools tend to have, in the UK, tend to have like a dedicated careers advisor or a careers department even. So they do help you in terms of recommending subject choices to make, things to apply for, you know, even like which universities to apply for, what you'd be best suited for. And it seems like that kind of thing doesn't exist in India, and potentially if it did, I think it seems like people would make more informed career choices or better career choices and feel more supported in the actions that they take. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, definitely. Like again, this is just from the schools I've been to, but there's no careers advice at all. And I've seen with a lot of my seniors that they only really think about what they want to do after they've got like their board results back and their score out of 500. Like only then do they start thinking about what they want to do. And that also, the lack of careers advice also kind of causes students to go into the mainstream routes.
Yeah, the mainstream routes being
Well, medicine, engineering, and like BSc degrees and stuff. I'm no different, but like I'm just saying.
Yeah. Okay, so that was great, and you've actually been hit up with a lot of questions. So I think it's good if we spend a couple of minutes looking at those. So one question we've got asked from Subbu Uncle is, how difficult or easy was it for you to adapt to British school education and lifestyle and making friends?
It wasn't too different for me, difficult for me, mainly because, well, one, I'd lived in the UK before I moved to India, and also Leicester High is like a small school and it's like a really close environment. And I thought, well, from my peers, they were really nice, and so the change wasn't too bad. And also because I ended up redoing my GCSEs. So, you know how in India you do your GCSEs in year 10 and 10th standard. So instead of starting A levels in year 12 in the UK, I went to year 11 and I ended up just redoing 5 of my subjects. So there wasn't like the transition from GCSEs to A levels was like the transition from GCSEs to A levels. So that was all right as well. So good friends, and the transition to A levels wasn't too bad. So I adjusted quite well.
So did you find the kind of transition, we've got another question here saying which you found more difficult, like going from UK to India or moving back from India to the UK?
Oh, going from UK to India, like I remember my first term was awful, like because I couldn't like the language and the accents were so different. I had a lot of communication issues to begin with. And like I remember after like a week of going to school in India, I'd already like started speaking in a fake Indian accent so that people wouldn't look at me differently. Yeah.
So I think it seems like you had a harder time kind of fitting in, as it were. Okay, and then we've got some other more kind of education related things. So like we've got one question asked, is the education system in the UK more watered down but makes you think independently and search for out of the box solutions?
I wouldn't say watered down. Like I think the education system in India is just, it's too much, it's too pressurizing for students, and I don't think any student should have to go through it. Like the stress of preparing for university exams from like as young as year 6, and then doing 5 subjects compulsorily for A levels, and the content you learn, it even goes into like university level content at year 11 and year 12. So I just think, rather than saying the UK system is watered down, I think the Indian education system is just too stressful for students. But it's like that because of the competitiveness, I think.
I think we have time for one last question, which was, and it kind of leads on from what you've just said. So we've got one saying, you guys discussed mental health earlier. How was the situation in India?
So in the international school I went to, there was only 12 of us in our class. So we were fortunate enough to have like a good pastoral care and nice teachers who listened to us well. But I know that in CBSE, just in our class, there was like 50 of us, and the student-teacher relationship wasn't as good, and there was like no pastoral care. And just you, every now and then on the news, you hear stories about like students who are going through like a really hard time because of school. And yeah, it definitely, the pressure from school and parents and the competitiveness, it definitely does take a toll on students' mental health, and they don't have much supportive like.
Yeah, that's understandable, and hopefully in the future the situation does improve. That's all that we have time for now. Once again, I'd really like to thank everyone for listening, all the panelists here for pitching in and contributing to this, what I think is has been a very informative and educational talk. Once again, thank you for listening, and please keep contributing and donating to the Banyan charity. We're going to move on to the next set of speakers now. Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, can we move on to the next session?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. This is the longest webinar I've attended in my life, and particularly attending a webinar at 1 a.m. in UK time. This is a record-breaking event, which I think everybody will be remembering for their life. Thanks, RISE Foundation, for organizing this wonderful event, and with lots of interesting topics. This session, we have got 2 fantastic speakers. I will introduce my first speaker, Ms. Gautami Subramani Madam. She's a great motivational speaker and life coach. I'm amazed to watch her YouTube channel, lots of wonderful talk, DS Society for Life Sciences. She's here to talk about on a topic for smartest climb, which will help us to enlighten our as about obstacles towards one's success, as well as how to deal with modern lifestyle problem. Thank you, RISE, once again. And we have raised more than £1,720 for the charity named Banyan. And please keep donating for this humble cause, what we are raising. Over to you, madam.
Thank you. So let me check the slides, please.
Thank you, Anbu. That was a great introduction. Are we waiting for the slides, Anbu?
Yeah. She's trying to share the slides.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay. Can you see my slides? No.
No.
Okay.
Could use the share screen button. In the...
Yeah.
No worries. We welcome you, Gaudavi madam. Meanwhile, we thank you very much. Hopefully you can get that sorted soon.
Okay, no issues. So I'll continue. Yeah. So hi everyone, this is Gautami Subramani from India. So thanks for the brief intro, Mr. Subbu and Ani. So let us switch into today's topic, the smartest client. So at this moment, do anyone's intuition convince you that some magical moment will happen in your life, that too in this midnight? Even for those who don't feel so, will also feel your magical thoughts in upcoming minutes. If you question me how the magic will happen, or what is the magic that will happen, my answer is just trust me, lend me your ears, let my speech infiltrate in your minds. So, whenever the question, who are all happy at this moment arises, only 20% of the audience will raise their hands. Remaining will be with some reasons to justify their deeds. If this question put forth to you, what will be your answer? So if you say, I'm unhappy because of my mood, then you should understand the thing that you are all the sole authority to design your moods, not the vice versa. Suppose if you put forth the reason as materials, and very, very sorry for you guys because you people won't be happy till the end of your lifespan as your happiness switch from one subject to the, that is one material to the other. So be happy with the moment, with what you have in this moment and cherish yourself. See, being happy or trying to be happy will open your minds to learn many things, also to do your work efficiently. Indeed, it will give some positive vibes too. So once you have started feeling happy, you must implement the concept of positive thoughts with positive words. So what is the concept of positive thoughts through positive words? Yeah, let me explain in detail. See, this universe follows some kind of rules. It is none other than that it is a law of attraction. So it will give the results of our thought through the words we think or words we utter. For example, if you think that you should not suffer anymore, I bet you that you will suffer more and more. If you come back from one problem, you will fall into another problem. Do you know why? Because You people are thinking about worries rather than happiness. And also you're trying
Gautami,
to
sorry,
gain.
sorry to disturb you.
Yeah.
Just tell me when to change your slides. Can you see the slides from your end?
Yeah, I can.
So please let me know when to change your slides. I'll do it for you.
Yeah, sure. You just, it's nothing but it's just a topic idea. You can put my that business card slide over. That's enough. Yeah, that's fine.
Sure. Sorry.
Yeah, thank you, thank you. And and you're trying to gain the positive results, like that is, you're being happy is positive results, but you're trying to gain that positive result with the negative sentence. See how contradictory it is. How this could be possible? Instead, if you think, I will be happy always and I'll be happy forever, definitely you will be happy. So so this is the first phase. If you have programmed your thoughts positive in positive manner, then you should be very careful in your actions, because if the thoughts differ from your actions, you can't get the desired result. Okay. For example, if you want to receive love from some person, you should offer it first in the way exactly you need it from them. This is applied for everything, not only for love, even monetary purpose also. So, like how we are contributing to the banyan right now. If you are helping today, definitely it will come back to you in the same manner or in some other in disguised form. So sometimes we could feel that, oh God, I'm trying to implement these positive thoughts, but these negative thoughts are not vacating in my mind. Just it is looping over. So that is true indeed. But there is a simple trick to reverse the scenario. It is very, very simple trick. Previously, if you think like that, I'm not good at anything, you just reverse your negative thought with the simple positive thought immediately, that I'm perfect at everything and I'm good at everything. So in course of time, you may sound weird, but in course of time, you will realize yourself as a human being with attractive positive vibes. So once you have increased your positivity, you will start receiving the things you desire. So once you have started receiving the things that you desire, so you should be thankful to each and every small thing you had received in your life. This will increase your positivity, attractiveness, and also your success rate. So let us discuss what are all the negative thoughts that act as an obstacle towards our success. The first obstacle is our ego. Will you believe this? See, I have a small story for that. Once a businessman visited a Zen monk to clear up his mind. And after visiting him, he was so spontaneous in reciting his own problems and the surrounding people. So Zen monk was hearing politely. At one point, he interrupted his talk and Zen monk asked whether you need a cup of coffee. Then he was puzzled for his action. So why this man is asking for a cup of coffee in between? But he nodded because he is a monk, right? So then the monk asked him to hold the cup and he started pouring the coffee. So he had been pouring even after the cup was overflowing. The man was bewildered of the monk's act. At one point, he lost his patience completely and inquired him, why did he not stop pouring the coffee even after it had stopped overflowing? The wise monk replied with a smile that, my dear son, this coffee cup is like your mind, and this overflowing coffee is like my advice. If you are ready to clear your present mind, then my advice will take its place in your mind. Likewise, guys, only if you throw out your ego out of your minds, some refreshing thoughts will infiltrate into your mind. And the second obstacle is your self doubt. It is a very big monster that's preventing us to reach our final dream. If you keep on doubting yourself, you could not attain the desired place that you dreamt of. And the third obstacle is nothing but your self-pity. You know, the constant looping of, I can't do it, it is very difficult for me, I'm a loser, no one is there to help me or love me. You know, this constant looping will not allow you to progress both in your personal life and also in your career life. So you must sow the thoughts that I can't do anything perfectly, everyone will love me. Instead, you should shower the love on everyone. So remember always that you are a unique and your value won't get diminished by others' thoughts or actions. Fix your mindset as no one can substitute you. You are the sole person, you are the one and only person in the earth as you are. So during a speech session, an orator waved €1,000 to his audience and asked who all need this note. Absolutely. Who don't want? Everyone raised their hands. Then immediately he crushed the note in his palms and questioned them again. Who needs it then? Though it was in crushed condition, everyone raised their hands again. Then he smashed it with his shoes and again put for the same question, who needs it? Without a second thought, everyone had raised their hands, we need it. So, inferring from the story, it is very clear that whatever the condition it may be, the value of €1,000 does not lose its value. Similarly, despite of problems and difficulties, you won't lose your values. So first, you should respect yourself. Then automatically others will respect you in the same manner how you see yourself. So once you cleared off from these obstacles, you are ready for a self-analysis. Nothing but you can do a SWOT analysis. You all means what? No, strength, identifying your strength, weakness, opportunities, and threat. You just do a SWOT analysis and keep your result aside. Now, fix a goal that you have to achieve by next 5 or 6 years. Then keep it aside too. So before proceeding into your goal, you should test yourself whether you are deserved to attain that goal which you have fixed. So first we should know that either we are destined or not, right? So for that, we have to go some training phases to identify or discover ourselves. The first training phase is nothing but to test our self-determination. So this is the easiest and also the hardest phase too. So you can see that in following speech. So in this phase, you should fix multiple tiny goals which can be achieved by yourself easily. This is to purely to boost your self-confidence. So the goal might be like reading a book or cleaning a room or learning a software. But the time span of this thing, that is, these tiny goals should be within 3 months. So, okay, you plan to read a book, and once you have completed the reading book with the time span of the 3 months, then you are ready for the second phase testing. It is nothing but it is to test your consistency. These are known as regular goals. So in this phase, um, you can fix the goals like exercising an hour or writing a diary or waking up early or learning a language 30 minutes daily. Like that, the consistency must be there. It should be there. And the time span to achieve these goals should be from, we may keep this up to 1 year, from 6 months to 1 year, okay? So during this phase, you should continue your phase 1 activities too. So you should not leave your phase 1 activities as you have completed it before. You should continue phase 2 activities along with your phase 1 activities. So after achieving these regular goals, now you can feel some positive vibes in you, and your unnecessary fears may get vanished, and you are fit for your second SWOT analysis. So go ahead for it, do it now, and compare it with previous results. Now you can find two things. The first thing is you will find that your weakness would have been reduced drastically. Simultaneously, your strength would have been increased along with your self-confidence. So, once you feel these two steps after your second SWOT analysis, so you're perfect to achieve your lifetime goal. So this will be your right time to step into or get into actions for your lifetime goal. So this time you can feel that you won't fed up or give up in between. Instead, your planning skill would have been improvised efficiently to achieve your goal. So once you've entered this final phase, you should follow two concepts which will bring your success even more closer. The first concept is nothing but gratitude or feeling thankful. So will you believe that gratitude liberated a man from his curse? Yeah, you heard it right. This is an ancient story, yet what enough to explain the result of being thankful. Long back ago, you all know about Narada, right? A rishi and son of Brahma. He was walking into the forest to meet Lord Shiva at Kailasa. On his way, he met an old man. He had been performing penance for more than 4 lives. On seeing Narada, he was so delightful and he requested Narada to inquire about his liberation to Lord Shiva. Narada accepted his request and walked further on into the woods. There he saw a young man who had been dancing without minding anything. He did not mind or bother about Narada also, but took pity. Narada took pity on him and he inquired him whether he had any questions to ask Lord Shiva. But he didn't bother. Instead, he kept on dancing. Then Narada left the place and he met Lord Shiva. And when he was back to his place through the same forest, first he met an old man, the same old man, who requested him to inquire about his liberation. Narada told the young man that he should perform penance for 3 more lives to get liberated. On hearing him, the old man got angry and threw all his belongings and gave up the penance. Also blamed the merciless act of God upon him. On seeing this activities, Narada was so bewildered and he don't want to disturb the man's action. Then he moved on further. So he saw the young man and he was dancing again. He had been dancing under the same tree. This time also he doesn't bother. But voluntarily Narada told that Mr. Ingman, so Lord Shiva suggested that you should take or you should dance as many lives as these leaves in these trees under which you are dancing. That time, the young man didn't give up dancing, but also at the same time he replied Narada that only this tree, I'm ready to take life as many leaves in this forest. By saying that, he started dancing so fast and requested Narada that during his second meet or next meet with Lord Shiva, that he should convey his thanks for the mercy showered on him by the Shiva. So that moment when he thanked for what he had been offered in his life, his soul got liberated. See how the gratitude works, how the gratefulness works. So now you can understand the power of gratitude, isn't it or not? So be thankful always for everything you have in your lifespan. Now, the second concept, that feeling gratitude is the first concept, which will bring you the success even more closer, right? So now the second concept. So what is the second concept? It is none other than visualization. So how does visualization helps? Cool. The first thing is, if you should trust something, you should experiment the concepts, right? Then only you will believe it. So if you plan the get together or an event in the near future, either in family or like event what we having also for, So what you should do is, from the day it gets confirmed, just visualize how the event should be from start to end. The thought process, when you should put the thought process, is early morning or immediately after you waking up, because that will be the stage between your conscious mind and subconscious mind, and that will implement the thing what we visualize exactly in the near future. So when you will feel that on the day of event, you will realize how the power of visualization works. But the action and visualization, see, whatever the thing it may be, either it is a thought or visualization, it should run in parallel with the thought. If it differs, you won't get any desired results, I am sure of it. So just to explain how the visualization should be accurate, I have one more story. So there was a man who kept on visiting church and prayed the God every day. His prayer was that he had to win first prize in the lottery, because he is visualizing the same daily in his mind. And he requested the God to make it happen in real. So daily it becomes a routine. So after 3 months, he's looking back to his prayers, but there was no improvement. So what to say? That he was not able to win the third prize also. So he was so angered because the Almighty was not showering mercy on him. So he went again to church, and this time he started scolding the Almighty. Suddenly, a divine voice resonated over there. So I told him that, and this divine voice told him that Almighty was ready to offer even the first prize to you. But as your effort, at least you should buy a lottery ticket first. Right. See where it lacks. So we should identify these key areas. At that moment, he understood his poor knowledge of visualization. And this is what the majority of people or majority of us doing right now. Simply, if we want to visualize, we will think, okay, we will earn more. We will be with a bundle of money. But we don't know we don't know to visualize how accurate it should be. So every time you should visualize the thing so clear with 100% accuracy. That is, I will earn 500 euro through my speech. So I will earn 2000 euro by this event to donate as a donation. So like this, your visualization should be so accurate. So the aim you visualize may be on, that's what I told. Either it may be finance, or it may be on health, or it may be on relationship. That depends on the person and also their needs. Okay. So be positive, deroot your negative thoughts, overcome your obstacles. Next thing is, you should fix your aim and you should clearly visualize it and achieve it. And after achieving, you should be grateful for the things that you have received or achieved. So thank you. I thank the RISE Foundation and its organizers, and especially my moderators and the souls who refer me to this RISE-24 event for providing me such wonderful opportunity to be the part of this RISE-24 event. And thank you once again.
Thank you, Gaurav. That was a wonderful talk. It's really sort of motivating. It's almost 3 o'clock here in UK, but it was a fantastic talk. Thank you for you. And I have a couple of questions for you, if that is okay.
Yeah, sure.
The first question is how you yourself keep you motivating, which means keeping yourself very positive 24/7.
This is a nice question actually, but keeping oneself 24/7 positive is absolutely no one can be, because always some negative thoughts will be running in our minds whenever we plan to implement something positively, right? It is common among human beings. But I have mentioned earlier, right? So whenever some negative thoughts runs into your minds, just reverse it with some positive thoughts, immediate positive thoughts. In course of time, you will find that these negative thoughts will get diminished. It won't get vanished or vacate our mind because our mindset is like that. But definitely you will feel that your negative thoughts are getting diminished. Automatically you will be glowing. See, because our positive thoughts are enhanced, right? So you can feel that by experience. Almost it took 2 to 3 years for me to overcome my negative thoughts when I enter into this life sciences. It will take some course of time for everyone.
Yeah, thank you. So just to touch base with that question, I have another one. I think you're doing you're a mentor for many of the laborers and also students there, isn't it? You're a coach there.
Yeah.
And for example, you must have worked with people with various mental health conditions like depression or significant anxiety. How
Yes.
difficult to motivate them?
The thing is, first, they won't come out of their zone. That is a very difficult and initial thing, what I have to do. So first I have to make clear them that, suppose, for example, let me take a person with depression. Okay. So clearly, for example, a lady with postpartum depression. So you people know that postpartum depression will even how to say, will even make them to commit suicide sometimes if it is not treated well. So like that, a lady came and they are how to say, she was repeating her problems again and again, and she is not ready to overcome it. She was saying that I will be like this. The surrounding people has to adjust. The initial phase of postpartum depression, absolutely the surrounding people has to adjust. But one point, we are all we have to overcome our own problems. No one will help us at one point. Either it may be husband or parents. So first, I helped her by listing out the problems and make her to understand her problems clearly. So either it is in taking care of baby or doing household works, or whether she left the job, isn't or not. For pregnancy, she left the job. That might what happened. It decreased her own circle of friends and hanging out. So everything. So I make her to analyze herself, and I sort out the problems one by one. Like first I gave a solution that taking care of the baby is first. Till 5 to 6 months, taking care of the baby is first and foremost thing. So after 5 months, you plan anything. You may join in another organization. So once she joined in another organization, and she called her parents for the kids' help. Then once again, the circle has been renewed. Okay. Then she felt positive, and automatically her new world opened to her. So likewise, first we should analyze the people and their problems, and for each and everyone, the problems will differ. It won't be
Okay.
same. Even in the case of postpartum depression, the problems will differ.
Thank
We
you,
should
madam.
take that.
There are a couple of questions from the audience.
Okay.
One is from Dr. Vasu. How would you cope with difficult situation like COVID?
Difficult situation like?
Like COVID situation, what we are going, COVID pandemic.
Yeah, the thing is, I have already released a couple of audios related to that. See, I mentored my relations, okay, because they are close to me, right? So they are in so depression because their business came down, and even the school and college children rejoiced at first. but they are also fallen to depression in COVID like thing. So I encourage them by doing some online courses, and also I encourage the business people to learn new things, and also to put to devise a plan, so that once this COVID situation recovers, they can implement the plan, so that they can do the business even more from the point where they are doing now. Even for the housewives, I ask them to take a rest from the routine life, so that their depression level may come down, and once the depression is down, their knowledge will be wide open.
Thank you very much, madam. That was a useful talk, and we are all motivated even in the middle of the night now. Thank you.
Thank you.
We will move on to the next speaker now.
Yeah.
Audio not working, Kavi, please.
Is Aravind ready?
The next topic is beneficial habits at school by Aravind. So we'll just get the speaker ready in a while. Bear with the technical problem. We will get the audio working very soon. The next topic will start very soon. Meanwhile, keep donating. We have already crossed nearly 12 hours since we started. So hopefully we are halfway here now. We should be reaching the other halfway with the same dedication, motivation, and support from all of you. Keep supporting us. Keep supporting Banyan Charity. Keep supporting RISE Foundation Leicestershire. We will get the audio working in a minute. RISE Foundations thanks each and every one of you. Without all of you, we couldn't have done this. Our next speaker, Aravind, is ready. I will hand over to Anbu Edil once again. Thank you, Anbu. Please take over.
Thanks, Vasu. Our next speaker is Aravind. He's going to talk about beneficial habit to develop during school. Aravind doesn't need any introduction all over Leicester and Leicestershire, but in benefit of other audience around the world, I would like to introduce him as a second year student in studying economics at London School of Economics. He is an outstanding student, and that's why this topic has been given to you, Aravind. There's no doubt about it. And he did his high school and A levels in Rugby Grammar School, and he was a head boy in that school, and he stands as a role model for many of the students here in Leicester. Over to you, Aravind.
Thank you very much, Uncle, for those kind words. The inspiration kind of behind this talk was during this COVID lockdown, I really kind of asked myself, what habits have really been beneficial towards developing, a fairly productive and hardworking mindset, but also some of the things that I wish in hindsight that I'd kind of done more, that might have even boosted my productivity and personal development even more. So I'm going to move straight on, and just a quick kind of caveat or description of what I'm going to talk about. The things I'm going to talk about, they're going to be a mixture of technical skills, that people can sort of learn and implement and put on their CV, and also changes to people's mindsets that will hopefully make them, you know, more hardworking and more productive individuals, that will make them more efficient in what they do. So the first thing that I kind of want to touch on is touch typing and basic computing proficiency. So for those of you who don't know, touch typing is the ability to type without looking down at your keyboard. And this can be really, really useful in like a variety of different situations. For things when you've got documents that aren't digital and in fact printed out, that you want to transcribe onto your computer. It means that you can kind of just look at the document and type away effortlessly. And this becomes useful for things such as lectures, classes. As I mentioned previously, I'm a part-time analyst, so when I'm taking notes for work meetings, it also comes in really, really handy. And more generally, because it increases your typing speed so significantly, it significantly reduces the time it takes to do kind of these menial tasks. So it boosts your productivity, and it leaves more time to work on other things, like other skills that might be even more beneficial. Now, in addition to touch typing, there's also basic computing proficiency. So what I mean by that is kind of really getting a good grasp of how to use software such as Microsoft Word, Microsoft PowerPoint, and Excel. For the majority of students, particularly in the UK, this is going to be the bread of butter for the entirety of your education. You will use Word and PowerPoint almost all the time when you're doing class presentations and producing documents, essays, that sort of thing. So really getting familiar with how to use those pieces of software, knowing all the shortcuts, knowing all the tools, tricks and tips and tricks that you can kind of do, and how you can fully implement those to the greatest ability will come really, really useful for you all. Now, moving swiftly on, I think the next thing is that's really important, and that I've personally really benefited from is learning languages. As someone of Tamil descent, I found that learning to speak Tamil has proven to be like an incredibly invaluable skill. The fact that I can speak my mother tongue has really helped me to connect with my own family, my family back home, and even the wider community. In Leicester, some of the people who've organized these events, and some of the people watching this event, I'm now very close with, and I think that Tamil has really helped me to bond with these sort of people. And it also is incredibly useful when you're networking and socializing as well. I think Paul alluded to this earlier, but when you go to things such as Tamil Soc, or you go to university, knowing to speak a language is again it's common ground that you can really bond over and become friends about. It's this kind of shared sense of belonging. Now, from a non-social aspect, learning languages is an incredibly useful work skill as well. Particularly Western languages such as French, German, Spanish, they can really, really go a long way towards boosting your employability. I think I've seen some statistics showing that if you have French or German, your kind of employability chances increase by up to 50%. And increasingly, like Oriental languages such as Mandarin, Japanese are becoming quite important, as well as those parts of the world become more and more developed. Now, I'm personally learning or moving on to my fourth language. I speak English, Tamil, French to an A-level degree, and I've now started to learn Hindi. And I've noticed that as you start to learn new languages, you start to think in different ways. You become more analytical. You kind of start to see the world and the way people think in different ways. And it also, learning these languages also boosts your kind of career prospects and career opportunities, because you can work in different countries, you can be put on international jobs, etc. Everything fine? So yeah, so things like learning French, I might have the opportunity to work in the Paris team, for example, or learning Hindi, one day I might be able to move to India and work there, for as just two examples. Now, the next thing I want to talk about, and something that I think really, really has helped me and made my CV stand out, is getting work experience and volunteering experience really early on in your school career. I think you can potentially start looking for work experience and volunteering opportunities as early as year 9 or year 10. So that's when you're 14 or 15 years old. That's when I got my first work experience. And I think getting work experience at such a young age really helps you to decide on a career path. A lot of people, they won't know what to do. So it's great to just apply wherever and see what you like and what you dislike. And it really helps to narrow down your kind of choices. And at the end of the day, even if you don't like it, it's still something that you can mention on your CV and it still looks great to employers. And there will always be something that you can learn from all your different experiences. So for example, I did 2 work experiences, one at an engineering firm, General Electric, and another one at like a construction management firm, which was called Mace. And I quickly realized after going into both those work experiences that those weren't, the fields that I wanted to go into. But there are skills that you can kind of pick up along the way, even doing these work experiences that did prove useful. For example, when I was at Mace, I looked at financial statements and tender offers, and doing that sort of financial analysis has come in useful, further down the line in my current job and as an economist. I'd say there are kind of 2 ways to get work experience. One is through networking. If you're lucky enough to have parents or know people in the field that you want to go into, approaching them is always a good idea. And even if you don't know someone directly, there's a concept called degrees of separation. So if your parents don't know someone, your parents' friends will know someone, or your parents' friends' friends will know someone. And that way you can start networking and really building up a wide base of people who have experience and are experts within all the fields. And then apart from that, you can also apply to actual work experience programs through online applications at really reputed firms. I've given a couple of examples here. These are all big, like investment banks. That's because, investment banking is something that I might consider. A bit of advice about that: apply early, and once you get one, it's kind of like a domino effect, where once you get one, the others start toppling, because firms like seeing these big brand names. So once you get a JP Morgan work experience placement, then HSBC and Nomura will kind of be attracted by that and want to hire you as well. One thing that can really kind of boost your chances in terms of online applications is something called SEO. That is kind of a charitable organization that helps to fast track people of color or minority students in their application programs. And that can really fast track and boost your chances of getting into these really, really competitive programs. Now, volunteering is also incredibly useful. It really shows that you want to give back to the community and that you care more about yourself. And again, it's something that firms look for, and it's been explicitly stated to me by recruiters. And it's especially useful if you aspire to kind of get into medicine or social work. It's kind of in the tick list of things that both universities and employers kind of look out for. Now, on this next slide, there's just a list of different work experiences and essay competitions that you can kind of apply for during your sixth form, so during your last 2 years of school. I know that this is being recorded on YouTube, so hopefully you'll be able to pause and kind of note these down later. Moving on, I'd also really, really advise people to start reading or listening. Reading increases your vocabulary power and exposes you to kind of new forms and styles of writing that you will eventually absorb and implement into your own work product, whether that be lectures, whether that be essays and dissertations and presentations, but also more trivial things such as emails and things like marketing material and promotions. A lot of students will kind of say that they don't have time to read, they don't have time to actually pick up a physical book, in which case audio books are a fairly good alternative. You can consume knowledge whilst performing other tasks, but I would just say to be cautious, because there is a chance that because you are working on other tasks and your mind probably won't be entirely focused to the same extent that reading would. you might not pick up everything. So I'd say leave audiobooks to kind of the less taxing, the more easy read sort of books. And 2 websites that I really do recommend in terms of audiobooks would be BorrowBox, which kind of acts like as a library for audio